There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Outside, Sam was unaware of everything happening inside the palace. He struggled immensely to break through the powerful restrictions surrounding it, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, everything suddenly went dark. And a colossal ancient god roared and charged towards him. Everything happened so quickly that Sam couldn't dodge, only managing to raise his right hand, hoping to rely on his immense 8-star ancient god physique to resist. But he never imagined the terrifying power emanating from that body. The force surged into Sam's body, his right arm shattering with a loud crash. Under this immense power, Sam staggered, spitting out fresh blood. After finally breaking through the barrier, he saw Wang Lin seated on a high platform. Thanks to the help of Sam, Wang Lin paid the price with his right arm, allowing the 17th breath to pass. The 7th star point on his forehead, rotating, became clearly visible. The formation process had entered its final stage. The terrifying 18th breath was approaching. At the same time, Sam, struck by the ancient god's corpse, spat out fresh blood and clearly saw the 7th star point about to appear on Wang Lin's forehead. No one understood Wang Lin's ancient god body better than Sam. Upon seeing this scene, he understood everything and knew that Wang Lin was undergoing the inheritance process, a process that should have belonged to him. You stole my inherited memories, and now you want to steal the ancient Tao inheritance. Sam's eyes blazed with rage, his whole body contorted with fury. At the 18th breath, disregarding his injuries, he charged forward with incredible speed, instantly reaching the broken net he had shattered, preparing to enter. At this moment, at the 18th breath, the recoil force within the chair was immeasurable, sweeping outwards. The damaged part of Wang Lin's body instantly shattered, the recoil rapidly spreading throughout his body, seemingly reaching his chest in an instant, tearing apart his flesh and bones. He was left with only his left arm, which now emitted a rumbling sound. Just as it was about to break, Wang Lin's expression turned to madness. He pointed his left hand at his forehead, and as he lifted it, 20 ancient breath leaves appeared. As he swung his left hand forward, these 20 ancient breath leaves transformed into streaks of dark light, shooting straight ahead. After this final action, his shattered left arm turned into a mass of blood and flesh. Feng! Lingdong Chukan, stop this person! The speed of the 20 ancient breath leaves was incredibly fast. Just as Sam was about to rush into the broken net, they directly sealed onto it, directly striking Sam's body. But Sam's strength was such that even the Great Wine Boundary Formation couldn't stop him. As soon as these ancient breath leaves sealed him, his right hand immediately unleashed a punch. A deafening roar erupted, and 3 of the 20 ancient breath leaves instantly shattered into pieces. Sam's right arm stretched out from the shattered ancient breath leaves and fiercely grabbed to one side, preparing to tear it open. Lingdong gritted his teeth, disregarding his injuries, and rushed forward, his hands forming a hand seal. A sea of death surged forth, containing countless souls and incense, transforming into a massive wave that surged forward. The big man from the Fengtian Wolf clan also leapt up, raising his hands and roaring softly. Wolves worship the moon. As soon as he finished speaking, illusory wolves suddenly appeared outside Chukan's body, instantly numbering over 100,000, densely packed and occupying the entire area. Above the palace, a blood-red full moon suddenly appeared. These 100,000 illusory wolves all looked up to the sky, letting out mournful howls. Then each one leapt up, transforming into plumes of wolf smoke that merged into the blood-red moon in the sky. The wolf smoke rose in all directions, soaring straight towards the blood moon. After absorbing the 100,000 wolf smoke, the blood moon roared down, hurtling straight towards Thaxam's fist. Two experts at the third stage of the Void Nirvana realm unleashed their most powerful divine abilities, transforming into a destructive force, charging straight towards Thaxam. The earth-shattering roar echoed, and as the sea of incense and death of the spirit movement touched Thaxam's right fist, the blood moon struck. Amidst the deafening roar, Thaxam had no choice but to retract his right hand. But as soon as he retracted his right hand, the head of Thaxam emerged from the hole, letting out a roar that shook the entire palace. The roar of an ancient god. The sound was like thunder, rumbling throughout the palace, deafening and jarring. The ancient god's power merged into this roar, forming a massive whirlwind that violently swept across. Lin Yang spat out fresh blood. The sea of death before him shattered. His body staggered, no longer able to fight. As for Chu CNN of the Fengshan Wolf clan, the blood moon under this roar immediately twisted, a mournful cry emanating from within. The wolf smoke that had just merged into it shattered layer by layer. In an instant, even the blood moon itself disintegrated into pieces, vanishing completely. Chu Jin's face was devoid of color. His chest caved in, and he staggered, spitting out a torrent of blood before collapsing to the ground. The roar of the ancient god transformed into a raging storm that swept through the palace, shattering the bodies of the cultivators, reducing the 8 mountains of corpses to dust, and even causing the 8 giant dragons to disintegrate. Only the corpses of the 3 ancient tribes remained half intact, unaffected by the storm. Thaxam had gone mad. Just like his earlier roar when Wang Lin stole his inherited memories, now wanting to seize the ancient Dao inheritance, how could he not be insane? He was even willing to suffer serious injuries to reclaim what he believed rightfully belonged to him. After Ling Dong and Chu Jin were unable to stop him, Thaxam simultaneously extended his hands into the gaps of the ancient leaf-like formations, fiercely pulling outwards, preparing to enter. The whole thing happened incredibly quickly, though it sounds slow in description. Wang Lin's body, seated on the chair, was shattering under the force of the recoil, which had increased several times over. His chest and left arm instantly vanished. Only his head remained suspended above the chair, clinging to it with unwavering willpower. But the shattering was far from over. The 18th breath seemed endless, without end. Cracks appeared on Wang Lin's head, shattering into tiny fragments that exploded in all directions. His lips, nose, and eyes vanished in an instant. Only the 6 star points on his forehead continued to spin rapidly. Just as the shattering spread, preparing to destroy all the ancient god star points containing Wang Lin's primordial spirit, the 7th star point suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a torrent of ancient god power erupted from it. As this power erupted, the 7th star point, which had been vague and illusory, instantly materialized, completing its transition and fully appearing. The moment the 7th star point appeared, the 7 rotating star points on Wang Lin's forehead immediately stopped, gradually forming a circle and rotating in a full circle. A surge of ancient god power, countless times stronger than when Wang Lin was a 6-star, roared out, spreading downwards from these 7 star points. Below Wang Lin's forehead, his closed eyes, nose, and lips reappeared. A complete head, as if resurrected, simultaneously rotated a second time. His neck, chest, abdomen, and arms, his entire upper body suddenly solidified. Bones also appeared one after another, followed by flesh, blood, and internal organs. Every part of his body contained immense ancient god power, and every joint held the boundless aura of an ancient god. As the 7 star points on his forehead rotated for the 3rd time, his lower body solidified with a thunderous roar. This newly formed ancient god body was no longer a few hundred feet tall, but 1,000 feet tall. 1,000-foot tall ancient god. A 7-star ancient god. 1,000-foot tall, 7-star ancient god of the royal family. Wang Lin's eyes widened, his body remaining seated in his chair, not moving an inch. The 7 star points on his forehead, which had been slowly rotating, instantly surged in power, beginning to move rapidly. Waves of ancient god power spread throughout his body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt that a single punch could shatter an entire cultivation planet. In this instant, images and insights related to the power of the most powerful Zhuanwu technique passed down by the second generation vermilion bird on the great Emperor Star flooded his mind. If that were all, it would be fine, but inside the chair, images of inherited divine powers appeared. These divine powers seemed to shatter his consciousness, rushing straight towards Wang Lin, entering his mind, and transforming into deeply ingrained memories. At the same time, perhaps because Wang Lin had sat on this chair for 18 breaths, as soon as his 7-star ancient god body condensed, his consciousness formed an inexplicable connection with the chair. This connection was extremely bizarre. How it appeared seemed impossible for Wang Lin to understand in such a short time, and he didn't have time to think about it now. Because of the appearance of this connection, the chair seemed to transform into a tomb platform, and as Wang Lin sat on it, the entire image of the third level of the ancient tomb suddenly appeared in his mind. His consciousness, in a way he couldn't understand, was magnified countless times by this chair, sensing a will within this ancient tomb, the will of the tomb itself. It was also a conceptual power left behind by the ancient Taoist Mi. Wang Lin's consciousness, constantly magnified, merged with this will, and a thunderous roar erupted from within the palace, surging outwards. The first person he encountered was Thak Sam. Thak Sam's roaring suddenly ceased. His body trembled violently, and his eyes showed terror. Inside the 9th map, the woman in the pink dress, whose face had previously shown a seductive charm, now looked gloomy as she walked straight ahead. The restrictions she had placed on Thak Sam had inexplicably loosened, causing her extreme unease. I didn't expect that little ancient god to enter first, but with Thak Sam, I'm not without a chance. But why is this restriction so lax? She frowned, lost in thought as she advanced. Suddenly, she stopped. The 9th map in front of her was in chaos, as if a raging storm was brewing. She sharply raised her head, her expression changing. She clearly felt a consciousness that had made her tremble moments before sweeping past her. The immense power of this consciousness shook her mind, leaving her stunned for a long time before regaining her composure, her eyes filled with terror. Whose consciousness is this? Could it be that the ancient Taoist Mi is still alive after being killed by the immortal Venerable? Also on this 9th map, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone's eyes flashed, and the tomb platform beneath his feet flew rapidly forward. His main body had already entered the ancient tomb, and although Wang Lin had stolen his advantage, he wasn't worried at all. Take it all, even if you take everything, you won't be able to leave this ancient tomb alive. A gleam flashed in the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's eyes, but at that moment, a sudden rumble erupted in the void ahead, and countless chaotic currents simultaneously dispersed. In that instant, an boundless divine consciousness roared past, sweeping over the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone, instantly spreading far and wide. But this moment caused the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone to tremble, his mind shaken, and his face drastically changed. In that instant, as that divine consciousness swept over him, he even had the sensation that his entire body was naked, and all his secrets were known to that divine consciousness. In a moment of panic, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone stopped abruptly in midair, his eyes filled with shock. The previous moment had left his scalp tingling, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body, a feeling he'd only experienced before becoming a third-stage expert. Who is it? Whose divine consciousness is this? The 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's face turned pale, staring blankly into the void before him, fear surging through his mind for the first time. It wasn't just the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone and the woman in pink who felt this way. At that moment, all the surviving cultivators inside the ancient tomb instantly sensed this overwhelming divine consciousness sweeping over them. They trembled in terror. This divine consciousness was filled with an overbearing aura, like an emperor in the sky enveloping the earth. Inside the 7th map, there was an old man in cloth robes, his lips pierced by 3 needles, his aged face revealing a cruel and vicious expression. The main body of the great desolate supreme being entered the ancient tomb and proceeded straight ahead. His body was overflowing with Chuan Kong cultivation, and as he advanced, an earth-shattering pressure emanated from him, unstoppable. He strolled leisurely, surpassing the first map in 5 steps, moving straight forward. But at this moment, his body suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Wang Lin's divine consciousness, fused with the will of the ancient tomb, swept over the great desolate supreme being. A rumbling sound echoed, and the great desolate supreme being clasped his hands together, raising them forward as if to grab the terrifying divine consciousness. But just as he raised his right hand to touch this divine consciousness, a thunderous counterforce erupted, directly colliding with the great desolate supreme being. The great desolate supreme being staggered backward, his face instantly changing drastically, his mind trembling. "Who are you?" No one answered him. His divine consciousness continued to spread, constantly expanding, extending from the 7th map to the 6th and 5th maps. On the 4th map, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable and the Wonderful Sound Tao Venerable advanced together, their expressions calm, traversing the endless distance. But suddenly, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's main body's expression changed. "My clone is reporting a message." Before he could finish speaking, he stopped abruptly. The divine consciousness that his clone had just sensed rushed towards him and the Wonderful Sound Tao Venerable. The pupils in the Wonderful Sound Tao Venerable's eyes contracted. Unexpectedly affected by this divine consciousness, his mind was shaken, causing him to look at the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable beside him in shock. The 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's face was gloomy, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Very strong, extraordinarily strong. The woman in white, ranked 3rd among the 8 concubines, now inside the ancient tomb, stopped advancing and quickly retreated, passing through the maps and heading towards the first one. She abandoned the opportunities presented by this place, choosing to leave. In her confusion, she vaguely sensed something was wrong. It seemed that if she didn't leave now, she would be trapped here forever. As she flew away, that divine consciousness suddenly swept over her, pausing abruptly. The woman in white's expression changed drastically, sweat immediately broke out on her forehead, and her body froze, not daring to move. Her mind was shaken. Being subjected to this divine consciousness, it felt as if her entire being was being seen clearly. Besides fear, there was also a feeling of anger and shame that she quickly suppressed. After a long time, the divine consciousness finally left her body and spread forward. Only when this consciousness departed did the woman in white breathe a sigh of relief. Her beautiful face flushed slightly. After a moment of silence, she cast a complex glance in the direction the consciousness had left. Wang Lin sat on a chair in the palace, his unmanipulated consciousness spreading out. He saw all the cultivators of the primordial star spirit currently in the ancient tomb, the woman in pink whose face always exuded a seductive charm, and the clone of the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable. As his consciousness spread, he saw the great desolate supreme being entering the ancient tomb crack, the 9 Heavens main body, and the Wonderful Sound Tao Venerable. Finally, he saw the woman in white. His consciousness expanded further, and in a short time, he saw the ancient tomb crack leading to the primordial star spirit. Wang Lin's consciousness finally stopped beside this crack. At this moment, relying on his fusion with the will of the ancient tomb, Wang Lin saw some things that his cultivation level was unable to see. Even the members of the Taoist sect couldn't figure it out. This crack had been frozen solid by someone using magic, preventing it from closing. Outside the ancient tomb crack, in the starry sky of the primordial star realm, the giant palm print that had appeared earlier still lingered, not yet dissipated. The figure in black, completely enveloped by the palm print, also remained, silently hovering outside the crack. But as soon as Wang Lin's consciousness approached the ancient tomb crack, the figure in black suddenly raised his head, his eyes hidden beneath the robe emitting to bright beams of light. His gaze seemed to penetrate the crack, seeing Wang Lin's consciousness inside. Silence. The two were separated by the crack, silently staring at each other. "Who are you?" The two seemed to speak simultaneously, but the difference was that the voice emanating from the man in black was hoarse and filled with an ancient, mournful tone, like that of a ghost. Wang Lin's words, however, were transmitted through the fluctuations of his consciousness, through the will of this ancient tomb, also giving off an aura of age, as if it had existed for countless years. "I am the Grand Elder of the Primordial Star Spirits," the old man in black slowly said. Inside the crack, Wang Lin remained silent, not transmitting any will for a long time. "Whoever you are, please release them. I will certainly repay you later." The man in black frowned slightly, speaking slowly. "Searching for the moon in a well, this divine ability is quite good." After a long while, Wang Lin's words, transmitted through his will, came out of the crack. As soon as these words entered the mind of the man in black, his body suddenly trembled. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand, and a gigantic palm print suddenly slammed down from the sky into the crack. But he was still a step too late. The crack should have closed, but due to external forces preventing it, it had remained open until now. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly, and the crack immediately emitted a thunderous roar. The freezing power inside was clearly unable to withstand the power of the entire ancient tomb, which even included the divine consciousness left behind by the dead ancient Yumi, and was instantly suppressed. The crack quickly contracted. Once it contracted, Wang Lin could even use his merged will to create a seal, ensuring that this ancient tomb land would remain closed for tens of thousands of years unless something happened. Everyone who enters this place will have no way out. Sever 3/3 of the power of the primordial spirit. The man in black roared softly, his body stepping forward, approaching the rapidly shrinking crack, and raising his right hand. The moment this withered hand was raised, it marched with the descending palm print. Even that enormous palm print quickly merged into this person's right hand, and as he swung it, it directly struck the crack. In that instant, the black-robed man's right hand emitted an extremely hot aura. This heat wasn't fire, but light. This was primordial power. A dazzling radiance, a palm strike against the crack, pierced through it, and rushed straight towards Wang Lin's consciousness inside. The power of this palm strike, upon penetrating the crack and entering the ancient tomb, caused the tomb to rumble violently, striking Wang Lin's merged consciousness like a raging storm, causing his consciousness to suddenly stagger. The power of this palm strike was enough to destroy a world. Its immense power had reached the limit in this starry sky. But how could the will of this ancient tomb, the divine consciousness left behind by the ancient Taoist Yumi, be so easily destroyed? The moment this palm strike pierced through the crack and entered, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the third layer. This sound was inaudible to outsiders. Only Wang Lin's consciousness, fused with the will of the ancient tomb, could clearly hear it. This roar merged with the will of the ancient tomb transmitting into Wang Lin's consciousness, causing Wang Lin's eyes, which were now inside the palace, to burst forth with dazzling light. As his eyes flashed with golden light, the roar, transmitted through his consciousness, resonated within his body like an internal wave, reaching his throat and bursting out from his mouth. Roar! The power of a single roar. The heavens and earth changed color, shaking the ages. A raging storm engulfed the sky. Under this roar, Faxam spat out fresh blood, his body staggering, his hands supporting himself. In an instant, more than half of his body was shattered, his flesh and blood torn apart, and more than half of his body suddenly revealed sharp white bones. This was the physical disintegration of an 8-star ancient god. The roar emanating from Wang Lin's mouth shook the entire ancient tomb. The 9 Heavens Demon Venerable's clone shattered directly, without any chance of resistance. The seductive woman, one of the 8 ancient concubines, spat out fresh blood, brandishing the silk ribbon that had previously helped her avoid the giant armor ribbon bestowed by an ancient immortal. Venerable. The ribbon shattered. With a tragic scream, the seductive woman's body exploded, her soul flying out. After shattering several times, she barely survived, employing some unknown divine power. Great desolate supreme being. 9 Heavens Demon Venerable. Wonderful sound Tao Venerable. All 3 simultaneously spat out fresh blood at this roar, their bodies instantly shattering. Even those with void profound cultivation had no chance of resisting under this roar. But the void mystic masters all possess life-preserving divine abilities. In this roar, the primordial spirits of the 3 survived, each taking out their tools to refine their bodies as a precaution. Their eyes revealed overwhelming terror. They dared not advance further, but instead retreated without hesitation, intending to leave this ancient tomb. The thunderous roar surged towards the crack in the first map, colliding invisibly with the palm print. The power of a single roar. That palm print offered no resistance whatsoever. Like a withered tree, it shattered instantly. After the palm print shattered, it emerged from the crack, transmitting into the mind of the black-robed figure hovering in the outer realm's starry sky. Roar! This was the face of the man behind the drastically changed robe. His body trembled, and he immediately spat out fresh blood, frantically retreating. But as soon as he retreated 3 steps, his legs exploded. No flesh or blood, only white bones. His black robe was torn in more than half, and as he staggered, his body quickly retreated amidst a tragic scream. The Grand Master of a generation, the most mysterious cultivator in the ancient star realm, who had used his silent moon-trapping technique against Wang Lin, was now like a dog in mourning, fleeing in terror. The power of a roar. The power of a roar. That year, he was pushed back thousands of miles by a single roar from within the inner realm, directly leaving it. Today, he was once again pushed back by a roar, disappearing in an instant. However, no one knew whether these two roars belonged to the same person or not. The rift within the primordial star spirit quickly contracted. Inside the ancient tomb, the white-robed woman's face turned pale as she approached the rift. But she was shaken by the roar. Although she used special methods to preserve her body, she was severely injured. She stood there, watching the rift contract, without enough time to escape. "You helped me once, and I will help you once." Just as the woman in white was on the verge of despair, the voice of Wang Lin's divine consciousness reached her ears. But upon hearing this voice, her expression instantly changed. "It's you." As soon as she finished speaking, the crack, which was about to close, suddenly paused. The woman in white suppressed the fear in her heart, knowing that this was not the time to question, and rushed straight towards the crack. In an instant, she was close enough to step out. Just as she was about to step out, she turned around, her eyes glancing at the ancient tomb behind her. She could vaguely sense Wang Lin's divine consciousness. A complex expression flashed through her mind. She thought of the divine consciousness that had previously lingered on her, and the feeling of shame and anger at being scrutinized all over her body resurfaced. She turned and stepped out of the crack. As soon as he stepped out, the crack suddenly contracted, disappearing from the primordial star realm. Wang Lin's consciousness retreated, using the will of the ancient tomb to completely seal it for tens of thousands of years. That grand elder didn't die even after a single roar. He must know that this woman in white has entered the ancient tomb. If he discovers that she has left, will he have any suspicions? If he does, then my actions won't be in vain. Inside the palace, Wang Lin sat on his chair, his consciousness returning to his body. The consciousness of his primordial spirit merged with the will of the ancient tomb. Now, sitting on the chair, he felt no repulsion whatsoever. He sat there calmly, his eyes like lightning, watching to send inside the illusory net far ahead, shaken by that roar. At this moment, Sam was in an extremely difficult situation, his body a bloody mess, revealing sharp white bones. The remaining flesh and blood were rapidly moving, quickly reassembling and recovering. This was a rare opportunity. Sam was severely injured. No matter who it was, they would not hesitate to attack at this moment. But Wang Lin did not. He was an ancient god. Sam was also an ancient god, and ancient gods also possessed the dignity of ancient gods. In this situation, if it weren't for the 7-star level as before, Wang Lin wouldn't have hesitated to attack. But at this moment, he wanted to fight a complete Sam. Besides, he had a more important reason for doing so. Your ancient god star points have been shattered many times. Although I don't know what method you used to restore them and reach 8 stars, it's true that you're not as good as you were back then. Wang Lin sat on his chair, looking down from above. A domineering aura slowly emanated from his body, merging into his voice and penetrating Shen's mind. Shen remained silent, accelerating his body's recovery. His cultivation, after escaping danger on the Vermilion Bird Star, had taken over Tuti's body. Tuti's body belonged to an 8-star ancient god royal family that had existed for millennia. On Wang Lin's forehead, 7-star points rotated, and in his right eye, demonic energy formed a circle, condensing into an ancient demonic star. However, Wang Lin's inheritance was incomplete because he lacked ancient demonic power. This ancient demonic star hadn't fully formed yet, unless he obtained a complete clone of an ancient demon. A clone of an ancient demon might be difficult to find elsewhere, but in this ancient tomb land, especially within this palace, it could be found. The petrified bodies of the 3 ancient tribes preserved from the previous tremors did not dissipate, they still remain. Among them is an ancient demon statue, thousands of feet tall, still retaining its ferocity from its life, clearly visible in many of the corpses of these 3 ancient tribes. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped the void in front of him. With a rumbling sound, the ancient demon statue flew up and landed in front of Wang Lin, where he placed his right hand on its body. It's a pity there are no ancient demon royal family here. This corpse only has a little bit of ancient demon aura. Wang Lin placed his right hand on the ancient demon corpse, and demonic energy suddenly surged from his right eye, forcefully entering the corpse through his hand. The ancient demon aura sealed within Wang Lin's body was extremely powerful. At this moment, with a rumbling sound, the petrified ancient demon corpse was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing demonic energy. Wang Lin sat there, the demonic energy surging into the corpse through his right hand like a raging wave. His eyes remained fixed on the large illusory net in front of him, watching Thaksam rapidly healing his wounds. Giving Thaksam time, besides giving him dignity, was more important than anything else. He couldn't leave this chair to rush into battle. Although the chair no longer had any repulsive force, it was precisely because the repulsive force had dissipated that the inherited aura that Wang Lin was seeing inside was gone. Wang Lin immediately understood that if he stood up, even if he sat down again, no more inheritance would appear. This was something he had inexplicably understood after his consciousness merged with the will of the ancient tomb. Therefore, he couldn't stand up. Because the inheritance only helped him reach the 7-star ancient god realm, it wasn't enough for Wang Lin. He wanted more inheritance. He wanted that repulsive force to reappear. Only then could that inherited aura surge countless times from his beating heart at the 3rd level, as it had before. There was only one way to make this repulsive force reappear. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. Although Thaksam was outside at this moment, and the repulsive force was extremely dangerous, he was unwilling to give up. Therefore, as soon as determination appeared in his eyes, he decisively severed the fusion between his divine consciousness and this ancient tomb. With a rumbling sound, as soon as the fusion between his divine consciousness and the will of the ancient tomb was cut off, the earth-shattering repulsive force erupted once again. At the same time, the heart in the 3rd layer began to beat, and a powerful stream of inherited energy surged into the chair. The power of a 7-star ancient god far surpassed that of a 6-star ancient god. Wang Lin stood firm, not moving an inch, resisting this counterforce. No longer worried about the borrowed aura of the seal in his body being sucked away as before, he relaxed completely, reversing his actions under the counterforce from the chair, actively and powerfully absorbing the inherited energy emanating from the chair. Passive and active, differing by only one word, yet the difference is like heaven and earth. The change isn't just in actions, but also in thoughts. Reaching the 7-star ancient god realm, Wang Lin, after 2,000 years of cultivation, finally brought his ancient god body to the 7-star level. A 7-star ancient god possesses a body so powerful that it's almost impossible for a 2nd-stage cultivator to easily injure it, unless the ancient god is in the midst of a tribulation. Otherwise, like the ancient gods of the immortal realm back then, it would take countless immortals to besiege him for days before he could be injured or killed. It could even be said that a complete 7-star ancient god's body is powerful enough to fight a 3rd-stage void nirvana cultivator. Furthermore, most importantly, within the ancient god tribe, the 7-star ancient god represents entering a period of rapid growth and development. Upon reaching the 7-star ancient god realm, the body continuously grows stronger with the passage of time. Ancient gods possess 9 stars. After reaching 5 stars, adding even one more star is extremely difficult, but once successful, their strength increases exponentially. At this moment, Wang Lin, combining his cultivation abilities with his 2 fundamental lightning and fire powers, along with various miraculous techniques, although he hasn't yet reached the 3rd stage, can still fight against a 3rd-stage void nirvana early-stage expert without being at a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to win. 7-star Wang Lin is certainly no weaker than the 7-star TUT of yesteryear. Although TUT possessed complete inheritance, Wang Lin is the first cultivator from ancient times to the present to merge with the powerful body of an ancient god. Even against a void nirvana mid-stage expert, Wang Lin dares to risk his life. Although the chances of failure are very high, even a void nirvana mid-stage expert would find it extremely difficult to kill him. In the 3rd stage, the stages of nirvana, profound, and tribulation, each realm is similar to the 2nd, each with 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and great perfection. Each level differs greatly, comparable to the gap between pure nirvana and shattered nirvana. Wang Lin sat firmly in his chair, his eyes like torches, allowing the internal countershock force to violently vibrate for 18 breaths as before. However, the power that had shattered his body after 18 breaths now had little effect on his newly regenerated body. 3 more breaths passed, now the 19th, 20th, and 21st. In an instant, the countershock force surged, and a strong inherited aura flooded into Wang Lin's body as it attacked. This inherited aura was frantically absorbed by Wang Lin. His body, along with his right hand pressed against the ancient demon's corpse, seemed to transform into two terrifying black holes. After being absorbed into his body, the inherited aura immediately split into two streams, rapidly absorbing them. This absorption was extremely difficult under the counterforce from within the chair, but Wang Lin did not give up. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a chance again. 22 breaths, 23 breaths, 24 breaths. The counterforce within the chair reached an extremely terrifying level, roaring loudly. Wang Lin's 7-star ancient god body began to struggle. His body trembled, showing signs of shattering, but the recovery power of a 7-star ancient god far surpassed that of a 6-star. It seemed that as soon as it shattered, it immediately recovered. On Wang Lin's forehead, as he continuously absorbed the inherited aura, a faint, indistinct vortex appeared in addition to the 7-star points. This vortex was the 8th ancient god star point taking shape. Once this star point appeared, Wang Lin would become an 8-star ancient god. An 8-star ancient god is extremely powerful in this starry sky. However, reaching the 8-star ancient god level is incredibly difficult, far surpassing the previous process of condensing 7 stars. Although the vortex was faintly visible at this moment, it was completely undetectable unless one looked closely. Wang Lin could not afford to be careless, otherwise, this vortex would instantly dissipate without a trace. At the same time, within the ancient demon corpse in front of Wang Lin, boundless demonic energy surged and was frantically channeled into the corpse by Wang Lin. Even the demonic star in Wang Lin's right eye, which had not yet fully formed, was transferred into this ancient demon corpse. In the blink of an eye, the ancient demon's petrified body vaguely showed signs of recovery, becoming less rigid and slightly softer. In the corpse's right eye, which had been a dull, lifeless screen, a faint light slowly flickered, as if a demonic crystal was about to condense within, becoming increasingly clear. At this moment, behind the illusory nut several hundred feet in front of Wang Lin, Faxam was rapidly healing. In just a few breaths, his flesh and blood had recovered 8/10. Faxam's body was the body of Tut, who back then had nearly reached the peak of the 8-star ancient god royal family, even remaining at this 8-star level for a long time. His body alone had already reached the limit of the 8-star level. In his desire to break through to the 9-star realm, Tut employed a tribal secret technique to create clones, but the technique failed, leading to the appearance of the demonic god of Faxam. The body that Faxam had taken over possessed a recovery power far exceeding Wang Lin's. If he hadn't been so severely injured by that roar earlier, he certainly wouldn't have delayed his recovery until now. Recovering 8 parts was already his limit. The remaining 2 parts weren't physical injuries, but rather the mental breakdown caused by the roar's power, requiring him to go into seclusion to heal completely in a short time. Faxam abruptly raised his head, the 8 points on his forehead rapidly rotating as he stared intently at Wang Lin, who sat behind the illusory net, his expression complex. He could be said to be the person in this world who understood Wang Lin best, from the time when he was just a lowly core formation cultivator to today, possessing the aura of a grand master, allowing himself sufficient time to recover. This was easy to say. But how many people in the world could actually accomplish it? You want to fight me? I'll make you happy. The battle outside the Great Wind Realm formation all those years ago wasn't over yet. Today, in this land of ancient Tao inheritance, you and I will fight again. As Faxam spoke, his body advanced step by step. A rumbling sound echoed as he directly stepped through the gaps in the ancient leaf-shattering formation's illusory net, entering the inheritance palace step by step. This was the first time Faxam's words no longer referred to himself as this god, a mere form of address that revealed his inner feelings. He had acknowledged Wang Lin's ancient god identity. Faxam had never considered Wang Lin to be an ancient god in his life, even after escaping the encirclement. He had always believed that the other party was merely a cultivator who had stolen his inherited memories. Even after Wang Lin became a 6-star ancient god and they fought a battle, Faxam still didn't think highly of Wang Lin. He always believed Wang Lin wasn't worthy of becoming an ancient god. But now, after seeing Wang Lin become a 7-star ancient god, and feeling the boundless ancient god power within Wang Lin's body, and witnessing firsthand how the other party, despite undergoing an extremely dangerous inheritance, still maintained his dignity and gave himself time to recover, He couldn't help but admit that the other party's status was the same as his own, ancient god. You and I have no enmity between us. This battle is a fated battle between the two of us, a battle of inheritance. Thaxam's voice boomed like thunder. As soon as it rang out, his body surged forward, shaking the entire palace. Thaxam's body grew larger, instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall figure. He clenched his right hand and punched forward. Ancient gods can change their size at will, something Thaxam can do. Wang Lin couldn't understand this before, but now, having become a 7-star ancient god, he vaguely discovered a limit. It seemed that the 1,000-foot-tall body after becoming a 7-star was not the limit of a 7-star. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning. The moment Thaxam entered the palace, a surge of starlight and overwhelming killing intent erupted from his eyes, and the 7 ancient god points on his forehead quickly rotated. Just as Thaxam's punch approached, Wang Lin raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and without hesitation, punched forward. Two ancient gods, both inheritors of TUT, engaged in a second fateful battle within this palace. Behind Thaxam, as he unleashed his punch, a roaring gale erupted throughout the palace. The gale swept through, causing Ling Dong and Chu Jin to quickly retreat. Both were severely injured and unable to assist in the battle, so they sat cross-legged at a distance, quickly healing their wounds. Ling Dong's expression was calm, not concerned with the outcome of the battle, but entirely focused on his cultivation. Chu Jin's eyes showed a complex expression. He had witnessed firsthand the difference in Wang Lin's power before and after entering the ancient tomb. Now, his last glimmer of illusion was shattered. In silence, he closed his eyes and began to heal. Behind Tsen, as soon as he swung his fist, a colossal phantom suddenly appeared. This phantom reached the sky, incredibly large, its expression filled with tyranny and a crazed arrogance that showed contempt for all living beings. The moment it appeared, the palace trembled violently, as if about to collapse. This phantom was TUT, the phantom of the 8-star royal clan of the ancient god TUT. THWC Sam was a demonic manifestation of GT, and although the demonic manifestation had reversed the hierarchy at this moment, his soul, everything about him, was still GT. At this moment, a full-force punch was unleashed, and the illusory image of GT suddenly appeared. Behind Thaxam, he also raised his right hand like a shooting star rumbling, rushing towards Vibang Lam. Behind Vibang Lam, at this instant, a colossal, sky-high illusory image also appeared. This illusory image was, surprisingly, also GT. But compared to GT behind Thaxam, this illusory image lacked any trace of brutality, instead possessing an air of wisdom and melancholy. Following Vibang Lam's punch, the illusory image of GT behind him raised its left hand, clenched it, and unleashed a thunderous punch forward. If there were a sky, the heavens and earth would change color. If there were clouds, the wind and clouds would swirl. This scene was a scene of destiny. From afar, these two colossal illusory figures of ancient gods, towering to the heavens, looked exactly alike. Even their sizes were identical, and the cracks on their skin were completely the same. They were both raising their fists, launching a frenzied attack. The only difference was that one ancient god was tyrannical like a demon god, while the other was intelligent and calm. Beneath these two colossal ancient gods were Wang Lin and Tsen. The two drew closer and closer. In a short time, Tsen reached the high platform, his right fist crashing down from the air, directly colliding with Wang Lin's left fist. At the same time, as the two engaged in this fateful battle, far outside the illusory net, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. This figure was the alluring woman, one of the 8 ancient concubines. With a deafening roar as Wang Lin and Tsen's fists met, the illusory figure of Tuti behind them also clashed with both fists. Like the void within the palace being torn apart, amidst the rumbling, the entire illusory figure of Tut behind Thaxam trembled, his right arm shattered, his whole body staggered, and with a loud bang, he retreated continuously, each step hovering thousands of feet. After 4 steps, the ferocious and tyrannical illusory figure of Tut shattered with a thunderous crash. The cunning illusory figure of Tut behind Wang Lin also trembled, his left arm directly shattered, staggering back 3 steps, his entire body filled with countless cracks, instantly breaking into pieces and exploding. The 2 illusory figures of ancient gods expanded, unleashing earth-shattering attacks. A huge crack immediately appeared in the void of this palace, and with a cracking sound, a rift connecting heaven and earth quickly emerged from between these two illusory figures of ancient gods. Under the thunderous explosion, in this fateful battle, Sam's fist collided with Wang Lin, and his body trembled. Their eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and between their fists, countless swirling ripples, like the surface of water, suddenly appeared. Within those ripples lay a terrifying attacking force, tearing and surging violently. Their punches, though different in technique, were both based on sheer power. The moment Sam's fist descended, he instantly unleashed 99 punches. It looked like a single punch, but in reality, his 99 punches were incredibly fast, instantly merging into one. This was Sam's way, breaking through the heavens with sheer force. If one punch can't shatter you, I'll use 99 punches, completely disregarding any technique. Even if your resistance is boundless, under these 99 punches, like raging waves, you will be utterly destroyed. Wang Lin's punch, however, employed the Zhuan-Wu technique, a skill the second-generation vermilion bird on the great Emperor's star had comprehended. He incorporated the force of the recoil into his punch, borrowing its power to unleash a thunderous explosion. Simply put, Wang Lin's punch transformed Tusen into a body of water. Upon impact, his punch generated a powerful recoil, which Wang Lin cleverly harnessed, transforming it into his own attack force. Therefore, the punch wasn't solely his own power, it also contained Tusen's power. Competing with Tusen, and comparing the combined strength of his 99 punches, Wang Lin's punch wasn't just a combination of two forces. Besides the borrowed power from Tusen, there was another crucial element. It was precisely because of this power that Wang Lin could confidently face the 8-star Sam. This power was the repulsive force erupting from the chair below. This power flowed into his body, unleashed with a roaring punch, transforming into an overwhelming divine ability, colliding with Sam's fist. In a resounding crash, fresh blood spilled from Wang Lin's mouth, and cracking sounds emanated from the chair below, revealing cracks on its surface. As these cracks appeared, an earth-shattering roar erupted, and the platform beneath the chair began to crumble from the bottom, instantly shattering more than half of it into pieces. Sam also bled from the corner of his mouth, his body suspended in midair. Unlike Wang Lin, who could unleash his full power, his body staggered, retreating hundreds of meters towards the illusory net. Exhilarating! Just this kind of confrontation is enough. Wang Lin, you truly have the right to call yourself an ancient god. While Tusen retreated, the alluring woman inside the net, using some unknown divine power, managed to condense her body and, relying on her connection with Tusen, found this place and witnessed the battle between Wang Lin and Tusen firsthand. Her expression changed, her eyes revealing murderous intent, and her body flashed, wanting to enter the net to help Tusen kill the man. But just as she was about to step inside the net, Tusen, while retreating, clenched his right hand, turned around, and punched the alluring woman behind him who was about to come out. Get out of the way! This is a battle of my tribe. Outsiders have no right to interfere. The alluring woman was clearly unprepared for Sam's sudden attack. The moment the punch landed, she instantly formed a hand seal and swung her arms forward, transforming them into a swirling ribbon, resisting Sam's unexpected blow. With a resounding crash, the already severely injured woman spat out blood, her body recoiled several steps, her seductive charm completely gone, replaced by a ferocious expression and a sharp, piercing voice. Sam, you dare to betray me! Sam's eyes flashed with cold light. With a cold laugh, he swung his right hand forward, unleashing a punch that transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling towards the woman. He growled, "Do you really think I'm some reckless fool? If it weren't for needing you to heal my wounds, how could I allow you to manipulate me? In this world, who else has the right to manipulate me? You're just a plaything of the immortal venerable, yet you dare to plot against me. Get out of my sight." With a resounding roar, the whirlwind formed by Sam's punch directly leapt into the illusory net, forcing the already injured immortal concubine to retreat further. After retreating several thousand feet, Sam grabbed the large net with both hands, fiercely pulling it inward. Immediately, the power of the ancient god erupted, merging into the illusory net, sealing it once again, preventing the immortal concubine from entering. All of this happened in an instant. Sam turned and looked at Wang Lin. "Now, no one can disturb this battle between you and me. Although the platform was more than half shattered as it crumbled, and with each passing breath, now at the 30th breath, the recoil force emanating from the seat reached the limit Wang Lin could withstand. Even the regenerative power of a 7-star ancient god couldn't endure it. The two fundamental energies within his body rapidly dissipated, making it extremely difficult to hold on. If this continued, his body would once again disintegrate, leading to complete death. As the recoil force from within the seat grew stronger, the inherited aura surged, and Wang Lin absorbed it frantically. On his forehead, the 8th swirling star point became increasingly clear. The colossal ancient demon's corpse, which hadn't been destroyed in the previous battle, now had its right eye filled with frenzied demonic energy, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th demonic crystals directly appeared. As Wang Lin continuously and actively absorbed this inherited aura, blood unexpectedly flowed from his left eye. This inherited aura was incomplete because Li Guang had shot out Yumi's left eye years ago. The more he absorbed this aura, the more painful Wang Lin's left eye became. It was as if he had become the ancient Tao from that time. His left eye shattered. Even his left eye's vision of the heavens and earth now appeared blurry, as if one of his left eyes was rapidly disappearing. If it were just that, it would be fine. Wang Lin wouldn't need to worry about just one left eye. But the left eye of Dao Gu, which Li Guang had shot out that year, also contained the memories of half a lifetime and memories of his homeland. Therefore, while this left eye was aching, Wang Lin's memories were torn apart. The memories of half a lifetime, spanning 1,000 years, along with his longing for Muwen and his homeland within the realm, for the vermilion bird star for everyone, were all ripped apart, as if disappearing along with the fading of his left eye. Give me back my left eye. While Wang Lin was absorbing this inherited aura, this roar echoed in his mind once again. At this moment, after Tsen sealed the illusory net, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and he rushed towards Wang Lin, his right hand raised to the sky and clenched fiercely. With a thunderous roar, 100-foot-long spear suddenly appeared in Tsen's right hand. The royal artifact of the Tu family, the God-slaying spear. With a roar, Faxam, holding the God-slaying spear in his right hand, ferociously lunged towards Wang Lin. Amidst the thunderous roar, the God-slaying spear flashed with dazzling light, emanating a dense aura of ancient gods, like a lightning bolt tearing through the heavens and earth, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's left eye continuously bled, staining his body crimson, a shocking sight. Just as the God-slaying spear roared towards him, Wang Lin tilted his head, his left eye blurring everything, his memories torn apart, causing veins to bulge on his face. As the God-slaying spear approached, Faxam instantly leapt forward, 40 breaths of time having passed. The recoil from the chair surged, violently surging into Wang Lin's body. He closed his eyes, the image of Dao Guimi sitting on this very chair appearing in his mind, swinging a punch forward. A palm strike. Divine shock, weapon cultivation ranks. Wang Lin closed his eyes, his body seemingly breathing, taking a fierce breath. Under the violent recoil, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, but he had absorbed a large amount of inherited energy from within the chair. He gently swung his left hand forward, and the space in front of him immediately twisted, ripples spreading outwards from him. The 8th star point, outside the 7 rotating star points on his forehead, suddenly condensed with a sudden breath, and the vortex quickly formed. Although it was still a long way from officially becoming the 8th star point, just like Foundation Establishment cultivators. Anyone at Foundation Establishment had the qualifications to become an 8-star ancient god. Any star point that was born had to be formed from rotating immortal energy, then continuously condensed during rotation, and when it absorbed enough ancient god power, it would become a star point. The speed of the god-slaying spear was extremely fast, roaring as it rushed forward, only less than 10 meters away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair was pulled back, and fragments of it flew wildly from the platform below the seat. Demonic path, life and death reversed. Wang Lin kept his eyes closed, his left hand transforming from a fist into a finger, pointing forcefully forward. With a resounding crash, this finger unexpectedly struck the god-slaying spear. The moment his finger made contact with the sharp god-slaying spear, Wang Lin's eyes widened. At the same time, his divine consciousness surged out, disregarding everything and merging into the chair. Under the recoil of the chair, each layer of his divine consciousness, as it dissolved, followed the chair into the 3rd layer containing the beating heart, heading straight for that heart. With a single punch and a single finger, the moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, his power erupted to its peak. That single punch unleashed boundless, infinite ripples, constantly vibrating and spreading outwards, centered around the chair where Wang Lin sat, causing the surrounding ground to shatter and tremble violently. Countless fragments of the ground seemed to be lifted up, sweeping outwards in all directions with a deafening roar. Each ripple contained countless shockwaves, unleashed by Wang Lin's punch. The palace's ground shattered, the void was torn apart, emitting deafening explosions. As the ground disintegrated, the remaining corpses all exploded, swirling around Wang Lin's location to form a colossal whirlwind. This whirlwind roared, hurtling straight towards Shushan Waterfall. Shushan Waterfall let out a low growl, a rumbling sound emanating from his body as he struggled forward under the whirlwind. Wang Lin retracted his fist, and a demonic finger suddenly collided with the roaring god-slaying spear. A resounding crash drowned out the sound of the whirlwind, like an earth-shattering roar. The entire god-slaying spear trembled, the divine shock and demonic power emanating from Wang Lin's finger directly transmitting to the spear, causing the spear, which was attacking with such force, to suddenly stop. It seemed as if Wang Lin's finger had become the hardest thing in the heavens and earth, enough to shake the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear trembled violently. This trembling was not only due to the collision with Wang Lin's life and death reverse finger of demonic power, but also caused by the vibrations of the ripples. Waves of energy surged in all directions, attacking the god-slaying spear, causing layers of intricate symbols to instantly appear on its surface. These symbols flashed intensely, as if they were about to split apart under the shock. The god-slaying spear, the most powerful royal weapon of Tut's entire life, was wielded by Tut. Tushen, whose power was very close to Tut's, wielded the god-slaying spear in his hands, its power only slightly less than Tut's. The moment Wang Lin's finger touched the god-slaying spear, he immediately felt an unimaginable surge of power. His finger felt like it was about to shatter under this force, and the immense power even spread through his body, creating a rumbling sound. Blood trickled from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but in an instant, a look of unwavering determination appeared on his face. His expression remained calm, as if everything was within his calculations, including the immense power emanating from the god-slaying spear. At this moment, he poured all his consciousness into the chair, rapidly approaching it through the strange connection with the heart on the third level. But the closer he got, the greater the recoil force became. With his own strength, Wang Lin couldn't make his consciousness completely touch the heart on the third level. In that instant, the immense power emanating from the god-slaying spear exploded within Wang Lin's body, surging outwards with a thunderous roar. The chair beneath Wang Lin immediately developed many more cracks, and the platform below crumbled further. At the same time, the powerful force that had entered his body was forcefully channeled by Wang Lin, transforming into a power that guided his consciousness towards the chair. His consciousness, already on the verge of dissipating, slowed down under the countershock, but thanks to this force, it suddenly shot out like an arrow from a bow, piercing through the countershock, directly breaking through everything, and following that strange connection into the third layer. Amidst the rumbling, it reached the beating heart. At this very moment, as Wang Lin's consciousness made contact with that heart, the true inheritance process suddenly began. In Wang Lin's mind, he immediately heard the sound of a pounding heartbeat. This sound was like thunder, reverberating in his mind, even guiding Wang Lin's heart, causing his heart and the heart in the third layer to maintain the exact same rhythm. This rhythm grew faster and faster, and as this rhythm was maintained, Wang Lin's heart immediately felt intense pain, as if enduring extreme pressure. As this rhythm continued, a strange connection seemed to form between Wang Lin's heart and the heart in the third layer. A series of memories, causing Wang Lin's head to ache as if it were about to split open, quickly flooded into his mind. These memories were incredibly chaotic, like a tidal wave, rushing in regardless of whether Wang Lin acknowledged them or not. The pain was like his soul being torn apart, countless times greater than the tribulation suffered by the ancient god back then. In this agony, Wang Lin let out a heart-wrenching cry. Thump, 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 thump. The heart in the third layer beat faster and faster. In an instant, they seemed to connect, forming a continuous sound. Wang Lin's heart was also drawn in, beating very fast, seemingly capable of piercing through Wang Lin's body. Looking at the chest of the ancient god's body, one could clearly see his heart filled with countless blood vessels, frantically thrashing, as if about to explode. There was also a lot of fresh blood flowing from those blood vessels, staining everything around. All of this takes a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. The heart in the third layer, beating violently, seemed to let out a sigh that echoed in Wang Lin's mind, followed by a rumbling sound. The heart in the third layer unleashed a final surge of immense power, striking directly at Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his heart instantly cracking into countless fissures. As the excruciating pain intensified, Wang Lin's expression turned ferocious. Behind him, the figure of the ancient god Tut suddenly appeared. This figure, too, was now writhing in agony, struggling. Under the final surge of power from the third layer heart, the towering phantom of Tut behind Wang Lin shattered into pieces, as if Wang Lin's ancient god inheritance had been erased. As soon as the phantom of Tut shattered, a massive head replaced Tut, appearing behind Wang Lin. This head was as large as the entire body of Tut, but it was very blurry, its features indistinct, with a vacant space in its left eye and black blood still lingering there. Looking at it vaguely, this head was incredibly ferocious. The moment this head appeared, the final surge of immense power from the heart at the third level surged into Wang Lin's body, and the platform beneath Wang Lin's feet suddenly shattered. This mountain-like platform crumbled layer by layer. Countless fragments of rock scattered. The roar was earth-shattering. The platform completely shattered, as if unable to withstand this immense power. Even the chair itself trembled, shattering more than half. In this destruction, the armrests were torn apart. Even the backrests were broken in half. Wang Lin's body felt as if it were about to explode under this immense power. With a low roar, Wang Lin's left hand, which had been pointing at the god-slaying spear, retracted and swung up. A blood-red light burst forth, and the blood sword directly appeared. At this moment, the god-slaying spear was no longer hindered by Wang Lin's single finger. With a roar, it shot straight towards Wang Lin, seemingly wanting to pierce through his body. A blood-red light flashed. As the blood sword appeared, it merged with the immense power that was now enough to destroy Wang Lin's body, the attack force shattering the platform and destroying the chair. And an extremely domineering aura emanated from the inherited heart energy of the third level, rushing straight towards the god-slaying spear. A deafening roar erupted. In an instant, the blood sword and the god-slaying spear collided in front of Wang Lin. The god-slaying spear trembled violently. At the tip of the spear, the blood sword, with the force of a splitting bamboo, directly split the spearhead in two, as if splitting a bamboo stalk. This astonishing attack, combined with the sharpness emanating from the spear, pierced through it. A blood-red light flashed. The blood sword pierced through the god-slaying spear and hurtled straight towards the roaring Thaksam. In an instant, it stabbed into Thaksam's chest, as if nothing in the world could stop the sharpness of the blood sword. The moment it struck Thaksam, with a mournful roar, it directly pierced through him, blood splattering in all directions, flashing behind Thaksam. Thaksam spat out blood, his body, which had been advancing forward, staggered and stumbled back several hundred meters. With a loud crash, he knelt on the ground, his head violently raised. At this moment, the god-slaying spear in front of Wang Lin split in two, slicing past him and plunging into the ground with a thud. All the symbols on it shattered. On Wang Lin's forehead, the swirling vortex, which was about to form its 8th star point, was dimly absorbing boundless energy and instantly condensed completely, forming a full vortex. This was the most difficult condensation process before becoming the 8th star point, giving Wang Lin the foundation to break through a crucial barrier and form a true 8th star point, providing him with the proof to become an 8-star ancient god later. Without this vortex, Wang Lin's desire to become an 8-star ancient god would be extremely difficult. Without countless millennia of condensation, it would be completely impossible to succeed. An 8-star ancient god, second only to 9-star in power within the ancient god tribe. How could it be so easily attained? Under the immense power surging from the heart at the 3rd level, the corpse of the ancient demon that Wang Lin's right hand had been holding trembled violently, its stone body instantly shattering completely, losing all traces of its stone hardness. At the same time, the ancient demon star point quickly emerged from the right eye of this ancient demon. The 5th and 6th demon stars suddenly appeared. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Lin's left eye was already more than half dim, the pain radiating not only from his heart and soul, but also from a tearing sensation of memories, and blood was flowing from his left eye. If he continued, his left eye would be completely blind, and his memories, like those of the ancient Tao, would be half lost. Losing his memories, losing all his recollections of his parents, his lover, his homeland, Wang Lin couldn't bear this. With a mournful cry, his body suddenly rose from the chair he had been sitting on for the first time. He had left the chair. The moment he left, the connection between his heart and the heart in the third level was suddenly severed. The chair completely became a stone, ceasing to exist. The entire palace suddenly became extremely quiet, with only 2 hurried breaths echoing within. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the gigantic skull that replaced Tut's illusory image behind him slowly faded away. After a long while, Wang Lin's expression gradually recovered, and he opened his eyes. From now on, I am no longer Tut's ancient god successor, but Daogu. Wang Lin raised his right hand from the ancient demon's corpse and pointed it at his forehead, pulling outwards forcefully. Immediately, a dark light flashed, and Wang Lin slowly extracted Tut's inherited memories from the ancient god's land all those years ago. The legacy of Tut had followed Wang Lin for over 1,000 years, right up to now. But at this moment, this legacy was no longer effective. Tut had only reached the peak of an 8-star ancient god. A halo of light, formed from the inherited memories, gradually appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. He gazed at the halo of light for a moment in silence, then swung it forcefully forward. The halo flew straight towards Thaksam. Here you go. Thaksam, kneeling on the ground, his chest a chaotic mess of blood and flesh rapidly healing, was startled for a moment before accepting the inherited memories he had desperately craved. Memories that had driven him mad and driven him to pursue them, all the way to this outer realm. His body trembled noticeably. He had waited for this day for a very long time, from the year when it was just a wisp of demonic thought, sealed for countless years. Finally watching helplessly as Wang Lin took away these inherited memories, his anger and hatred surged to the heavens. Because of this inherited memory, he could disregard everything. After breaking the seal and taking over Tut's body, he began a very long and arduous search. This process was full of hardship. He had thought countless times that one day he would extract the inherited memory from Wang Lin's body, making himself a perfect inheritor, without any flaws. But he never imagined that the inherited memory he desired would one day be voluntarily returned to him by Wang Lin. Holding the halo of light transformed from the inherited memory, Tishan remained silent. After a long time, he raised his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at Wang Lin. Thank you. Tishan had never said thank you in his life. Those 2 words didn't exist in his mind. No one was worthy of his gratitude. In fact, in his thoughts, he didn't need to thank anyone. His madness, his arrogance, had seeped into his bones. The inheritance of Tut is complete. Whether he awakens or not, whether you perish or not, I don't care. Wang Lin has taken a part of the ancient Dao inheritance. Although only a part, this inheritance is unique. Besides him, no one else can continue to possess it. If one day Wang Lin's cultivation reaches a level where he can absorb it again, he will return to this place to continue the inheritance. After leaving this statement, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Ling Dong and Zhou Jin, who were shaking in the distance, were immediately absorbed into the heavenly emperor cauldron. He also collected the corpse of the ancient demon into his storage space. Having retrieved the ancient breath leaf, the blood sword, and everything else, Wang Lin advanced step by step. He had obtained a portion of the ancient Da's memories, and his understanding of this first level was far superior to others. As he walked, ripples appeared beneath his feet, and his figure was about to disappear from the palace. But at this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. Instead of leaving, he gently turned and looked towards the distant void. He saw that to the north of the palace, within that void, ripples suddenly appeared. These ripples grew larger and larger, instantly spreading endlessly, transforming into a gigantic illusory net. A wave of oppressive power emanated from within, and immediately afterward, a massive illusory figure suddenly appeared behind this illusory net. From outside the net, it was impossible to see clearly what was inside, but Wang Lin could see it very clearly. Behind this illusory net was a gigantic black shadow. This black shadow was completely round, incredibly large, with countless tentacles flickering around its body. A stream of ancient divine aura spewed from its mouth, unexpectedly attacking the illusory net. It was Wang Yue. 2 cultivators were standing above Wang Yu's head. It was clearly Wu Dongshan and his companions. The 2 men were extremely vigilant, constantly and carefully observing their surroundings, seemingly guarding against any unexpected events. They relied on the fact that Wang Yue, inside this ancient tomb, didn't need a tomb platform, just like Tisun had found this palace. They were preparing to have Wang Yue break through the barrier and enter. However, overcoming the restrictions to enter this palace was incredibly difficult. Based on their analysis, even if there was no hope, it would still take a very long time to dissolve the restrictions. Although anxious, they couldn't help but wait anxiously. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he stepped forward, directly approaching the illusory barrier that had just appeared to the north of the palace. After raising his right hand and grabbing it, he pulled hard. With a rumbling sound, the illusory barrier immediately opened a large gap. Outside the rift, Wu Dongshan and his companion were obviously stunned. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, a sudden whirlwind erupted from within the rift and slammed into their faces. The power contained within this whirlwind was completely overwhelming. They were instantly swept away, their bodies gushing blood with agonizing screams. They couldn't even see the source of the whirlwind. They were swept into Wang Lin's storage space amidst the gushing blood. Even Wang Yue, under the whirlwind, his massive body recoiled violently, his dark eyes gleaming with intense light, especially the seal symbol on his forehead, which now shone even more fiercely. Wang Lin stepped out of the crack without stopping, and with a wave of his sleeve, Wang Yu's body trembled violently. A huge crack appeared behind her, and she was directly sucked inside, disappearing from the ancient tomb captured by Wang Lin. Luo Chen, he must still be inside Wang Yu's body. Luo Chen had shown Wang Lin kindness. Wang Lin always remembered this. After capturing Wang Yue, Wang Lin sighed, moved forward, and his figure vanished. The entire palace was destroyed, and now only Tisun remained, staring in astonishment at the inherited memories in his hand. He felt no joy, only hesitation and confusion. The inheritance he had longed for his entire life was now before him, but he didn't know whether what he had sought his whole life was right or wrong. Tut from the day I was born. I knew I was just a wisp of demonic thought. This memory is truly like you really died because of the failed clone, and I am a part of the clone technique you left behind. I am Sam, or Tut. The bewilderment in Sam's eyes deepened as he knelt silently, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the passage of time. Inside the ancient tomb, after the rift leading to the primordial star was sealed, the fog thickened, engulfing everything like a raging sea. At this moment, there were still a few cultivators inside the ancient tomb. Those who survived the previous mutations were all highly skilled cultivators with extremely sharp minds, which is why they were able to avoid all dangers. It could be said that these people were all the elite of the tribes in the primordial star. At this moment, within the ninth map, in an endless chaotic space, Wang Lin's figure appeared, gradually becoming more substantial. His current location was in a completely different world from that palace, avoiding the alluring women of the 8 concubines. Wang Lin had no interest in any of the cultivators in this ancient tomb, especially the mystic Sound Tao Venerable, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable, and the Great Desolate Supreme Being, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Although injured by a single roar, these individuals had lived for tens of thousands of years and undoubtedly possessed various divine abilities. Wang Lin wasn't like he was during his fight with the Grand Venerable years ago, where he had the insane urge to kill them all. This unrealistic plan didn't align with his current intentions. Furthermore, the ancient tomb had been completely sealed by Wang Lin. These people would be trapped here for a long time, unable to escape. That was more than enough. After manifesting, Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped at the void, causing the ninth map to rumble violently. In front of Wang Lin, within the void, ripples suddenly appeared, as if being torn apart, revealing a huge crack. A rumbling sound emanated from the crack, and a massive golden pavilion slowly emerged. Earth Talisman. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Based on a portion of the Tao Ancient's inherited memories, he knew how Yimi had opened the Earth Talisman in this place. The pavilion had 3 windows. The main door was locked, but from within, Wang Lin could clearly see 3 beams of light inside. An immense pressure emanated from the pavilion, enveloping everything around it. The moment the pavilion appeared, all the cultivators inside the ancient tomb immediately felt it. Especially the 3 people, Miaoyan, Jutia, and Da Huang, noticed it even more clearly. Wang Lin didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as the Earth Talisman appeared, he waved his sleeve, sweeping it across, instantly pulling the Earth Talisman out of the crack. After putting it into his storage space, he turned and walked away. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Wang Lin had arrived inside the fifth map, outside the sealed area where the ancient breath leaf was located. This place was still intact as before Wang Lin left, without any damage. After examining it for a moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and an ancient breath leaf was stuck to it. As soon as the entrance opened, the leaf flew in. The entire place remained the same, the swirling vortex hovering above the ground still existing, slowly rotating. Walking to the side of the vortex, Wang Lin was silent for a moment. With his current perception of the ancient tomb, he could clearly detect the fluctuations caused by the appearance of the Earth Talisman. The surviving cultivators within the tomb were rapidly advancing, some with extremely powerful divine senses focused on him, intending to come to this place. His eyes flashed, and Wang Lin raised his right hand, striking out with a seal towards the sky. The seal instantly vanished, disappearing without a trace. As soon as it vanished, the sea of mist beneath the 9 maps in the first layer of the ancient tomb surged violently, emitting piercing screams from within, as if countless battle spirits were hidden within. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. This seal of Wang Lin was the seal to open the second layer of the ancient tomb. With a cold laugh, Wang Lin stepped into the vortex. Just as his figure was about to disappear, he raised his right hand and grabbed behind him. With a rumbling sound, the entire sealed area vanished, absorbed by Wang Lin just like the vortex itself, forever disappearing from the ancient tomb. As soon as the sealed area disappeared, the 3 Taoist masters rushed forward. But they were a step too late. Before them was an empty space. At the same time, as Wang Lin left, Sen, who had been silently contemplating in the palace, seemed to have made up his mind, placing the inherited memory he held in his hand on his forehead. Within the realm, beneath the Thunder Immortal Realm, outside the borders of the Luotia Star Domain, at the place where Thimlang was swept away all those years ago. At this moment, in the glittering starry sky, a crack suddenly appeared, and a figure in white robes stepped out from within. The moment this figure appeared, an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that permeated the entire Luotia Star Domain. The ferocity of this pressure was enough to make tens of thousands of living beings tremble. Master Lu was the first to clearly feel it. He awoke from his meditation, unexpectedly. It wasn't the ancient star god from the outer realm, but had returned to Luotia home. The white-robed figure outside the rift remained silent for a moment, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the Luotia Star Domain, under a tense atmosphere, in the northwest of the Luotia Star Domain lay an boundless star formation composed of 439 cultivation stars. Outside this star formation, numerous cultivators moved about, constantly accumulating power for the formation and casting seals. Further away, rainbows roared, and countless cultivators, divided into groups under the leadership of their commanders, emerged from the vast star sea, selecting numerous cultivation stars and surging forward. Inside this star formation was a swirling vortex of mist. The mist wasn't thick, and within it, a seated old man could be clearly seen. He wore a Taoist robe, his expression calm yet dignified, though his complexion was slightly pale. During his breathing, thunder rumbled, as if countless bolts of lightning were hidden within his body. This old man is none other than the third stage expert in the Luotia Star Domain, Master Lu, a cultivator at the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm. Being a third stage expert is extremely rare in the inner world, a phenomenon seen only once in tens of thousands of years. Master Lu is like a god, his status is incredibly high, and all other cultivators are nothing more than ants in his eyes. Master Lu is arguably the protector of Master Lu, and he was the one who initiated the Great War against the Alliance. Throughout his life, he only faced hardship and had to flee in front of Thaksam. After Thaksam appeared in the Luotia Star Domain, Master Lu was terrified and used a secret technique to quickly escape. Only after Thaksam left did he reappear. After many years of healing, although his lineage was insufficient, Master Lu also possessed special methods, so his injuries from the battle with Thaksam gradually healed. Everything was peaceful, but today, as soon as Wang Lin emerged from the ancient tomb and entered the Luotia Star Domain, Master Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately opened his eyes wide, a glint of light flashing in the corners of his eyes. Without time to think carefully, he instantly felt the oppressive aura emanating from Wang Lin, sweeping across the entire Luotia star domain. Under this pressure, Master Lu's face darkened drastically. He quickly stood up, his eyes filled with terror, staring intently into the distance. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything, seeing Wang Lin entering the Luotia star domain in the distance. But before he could see clearly, a powerful force, in his confusion, entered his consciousness, disrupting his mind, causing him to become dizzy and everything to become blurry. Master Lu's face changed drastically, his eyebrows furrowed. Who is this person? I can't see his form clearly. But his consciousness, I feel as if I've known him before. He hasn't reached the third stage yet, but why do I have such a terrifying feeling about his vague body? Inside the vortex, it wasn't just Master Lu alone, for old men were seated around him. Master Lu stood up, his expression changing, causing the four old men to tremble and look towards him. If it were Wang Lin, he would recognize them. At a glance, they were all familiar cultivators from years ago. Yan Leizi of the Leixian Palace, Lai Yangzi whom Wang Lin had severely wounded, and the ancestor of the Yao family, Zhu Shenzi, who had once pursued Wang Lin but was stopped by Qing Shui and later severely wounded in the alliance battle but has since recovered. Besides these three, the last one is Xiang Yandong. This Xiang Yandong is the one who guided Wang Lin to the Xiang family's ancestral star, causing Wang Lin to suffer the 7-star technique and be deceived by the Xiang family's ancestor, having almost all of his life force drained away. Senior, what happened? Yan Leizi, who had followed Lu Fuzi for a long time, was shaken to his core by the change in the other's expression. After hesitating for a moment, he respectfully bowed and asked. Lai Yunzi and the others looked serious, a sense of unease rising in their hearts. Lu Fuzi before them was an unimaginably powerful third-step expert, a legendary figure. Nothing in the world could possibly cause him to change his expression. However, before they could hear a word from Lu Fuzi, they immediately felt an overwhelming pressure that shook their minds, a rumbling sound sweeping across the distant starry sky. The power of this oppressive force surged through the bodies of the four men like a powerful force striking them directly. In a short time, their expressions changed, their minds were shaken, and they felt as if they were about to shatter under this pressure. Fortunately, this pressure only flashed briefly, but its instantaneous descent caused their faces to turn pale, and in their panic, they all changed color. They vaguely guessed that this was the reason why the legendary Master Lu had lost his composure. Master Lu's expression was somber, his eyes flashing. Throughout his life, he had been cautious and rarely took risks. Only once, and the result was that he was severely injured and nearly died in front of Toussaint. But afterwards, he didn't flee like a dog with its tail between its legs. Therefore, from then on, he acted even more cautiously, especially the fierce power of the oppressive force just now, which terrified him. Now, he couldn't help but understand, so he had to investigate it himself first. Therefore, after a moment of contemplation, Master Lu said in a low voice, "Four of you, bring out the Luotia illusion mirror. I want to see who this person is and what they're doing in the Luotia star domain." The four of them, including Yan Leizi, obeyed the command, their minds shaken. Without hesitation, they quickly divided into four groups, sitting cross-legged in different directions. Each of them performed a hand gesture, simultaneously displaying their divine abilities. These abilities, caught by Master Lu, had been continuously cultivated by them and had now reached perfection. As they performed the hand gestures, a cluster of white light flashed. The white light intensified between them, quickly transforming into a white mirror like the surface of water. The mirror appeared, its surface filled with swirling ripples, somewhat hazy. Master Lu's eyes flashed, and with his right hand, his index finger, like an ant, directly pointed at the illusory mirror from a distance. The ripples on the glass surface suddenly stopped twisting and slowly subsided, quickly revealing a vast expanse of starry sky. Within that starry sky, a silver-haired figure was slowly flying away. Wang Lin slowly walked forward in this Luotia star domain. Everything around him felt very familiar. Although Luotia wasn't the alliance, Wang Lin had left many footprints here in the past. I wonder if those people from back then are still here. Wang Lin sighed softly. As he walked, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, glanced up at the glittering starry sky, and a lightning bolt flashed in his right eye. "Get out of here!" As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning bolt in Wang Lin's right eye roared out from his pupil. The starry sky rumbled, and as the lightning bolt descended, shattering the void, it vanished in a deafening explosion. Lu Fuzi was there, and just as the four of them, including Yan Lazi, formed a phantom mirror and clearly saw the white-robed, white-haired man, he heard Wang Lin's words. With a resounding roar, the phantom mirror instantly erupted with earth-shattering thunder. Thousands of bolts of lightning shot out from within, sweeping across the heavens and earth. With a loud bang, the phantom mirror shattered into pieces, and an immeasurable shockwave spread outwards. Lu Fuzi's expression changed again. He waved his hand forward, gathering this shockwave and pushing it into the sky. Under this single wave of his hand, endless thunder surged into the sky, transforming into a continuous, deafening roar that shook the surrounding cultivators. When they looked up, the entire starry sky seemed to be replaced by thunder, like a lightning tribulation descending. Yan Lazi spat out blood, his body recoiling rapidly, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, a voice within him was screaming, frantically howling. Wang Lin! He is Wang Lin! He clearly saw the figure of the white-robed, white-haired man. He could never forget the other's image. Lai Yangzi also spat out fresh blood, his body trembling with fear as he retreated backward. He had interacted with Wang Lin the most, especially the last time at the Vermilion Bird secret sect when he was suppressed by Wang Lin, which was deeply etched in his memory. Now, seeing the white-robed man, he was surprised to find he looked exactly like Wang Lin. For a short time, he stood there speechless. Wang Lin, it really is him. Blood Godson's face turned pale, his mind reeling with terror as he retreated. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He could never imagine that the insignificant figure he had chased like an ant years ago, who would surely have died at his hands if it weren't for Qing Shui's intervention, could today possess such a terrifying aura that made him tremble. And Xiang Yandong of the Xiang family, his face even paler. His cultivation was the weakest, and at this moment, as he retreated, his primordial spirit was filled with Wang Lin's thunderous power, leaving a deep crack in his Dao heart. Wang Lin! A look of terror appeared in Xiang Yandong's eyes. The first thing he thought of was how his family's ancestor had taken away all of Wang Lin's life force years ago. Although this was under the pretext of saving his wife and children, it had created enmity. This was something the Xiang family had completely disregarded. No matter how high Wang Lin's cultivation was, facing the entire Xiang family was like a pebble against a rock. Not to mention the ancestor who had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. With such a person present, few would dare to provoke him. Senior, this person's cultivation. Xiang Yandong suppressed the fear in his heart, looking towards Lu Fuzi. Lu Fuzi's expression grew even more somber. He raised his head and gazed at the boundless lightning spreading like a sea into the distant starry sky. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Wang Lin, I think that back then in the Alliance, in the ancient God land, I befriended this person. A complex expression appeared on his face. Lu Fuzi withdrew his gaze and moved deeper into the vortex. This person's cultivation hasn't reached the third stage yet, but I'm not sure I can defeat him. I can't resolve your matter with him either. Stay here, your safety can be guaranteed. These words resonated in the hearts of the four, immediately causing them to fall silent. Yan Lazi's eyes flashed, and his expression gradually calmed down. He told himself that he hadn't offended Wang Lin in any way, and even owed him a small debt of gratitude, so he gradually calmed down. But deep down, there remained a permanent trauma that could never be erased. The expression on the face of the War Clan's patriarch, Li Yangdi, changed drastically, and after a long while, he sighed. He was most worried about Blood God Sun and Xiang Yandong. A moment later, Xiang Yandong bowed respectfully to Lu Fuzi, his gaze complex as he looked at the three men before him, then quickly turned and left. He wanted to take this news back to the Xiang family to prepare thoroughly. An enemy that even Lu Fuzi, the patriarch of the Luotia Star Domain, couldn't be sure of defeating. What could the Xiang family possibly do against them? Thinking of this, Xiang Yandong felt a pang of fear. As for Blood God Sun, after a moment of contemplation, he silently sat down, as if afraid to leave. Wang Lin's expression was calm, his gaze returning from the shimmering starry sky. With his cultivation, he could clearly sense that beneath the invisible ripples in the starry sky earlier, someone had cast a spell focused on him. It seems my return has attracted a lot of attention. That's good. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. Now he had the right. With his cultivation, he could face anything. Even if someone knew of his return, it wouldn't matter to him. He leisurely advanced, his steps not fast in this vast starry sky, but each step covered considerable distance. He gazed at the familiar starry sky around him, walking silently and calmly. In the distant starry sky ahead of Wang Lin, nearly 100 cultivators, transformed into roaring rainbows, circled around a cultivation planet with dense spiritual energy. Thread-like streams of energy shot out from their hands, instantly forming a net that enveloped this colossal cultivation planet. Among these cultivators was a middle-aged man whose eyes flashed like lightning. His cultivation had reached the peak of the pure nirvana realm, and his appearance was majestic, especially the glint in his eyes. Arcs of lightning arced around his body, further enhancing his imposing presence. The middle-aged cultivator's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the ears of nearly 100 cultivators. Everyone smiled. Zan Kongli, we don't mind going into seclusion, but you are the most outstanding of the Zan family this generation. How could your ancestor allow you to go into seclusion? Normally, being punished by going into seclusion wouldn't be a big deal, but we're preparing for war. If we're punished by going into seclusion after the war starts, we'll be unwilling. Brother Zan, I heard that this time all 4 major star domains are preparing for war, but it's led by Yunhai. This is truly incomprehensible. Why should we obey Yunhai's orders? Do you have any news? Laughter echoed, and everyone simultaneously channeled their elemental power. This cultivation planet suddenly rumbled, slowly drifting forward under the combined pull of everyone. The middle-aged man was Zan Kongli. His right hand was also connected to the cultivation star behind him by a thread. Following the others as they flew forward, he smiled and said, "This matter was decided by our Luo Tian's ancestor, Master Lu, along with people from the 3 other star domains. I don't know much about it. If there were any news, how could I not tell you? What's the hurry?" Mentioning Master Liu, the eyes of nearly 100 cultivators lit up with fervent admiration. Even Zan Kongli himself had only recently learned about Master Liu. In their eyes, Master Liu was the strongest person in Luotia, the protector of the Luotia star domain. With Master Liu, Luotia was indestructible. Looking at those around him, Zan Kongli sighed inwardly. And like these people, Zan Kongli's eyes held only respect, not a trace of fervor. It seemed his fervor had been completely taken away by someone. The fervent gazes from those around him, long ago, were something Qin Kang Liat had also experienced. He had once been incredibly passionate, willing to do anything for that person with just a word. This fervor for that person hadn't faded with time. On the contrary, it had deepened, and his understanding of that person had become increasingly profound. But where is he now? A deep sense of nostalgia flickered in Qin Kang Liat's eyes. He still often recalled the past, the images from those years. That person's passage through Luotia, besides affecting himself, also impacted Shen Gonghu. Remembering Shen Gonghu, Qin Kang Liat let out a soft snort. In recent years, Shen Gonghu had been his constant adversary, and the conflict between them had intensified. Nearly 100 cultivators transformed into rainbows, slowly flying forward, their speed increasing steadily, dragging the other cultivator along with them, soaring straight through the starry sky. A moment later, suddenly a figure in white robes slowly approached from a distance in front of these 100 cultivators. After seeing them, the figure in white stopped, hovering in midair, silently observing them. The appearance of the figure in white immediately drew the attention of these cultivators, especially Zan Kongli, whose expression froze as his gaze swept over them. However, even with his cultivation level, he couldn't clearly see the figure's form. Something strange. Everyone be careful. Zan Kongli stepped forward, transmitting his divine consciousness. The two sides drew closer and closer, but the figure in white remained motionless, calmly standing there, glancing over the cultivators. No one could clearly see the figure in white. On his body, every glance seemed to distort, as if a black hole could swallow everything in its path. Only when nearly 100 cultivators had completely passed the white-robed figure did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This person's cultivation level is definitely not simple. Judging by his appearance, he's certainly not from Luotia. At this moment, the barriers of the 4 major star domains have been loosened. As long as there's a passage, one can freely pass through. This person must be from another star domain. As they continued to move further away, Zhang Kongli turned around, looking at the white-robed figure silently watching from afar, frowning. This person seems somewhat familiar. Wang Lin looked at the cultivators ahead, then at Zhang Kongli among them, a look of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. The opponent's appearance had aged a little compared to that year. Recalling the scene in the Thunder Pool that year, this Zhang Kongli was clearly more powerful than himself, yet he had borrowed the power of lightning? And the look in his eyes after understanding a trace of the primordial essence had made him break out in a cold sweat, and he had even bowed to him as his lord. Wang Lin's face showed a smile. Seeing an old friend is the greatest fortune in a person's life. While smiling, Wang Lin turned and flew away into the distance. He was very happy. Wang Lin went further and further away, the distance between him and the nearly 100 cultivators slowly becoming endless. Zhang Kongli remained frowning, not even hearing the words of the cultivators beside him, watching the opponent's figure slowly disappear from sight. So familiar. In a moment of silence, Qin King Light turned and flew forward with the monks beside him, but he still pondered where this familiar feeling came from. The image of the white-robed figure kept appearing in his mind. As he turned, the white hair fluttering in his hair became clearer. I must have met this person before. Qin King Light rubbed his temples, but his right hand suddenly stopped on his forehead. The vague white-robed figure in his mind gradually merged with someone deeply etched in his memory. Just as they completely merged, a thunderous roar erupted in Qin King Liat's head, like 10,000 thunderbolts exploding simultaneously, causing his body to tremble violently. His eyes showed disbelief, and he instinctively turned around. His face instantly flushed, his eyes widened, and in that moment of panic, he could hear his heart pounding. It's him. Without hesitation, Qin King Liat took a powerful step forward with lightning speed, instantly heading straight towards the direction Vibun Ulam had left. This sudden action immediately sent nearly 100 cultivators nearby. Zhang Kongli seemed to unleash his full speed, soaring through the endless starry sky with a thunderous roar. But ahead of him was a vast, hazy sea of stars, and Wang Lin's figure was nowhere to be seen. After a long time, Zhang Kongli stopped, his eyes revealing a look of anguish. Why didn't you call out to me? He stood there for a long time. Time passed. In silence, Zhang Kongli bowed towards the starry sky ahead, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Deep within the Luotia star domain lay a vast, empty expanse of space. This place was relatively desolate, and the cultivation planets lacked abundant spiritual energy. Within it was a large cultivation planet, radiating gentle light, slowly moving within this space. The ocean occupied 7/10 of this cultivation planet, while the landmass was scattered, resembling a blue sea of water from afar. Xingling Star. The cultivators there didn't have high cultivation levels, only 3 were at the nascent soul stage. At this moment, on the highest peak of Kingling Star, the 3 nascent soul cultivators were respectfully standing before an old man. This old man, dressed in ornate robes, didn't look like a cultivator at first glance, but rather like an ordinary scholar or master. He sat calmly on a high platform atop this mountain. He had been sitting here for over 800 years, all because of a single sentence from his master years ago. I have never had a disciple in my life. Your path is destined to be mine. I may accept you as a disciple. This Hangyan Mountain will be your place of cultivation. I will not impart any divine abilities to you, only give you a moment of enlightenment. The old man slowly opened his eyes, not looking at the 3 nascent soul cultivators before him, but gazing silently towards the distant horizon. The 3 of you may withdraw. This planet belongs to your master. If our master doesn't return, then not a single tree, blade of grass, stone, or drop of water can be taken away by anyone. But war is imminent. The Thunder Immortal Palace has just issued an order to seize this planet within 3 days. One of the 3 nascent soul cultivators, his eyes filled with worrying, quickly spoke, but was met with a sharp glance from the old man seated on the high platform. This single glance was enough to shake the nascent soul cultivator's spirit, rendering him speechless. All 3 respectfully bowed and left. The old man remained silent, gazing at the layers of mist in the sky, sitting quietly. After a long while, faint thunder rumbled in the air, accompanied by howling winds. Dark clouds swirled, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sunlight. A distant roar echoed, and a torrential downpour began, slowly covering the ground. The rain was heavy, falling incessantly on the mountaintop. Under this rain, the sky and earth became hazy, and the wind was strong, blowing raindrops past the old man, soaking his clothes. But it couldn't obscure the expectant look in his eyes as he gazed up at the sky. A sigh, as if from the heavens themselves, reached the old man's ears. His body suddenly trembled, and his eyes showed excitement. I still remember your name is Ziqing. Today, clouds gathered and rain poured down, flooding the mountain valleys, as an old friend arrived. Raindrops fell on the ground, striking the rocks with a pleasant, gentle patter. But this rain was torrential, disrupting the melody, even causing a slight disturbance. Fortunately, the wind blew away the raindrops, dissolving the disturbance and creating a majestic symphony of heaven, earth, and mountains. In the rain, on the summit of Hanging Mountain, a figure in white appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Amidst the rain and the wind, silently stood on the mountaintop, watching the agitated old man on the high platform before him. He didn't try to prevent the rain from falling on his clothes, unlike years ago when he attained the power of the transformation of rain and tried his best to avoid it. Wang Lin simply stood silently in the rain, letting the rain soak his clothes, each drop seeping into his body and drenching his silver hair. Wang Lin showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, he appeared completely at ease, as if Wang Lin was the mountain, the earth, and the plants. A smile played on his face as he looked at the old man on the platform. Master! The old man stood up and then knelt down, raindrops falling on his face and streaming down his cheeks, obscuring his vision. After 800 years of separation, Wang Lin returned to Qingling Star, to the place where he had once sought enlightenment, and reunited with the disciple he had taken in years ago. Ziqing, for Wang Lin, was merely a fleeting image, yet it was this person who had allowed Wang Lin's enlightenment to reach its peak. Because of a karmic connection, he was moved to take him as a disciple. Although Wang Lin never expected that this disciple, created by a karmic connection, would sit on Hanging Mountain of Qingling Star for 800 years. During those 800 years, Ziqing understood the profound meaning that Wang Lin had given him. While quietly studying and contemplating, relying on the wisdom of a mundane scholar and master from back then, his cultivation level increased dramatically. However, Ziqing did not cultivate any techniques or divine abilities. His path of cultivation was different from all other cultivators in the world, and even different from Wang Lin. What Wang Lin cultivated was the fusion of the Tao and divine abilities, gradually comprehending the profound meaning of the great Tao through divine abilities. Ziqing, on the other hand, completely disregarded divine abilities and only cultivated the profound meaning. At this moment, Ziqing's body was extremely weak. A single flying sword would be enough to kill him. His body was like a dying lamp, yet his vitality was boundless, making his life immortal. Although his body was weak, his 800 years of enlightenment had allowed Ziqing's realm of understanding to surpass everything that ordinary cultivators could cultivate in 800 years. If only considering the realm of Tao and Tao, even a nirvana cultivator would be no match for Ziqing. His realm of understanding had reached pure nirvana, the initial glimpse of the rules. This was a cultivation method that did not exist in the world, very similar to the extreme body refining of the ancient god tribe. Ziqing only cultivated his realm of understanding. He didn't even have a primordial spirit, a nascent soul, or inner spirit that all cultivators must possess. He only had boundless vitality overflowing his soul. Even Ziqing himself couldn't explain the reason. He didn't understand all the cultivation methods, only quietly studying them for 800 years based on the insights Wang Lin bestowed upon him. Soul cultivation? Wang Lin looked at Ziqing, standing there in silence. Immortal cultivators, once they become immortal, will live forever. True cultivators seek their true selves, transcending the world. Tao cultivators verify their origins. And you are a soul cultivator, taking your soul into your destiny, mastering heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teacher. Wang Lin looked at the rain falling from the sky, each drop feeling slightly cold against his face, and slowly spoke. Ziqing knelt on the platform, his expression hazy. The rain gradually soaked his clothes, making him very uncomfortable. In his days, Ziqing unconsciously raised his right hand, condensing a small spell he had comprehended himself. According to the seal in his right hand, the heavens and earth rumbled and changed. The rainwater on Mount Hangyun shifted direction, as if being moved, falling in all directions. Wang Lin shook his head and said softly, "You still haven't given up all your divine abilities, Ziqing. Look at this mountain. While it grows, it doesn't block the rainwater. Look at this vast ocean. When the rainwater falls, there's no resistance at all. Look at these plants, all these things besides us. Is there anything that can stop the rainwater from falling? You cultivate your soul, so what's the point of clinging to this leather bag? The Taoist says, return to simplicity and truth. In this world, truly enlightened people are few, even I, your master. Once considered myself to understand these 4 words, but after experiencing many things, upon returning to Luotia, I also had an enlightenment. Returning to one's true nature means integrating oneself into every tree and blade of grass, every mountain and river, transcending the limitations of all things, and becoming a part of this universe. This is what it truly means to return to one's true nature. The king's body trembled, vaguely understanding something. Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the minor magic Ziqing had cast vanished, and the rain, no longer obstructed, fell again, covering Hengyun Mountain. If you become a part of heaven and earth, if you become heaven and earth, then this rain is essentially like an invisible stream of blood. Why should you obstruct it? Wind, rain, thunder, snow are natural things. You are them, and they are you. Why should you hinder each other? 800 years have passed, and you still haven't fully understood the opportunity I've given you. When you can abandon this body, forget all the magic you've comprehended, and leave only a soul, then come find me. Wang Lin looked at the pensive Ziqing, raised his right hand, and unleashed a claw attack into the void. Under this single strike, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, the dark clouds roared, and the rain that had flooded nearly half of Kingling Star suddenly resembled hailstones, rushing in from all directions. In an instant, this endless rainwater, like a raging sea, suddenly condensed on the peak of Hengyun Mountain, transforming into a massive rain sword approximately 10,000 feet tall. With a wave of his hand, this rain sword descended from the sky, piercing nearly 3/3 of Hengyun Mountain's peak with a thunderous roar. The remaining part still visible, reaching a height of 6,000 or 7,000 feet. From afar, this great sword formed from rainwater was clearly visible. An immeasurable power emanated from within this sword, filling the heavens and earth, and spreading from Kingling Star into the starry sky. As soon as this rainwater sword formed, Wang Lin pointed his right finger forward. The ancient god's essence point on his forehead flashed, infusing it with a surge of ancient god power. Simultaneously, the primordial fire energy from Wang Lin's eyes flashed and merged into this rainwater sword. Thus, within this simple sword formed from rainwater, 2 of Wang Lin's perfected primordial energies, along with his ancient Tao aura, were hidden. Although this aura didn't spread too widely, it was enough to shake the entire Luotia. With this sword, very few will dare to offend this planet. Wang Lin's voice was calm, yet without a hint of uncertainty. Even a void spirit realm expert, upon facing this sword and sensing its aura, would hesitate. Was it worth engaging in battle with a perfected primordial energy cultivator for the sake of a cultivation planet? Especially the oppressive power of that ancient Tao was truly awe-inspiring. This sword will be given to you as an initiation ceremony once you have achieved complete enlightenment. Wang Lin glanced at Ziqing one last time, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the mountain. His figure gradually became indistinct in the rain as he slowly moved away. Ziqing silently watched Wang Lin leave, then knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Today, clouds gathered and rain poured down, condensing the 9 heavens into a sword. Old friends were drifting further and further away, with the rain bidding farewell, with disciples kneeling and with gratitude. On Kingling Star, the first clan members had long since moved away, leaving nothing behind, as if they had never been there. Wang Lin left. He returned to Luotia wanting to go to 4 places, wanting to accomplish 4 things. Now, the first task, had been completed. Walking through the glittering starry sky, Wang Lin's eyes gradually revealed coldness and killing intent. The ancestor of the Xiang family, the events of that year, it's time to end. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, his figure like lightning, rushing straight towards the cultivation planet of the Xiang family that had used the 7-star technique to strip him of all his vitality. Deep within the starry sky, hours after Wang Lin departed, 3 million miles from Kingling Star, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sea, a group of over 10 cultivators, led by a middle-aged man clad in lightning robes, were heading straight towards Kingling Star. They were members of the Thunder Immortal Palace, tasked with finding a suitable cultivation planet to meet the requirements of Ancestor Luotia, to create the legendary Earth-shattering starfall 7 tribulations formation. Kindling Star met these requirements, and after fulfilling their orders to relocate it, this group of cultivators set off. But as soon as they set foot within 3 million miles of Kindling Star, they immediately felt an overwhelming sword intent. Like a torrential rain, its power enough to shatter the starry sky. The middle-aged man in lightning robes leading the group was struck by this sword intent, his face instantly changing drastically, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body staggering. Many cultivators behind him simultaneously spat out fresh blood, their eyes filled with terror as they all retreated. While these more than 10 cultivators were terrified by the sword intent on Kindling Star, after Wang Lin left, on the peak of Hengyan Mountain, above where Ziqing was sitting cross-legged, the heavens and earth trembled and twisted, and suddenly a figure emerged. This person was an old man dressed in a Taoist robe unexpectedly. It was Master Liu. He didn't want to immediately confront Wang Lin, so when he sensed the aura of this sword, he waited until Wang Lin had left before silently approaching. He hovered in the air, frowning, silent for a moment, then raised his right hand and pointed at the giant sword stuck in the mountain peak, without making a sound. Master Liu, from a distance, collided with the sword. His body immediately trembled, and he looked up, his eyes showing a look of terror. It's this aura. It's very similar to that of an ancient god, yet completely different. Under this aura, I was unexpectedly terrified. Moreover, inside this sword, there are 2 fundamental essences. Master Liu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense fear. Although he had suspected it, seeing it with his own eyes still terrified him. But this fear quickly dissipated. Master Liu's eyes flashed, and a cold smile slowly formed on his lips. Fortunately, he hasn't reached the 3rd stage yet. As long as he hasn't reached the 3rd stage, I don't believe he dares to fight me. What's so special about 2 fundamental origins? He's just a brute. If he doesn't provoke me, it's fine, but if he dares, I'll show him what kind of existence a void nirvana initial stage cultivator is. With a cold snort, Master Liu strode away, not even bothering to look at Ziqing, treating all living beings in heaven and earth as insignificant ants, and worthy of his attention. Donglin Star is the most mysterious region in the Luotia star domain. In previous years, Wang Lin had heard many rumors about this area. This region of the starry sky is not fixed, slowly moving through the eastern part of the Luotia star domain. Even a cultivator at the peak of the shattered nirvana stage, without a guiding jade slip, would find Donglin Star in this vast star sea extremely difficult. Even if their divine consciousness swept across the entire area, the planet would not appear because of its peculiar structure. For most cultivators, searching for this planet could only be done with their naked eyes. But Wang Lin was not one of them. At this moment, in the vast eastern part of the Luotia star domain, a terrifying cultivation planet was slowly moving through the starry sky. In the starry sky, one could see pits revealing a dark golden color on this cultivation planet. A powerful oppressive aura emanated throughout the space. Donglin Star. This planet wasn't isolated. Dozens of smaller cultivation planets circled around it, slowly moving in sync with Donglin Star. The light of the formation radiated in all directions, making the area where these smaller planets met the cultivation planet look like a giant net woven from planets. At this moment, the formation on Donglin Star had been fully activated, causing the net to continuously emit booming sounds that echoed through the starry sky. One could vaguely see that on the dozens of smaller cultivation planets surrounding Donglin Star. Sword light flashed, and many cultivators were rapidly creating formations and forming numerous restrictions, reinforcing Donglin Star's defenses. A tense atmosphere permeated the area, clearly evident in the somber expressions of the thousands of cultivators. At this moment, none of the monks spoke a word. They all remained in formation, slowly activating the entire array on these dozens of small planets. On each small planet, an old man sat cross-legged at the array's core. There were nearly 100 of them, their bodies showing signs of age and weariness, clearly indicating they were ancient beings who rarely ventured outside. But at this moment, they had no choice but to appear, because the representative of the Xiang family, Xiang Yandong, had brought back news that shook the entire Xiang family to its core. Wang Lin, whose life force had been stolen by the ancestor years ago, had returned with a cultivation level that even Master Liu had to fear. This news sent shockwaves through the Xiang family. After a brief period of silence, the great elder and the current head of the Xiang family immediately issued the Donglin blood decree. On Donglin Star, the Xiang family was a silent overlord, rarely appearing in public. Even the cultivators of the Luotia star domain only knew that the Donglin Star had three major families, Su, Lu, and Liu. The Su family, in particular, had many fearsome killers, their reputations resounding throughout the Luotia star domain, capable of striking fear into people's hearts. The Lu family, though not as famous as the Su family, was extremely knowledgeable in forbidden techniques. While not as renowned as the declining Liuan family, they were famous for one of the four great forbidden techniques. The Lu family, however, had generations of exceptionally talented individuals, achieving profound success in forbidden techniques. All the forbidden techniques on Donglin Star were devised by the Lu family. The Liu family, on the other hand, was famous for their divine ability to create magical artifacts, especially the Nine Life Blood Essence technique. A divine ability that fused with magical artifacts, possessing earth-shattering power. It was rumored that since its creation, it had only been used once. But this single use caused all living beings in the Luotia star domain to groan in agony, as if it were the end of the world. These three great families relentlessly slaughter each other, using ruthless methods to maintain their immense vitality, constantly growing stronger. However, in reality, only a few old masters in the Luotia star domain know that the Su, Lu, and Liu families are actually just branches of the Xiang family. The Xiang family can be said to be a cultivation family with a lineage passed down from ancient times, an extremely powerful family. In the Luotia star domain, the Xiang family alone can contend with the Leishan Palace, and the Leishan Palace would easily fall into a disadvantageous position. Of course, the first condition is not including Master Liu. The Xiang family is like a giant monster sleeping. Once awakened, it will shake the Luotia star domain. Therefore, although Xiang Yandong, the representative of the Xiang family, clearly lacks sufficient cultivation, he was still chosen by Master Lu as one of the four to receive the Tao teachings. Master Lu selected four individuals, each with their own hidden agenda. This applied to Blood God Sun, Blazing Cloud Sun, and Flame Thunder Sun alike. A few old masters in the Luotia star domain had also heard a rumor. This rumor concerned the Xiang family, but it was impossible to discern its truth. Perhaps only Master Lu knew whether this rumor was true or not. The rumor claimed that the only mysterious cultivation family with an ancient lineage had some connection to the Xiang family. It even explicitly stated that the Xiang family was an external branch of that mysterious ancient cultivation family. The existence of the Su family was almost like a protector of that ancient family. That ancient cultivation family had existed for a very long time, even before the collapse of the immortal realm, enduring through the ancient times and countless years to this day. Their strength and accumulated wealth were unimaginable. They were even more mysterious and unpredictable. It was rare for anyone to appear in the Luotia star domain in 1,000 years. Even though Wang Lin lived in the Luotia star domain, and even though the entire Luotia star domain was preparing for a great war under the instigation of Master Lu, this ancient and mysterious family only issued one decree, sending out only one person. The decree to confer the title of True Immortal. The person sent out was the ninth elder who had once tried to seize the body of Wang Yue Chamuzi. At this time, when the Xiang family issued the blood decree, the three major families of Donglin Star all activated, deploying layers upon layers of defenses. At this time, in the far west of the main planet, the ground was deep red, as if it had been soaked in countless amounts of blood for millennia, emitting a pungent smell of blood. The wine carried this scent throughout the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Because of the extremely strong smell of blood, the place was filled with a tyrannical atmosphere. In this far western region lies an endless mountain range, its surface littered with countless severed limbs, skulls, and decaying flesh and bones, attracting numerous vultures that circle overhead. Some even perch on the bones, scavenging for flesh. The entire western region is permeated with death energy. From afar, it appears to form a colossal vortex, a swirling mass of death energy that shakes the very foundations of cultivators. Countless mournful souls linger in this western region, emitting mournful roars. Wang Lin had been here before it was the place where the first ancestor of the Xiang family secluded himself. Deeper into this place, the ground becomes even darker, life seemingly non-existent. Even members of the Xiang family dare not enter unless absolutely necessary. Each time they come, their life force is drained away by the earth, leaving them utterly weakened and requiring immediate meditation and breathing exercises upon their return. At this moment, two old men in black robes, their faces grim, were slowly approaching from a distance. When they reached the depths of this westernmost region, they stopped. One of them respectfully bowed towards the black ground, clasping his hands together, and said in a low voice, "Ancestor, everything has been arranged according to your wishes. We are only waiting for Wang Lin to arrive." The old man's voice penetrated the earth, traveling down into the depths, gradually descending to the very bottom of this vast space. This space seemed endless, filled only with countless skulls forming a sea of white bones. The death energy here was countless times stronger than outside, enveloping everything in all directions. In the center of this sea of skulls stood a skull tower, upon which rested a coffin. This coffin was earth yellow in color, and its sides were slightly decaying, oozing a foul-smelling yellow liquid that dripped down onto the skulls, making creaking sounds. The voice of the old man in black, amplified by the overwhelming death energy, was greatly weakened and carried into the coffin. After a brief silence, a hoarse voice slowly emerged from within. This person's life force was very strong back then, very compatible, allowing me to return for a long time. He truly had a good fortune. Even when his life force completely disappeared, he didn't die. You may leave Master Lu's words were somewhat exaggerated. This person hasn't reached that level yet. Master Lu's words were merely meant to allow Wang Lin to investigate. He still harbored the suspicion that this matter was nothing to worry about. The earth trembled, and the hoarse, aged voice came from within the coffin. Hearing these words from the ancestor, the two old men in black breathed a sigh of relief. They had been deeply shaken by the news Xiang Yandong brought back, feeling a sense of impending disaster. Now they had calmed down. To them, the ancestor was like heaven. If the ancestor said there was no problem, then absolutely nothing would go wrong. However, even the ancestor of the Xiang family inside the coffin didn't notice that. At this moment, outside the starry sky of Donglin Star, the figure of a person in white had appeared. Wang Lin had arrived. From afar, the formation radiated light, filling Donglin Star and dozens of surrounding small stars. Wang Lin seemed to return to that year, when he and Qing Shui accompanied him to Donglin Star, their hearts filled with anticipation, arriving here for the first time. Gradually, a chilling light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. This is nothing to worry about. For simple words, revealing a sense of confidence. But the confident person who uttered those words at this moment had no idea that Wang Lin had arrived. If he knew all this, perhaps those four simple words wouldn't have been uttered. Wang Lin stood tens of thousands of feet away from Donglin Star, looking at the cultivation star in the distance, which was several times larger than Tianyuan Star back then. The killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. Back then, his heart was filled with hope of reviving Li Muan. From the alliance to the inner realm, he endured countless battles, and finally, in the Battle of Fengxin, he achieved the title of Thunder Immortal and obtained a promise from the ancient cultivation family, the Xiang family. Back then, Wang Lin had no intention of antagonizing the powerful Xiang family. He thought he could revive Li Muan, and with hope, he first came to Donglin Star to pay his respects to the Xiang family's ancestor. But the opponent was extremely despicable and insidious. Not only did they fail to revive Li Muan, but they also stole all of Wang Lin's life force. If it weren't for the Annihilation Finger, Wang Lin would have long since exhausted his life force and died. Even today, with Wang Lin's cultivation level now powerful, and understanding the difficulty of reviving Li Muan, he recalls the events of that year. He realizes that all the words of the Xiang family's ancestor were lies. The other party was completely incapable of reviving Li Muan, not even with the 7-star technique. In fact, if it weren't for the heaven-avoiding barrier, perhaps even the hope of reviving Li Muan would have been completely extinguished. The 7-star technique injecting life force into her, in Wang Lin's later reflection, was clearly one of the most important reasons for Li Muan's soul and spirit being scattered. The other party killed Li Muan solely to steal her life force. In Wang Lin's opinion, since Li Muan's life force was dwindling, if a truly powerful life force had been infused into her, she would still have had a chance, avoiding this predicament where she might not awaken anytime soon. Even resurrection wouldn't have been impossible. However, the wicked actions of the Xiang family's ancestor completely ruined this. At the time, Wang Lin's cultivation was insufficient, and he didn't fully understand. But as time passed, 1,000 years later, Wang Lin recalled the events and understood clearly. His hatred for the Xiang family had reached an overwhelming level. The other party understood all of this from the beginning. Wang Lin desperately wanted to know the reason behind all of this. Why did the Xiang family's ancestor deceive him, using the pretext of saving Li Muan's life to steal all of his life force? There must be a reason for all of this. Previously, Wang Lin had fled in desperation, lacking the right to question the reason, the right to resist. He could only endure, enduring endlessly, burying the humiliation and hatred of that year deep within his heart, just as he had endured for hundreds of years against the Tang family. But today, seeing Donglin Star for the second time, Wang Lin had the right to know the whole truth. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger as Wang Lin advanced. Under his footsteps, the starry sky rumbled, and the distance of tens of thousands of feet was instantly shortened with a single step. Amidst the rumbling, Wang Lin suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away from Donglin Star. The starry sky trembled, and layers of ripples, like ocean waves, surged outwards from Wang Lin, as if a raging storm had arisen in the starry sky, continuously spreading with a deafening roar. It was as if his footsteps were treading on the very veins of the starry sky, transforming into earth-shattering thunder, shaking the entire Donglin Star. Inside several small planets outside Donglin Star, thousands of cultivators were present, their expressions changing drastically. They clearly sensed a powerful attack coming from the starry sky, surging towards the restrictions on Donglin Star. The restrictions emitted a terrifying radiance, flashing intensely, a dazzling light like the sun. In that instant, all the cultivators on those dozens of small planets felt their hearts pounding wildly, as if an invisible force was flowing into their bodies, rapidly circulating their primal energy, as if their bodies would shatter in the starry sky if they didn't. Standing outside Donglin Star, Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning. As soon as he appeared, he calmly uttered a single sentence. "You know who I am now, come out." As soon as these words left Wang Lin's mouth, an overwhelming roar erupted. "Come out, come out, come out." This single sentence from Wang Lin contained the resentment of half his life. This single sentence unleashed his hatred for the Xiang family who had stolen his life force. This single sentence also contained the despair he felt years ago after bringing Li Muan here with such high hopes, only to be deceived. "You could steal my life force in a single battle. You could hunt me down like the Yao family. But you betrayed me so viciously when I was most hopeful, cutting off Li Muan's faint hope of recovery. You conspired against me, and against a weak and vulnerable woman." Wang Lin could not bear this. He could not bear it. A frenzied roar echoed throughout the starry sky, like thunder rumbling, drowning out all sounds that existed before Wang Lin's arrival, shaking the heavens and earth. Under this single sentence, the entire starry sky erupted in thunderous lightning, streaks of lightning flashing and flashing. In that instant, the boundless starry sky beyond Donglin Star suddenly transformed into a thunderous hell. This single sentence roared, as if it could shatter space, as if it could break through heaven and earth, spreading wildly in all directions, like the roar of an ancient god. The whirlwind created by Wang Lin's footsteps earlier, now amplified countless times after this single sentence, covering the entire sky, carrying Wang Lin's anger, his hatred, and the questions he had pondered for millennia, rushing forth with a thunderous roar. On dozens of small planets outside Donglin Star, the protective aura of the Forbidden's formations flashed rapidly, but 9 cultivation planets shattered under this single roar. The earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout all the star fields east of Luotia. Those 9 cultivation planets directly disintegrated, breaking into pieces, and at the same time, all the cultivators on them had their bodies shattered, their souls annihilated and died. Even the 27 old men who controlled the formations on those 9 cultivation planets had no power to resist, and in their panic, they were swept away as if by an invisible giant hand, dying instantly. They didn't even have the chance to escape under Wang Lin's roar, which had accumulated power for 1,000 years. On the remaining small planets outside Donglin Star, tens of thousands of cultivators spat out fresh blood, as if the attack of that roar, even while the Forbidden's formations were still trying to block it, had lingering aftershocks that shook their minds and instilled an uncontrollable fear. Amidst this roar, the eastern forest star suddenly trembled, countless cracks appearing on the ground with a series of cracking sounds. Many mountains crumbled into pieces, and rivers roared and surged. In the sea north of the eastern forest star, the waves surged like mad, forming enormous vortices. It was as if, upon reaching this area, the roar had transformed into waves of sound that directly penetrated the seabed, stirring up the water and propelling it forward with a thunderous roar, creating towering waves that surged towards the land. The seawater rushed towards the land, threatening to completely submerge it. At the westernmost point of Donglan Star, the two old men in black robes, whose minds had just relaxed, immediately heard that earth-shattering roar. Their bodies trembled violently, as if facing a powerful attack, and they staggered back 100 meters, spitting out fresh blood. At the same time, one of them's body shattered with a loud crash, his flesh and blood falling to the ground amidst a horrific scream. A sea of heads in the underground space, shaken once again by Wang Lin's thunderous roar, seemed to be torn apart by two giant hands, and a crack appeared in an instant. More than half of the skulls in this space shattered simultaneously. Even the death energy that had permeated this space for 10,000 years surged outwards under this roar, as if not daring to delay even a moment. The earth-colored golden coffin trembled violently, and it was directly slammed against the wall behind it, shattering into pieces. A scream erupted from within the coffin, a struggling cry escaping its confines. Simultaneously, a withered arm stretched directly out from inside, gripping the coffin's rim. On the ground, the old man in black spat out fresh blood, his eyes filled with unimaginable terror. Without hesitation, he quickly formed a hand seal, and a black jade slip instantly appeared in his hand. Form the array, at all costs. Prevent this person from entering Donglan Star. Powerful auras surged forth from Donglan Star in a short time. Numerous cultivators gathered in all directions east, west, south, and north of Donglan Star. From the air, the vast Donglan Star now appeared to be teeming with tens of thousands of cultivators. In the north, near the Liu family's residence, over 10,000 cultivators sat densely packed on the ground, forming a massive forbiddance array. Dozens of old men sat cross-legged in midair, their hands rapidly forming incantations, continuously spitting out fresh blood. Their blood coalesced, unexpectedly transforming into a blood-red image. To the south, near the Su family's territory, nearly 10,000 cultivators circled around a 1,000-foot-wide pool of blood in the center, from which a surge of frenzied killing intent erupted. These nearly 10,000 cultivators, their expressions solemn, quickly entered the pool one after another. To the east, near the Liu family's territory, groups of 7 cultivators occupied an area of 1,000 miles. Beside each group stood a magical artifact several tens of feet tall. These artifacts varied in shape, but all emitted a golden light. Thus, if viewed from above, the entire Liu family's cultivators formed a sunflower-shaped pattern. At the same time, on dozens of small stars outside Donglan Star, the forbiddance aura quickly flashed, rumbling and spinning around Donglan Star. With extremely fast speed, it moved rapidly, instantly forming a gigantic vortex that deeply enveloped Donglan Star. Wang Lin coldly observed everything before him, a glint of light appearing in his eyes as he stepped forward. If you don't come out, then I, Wang, will drag you out. All those who stand in my way will be buried with you. As soon as Wang Lin stepped forward, within the Liu family's territory on Donglan Star, a series of commands suddenly rang out. Heavenly Transformation Array. Demon Sealing Heavenly Immortal. 8-directional Sealing Array. Under these commands, in the dozens of small stars rotating outside Donglan Star, thousands of cultivators simultaneously chanted incantations. Amidst the rumbling, countless beams of light appeared, enveloping the area in layers. In an instant, these beams of light reached thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, up to 99,999,000 layers. The light emanating from these layers of light could penetrate the starry sky, spreading wildly in all directions, filling the eastern part of Luotia. Even in the other 3 directions of the star domain, the flashing light could be clearly seen. The entire Luotia star domain was in turmoil. Groups of cultivators, cultivation families, and large armies of cultivators were all moving, and at this moment, they all felt the radiance emanating from the east of Luotia, turning their gazes towards it. Although they couldn't see what was happening in the distance, they could see the radiance shining from afar. In the Luotia star domain, far from Donglan star, this was the battleground of the entire Luotia, where over 600 cultivation stars formed the center of the battle array. Inside the swirling vortex, Lu Fuzi's eyes flashed like lightning as he looked into the distance. Beside him, Yan Leizi, Zhu Shenzi, and Lai Yunzi's faces were pale. They felt the boundless radiance emanating from Donglan star. The formation of Donglan star has been passed down since ancient times. It's rumored that the Lu family on Donglan star has nurtured the formation spirit for tens of thousands of years because of this formation. Once fully unleashed, the formation spirit will possess astonishing power. I wonder if Wang Lin can break it. I wonder what terrifying level this person's cultivation has reached. But even so, breaking this formation of Donglan star will probably take some time if it were me. It would take me a few breaths to break this formation. Lu Fuzi's gaze remained fixed on the distance, his mind already forming an answer. 20 breaths will be enough. I want to see how long it takes Wang Lin to break it. Over 90 million rays of light instantly appeared, forming an extremely powerful formation that even Lu Fuzi would need 20 breaths to break. This formation is the most powerful divine ability of the second stage. Even a cultivator at the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation would be completely incapable of breaking through it alone. Wang Lin's gaze was calm and cold as he stared at the radiance that instantly surged forth, reaching an extremely powerful level. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is getting interesting, but this level is still not enough. Wang Lin raised his right hand, pointing to the sky. With a resounding roar, the 7 ancient god star points on his forehead suddenly rotated, and an boundless ancient god aura, or perhaps more accurately, the aura of the ancient Tao, directly erupted from Wang Lin's body. As this aura appeared in the starry sky, it immediately caused the starry sky to twist and warp, vaguely revealing countless cracks. It seemed that the starry sky could not withstand this aura. The ancient Tao is even more powerful than the ancient gods. Perhaps the ancient gods themselves were a branch of the ancient Tao. As this aura surged, a gigantic phantom suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin. This phantom was very blurry. It was just a head without a left eye. This gigantic head, having just appeared, covered the entire starry sky, obscuring it completely. Waves of oppressive power spread in all directions, simultaneously extending to the east of Luotia. The moment this aura appeared, all the cultivators in the Luotia star domain were terrified, as if they had encountered something beyond their comprehension. Lu Fuzi, within the boundless formation, saw this head from afar, his pupils contracting in disbelief. What is this? Ancient god, ancient demon, ancient devil. The existence of the ancient Tao is not something everyone knows about. Even Lu Fuzi is seeing it for the first time in his life. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. His right hand, pointing towards the sky, slowly clenched. As he lowered it, he gently struck out with a punch towards the more than 90 million layers of light in front of him. Divine shock. The starry sky trembled. Following Wang Lin's punch, a phantom fist instantly appeared in the starry sky. This phantom fist was tens of thousands of feet in size, its fingers clenched, and it roared forward. In an instant, this phantom fist collided with the more than 90 million layers of light. The light vibrated violently, and upon impact, it flickered rapidly. A deafening roar echoed, transforming into a deafening scream that reverberated throughout the star domain. Without any resistance, the colossal light shattered layer by layer under this single punch. More than 90 million, 80 million, 60 million, 30 million. It was like a punch hitting water, penetrating deep within. As it continuously disintegrated, this ancient formation was utterly destroyed. The shattering continued relentlessly. In the time it takes to breathe, the formation completely exploded, unable to stop the illusory fist from striking down. The fist directly pierced through the layers of light, shattering over 90 million layers. The formation shattered, turning into countless fragments that were swept away, revealing a swirling vortex within, formed by dozens of rotating cultivation stars. This vortex, struck by the formation fragments, immediately erupted with a deafening roar. Numerous cracks appeared on the dozens of cultivation stars inside, as if on the verge of collapse. But it wasn't over yet. Wang Lin's divine shock fist was a devastating blow, a result of the fusion of the 7-star ancient god's power with the ancient Tao inheritance. The formation's light was like a piece of paper. This single punch neutralized less than 1/10 of its power. A 7-star ancient god, with just its physical strength, could already contend with a third-stage expert. How could this insignificant Donglin star possibly resist? Amidst the deafening roar, this illusory fist directly struck the vortex outside Donglin star. With an earth-shattering explosion, this vortex was suddenly shattered by this single punch. It exploded. The vortex, formed by dozens of cultivation stars, saw more than 10 of its surface cultivation stars crumble in this shockwave. Cracks appeared all around, and signs of shattering quickly appeared on the edges. In an instant, with a thunderous crash, it shattered into pieces. Many cultivators on these stars had their bodies and souls destroyed in this destruction. Even the elderly cultivators maintaining the formations couldn't escape this calamity. They were all wiped out along with the disintegrating cultivation stars. Wang Lin's illusory fist, tens of thousands of feet in size, directly surged into the vortex, attacking the Donglin main star deep within. As this fist advanced, the remaining dozen or so cultivation stars were drawn in, all collapsing upon contact with it, seeing Wang Lin's punch shatter everything in its path. About to reach Donglin star. At that moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators at the Liu family's residence north of Donglin star, with a mournful roar, spat out blood. Their blood surged and condensed onto the dozens of old men sitting in the center, causing them to swell up. In an instant, their bodies resembled blood spheres, their clothes torn, revealing numerous blood vessels. Sacrifice the blood shadow, condense the formation's spirit. Amidst this roar, dozens of old men exploded violently, transforming into massive clouds of blood mist that directly condensed in the center. Blood light filled the sky, and a roar emanated from within the blood mist. Immediately afterward, a blood-red figure shot out, soaring straight into the heavens. The figure was indistinct, its form unclear, but it emitted an endless, frenzied aura of forbidden formations. At this moment, the northern sky above Donglin star was shrouded in darkness, all the light obscured by that gigantic fist. Unexpectedly, Wang Lin's fist had descended upon Donglin star. Under this fist, the blood-red figure swiftly charged towards it. In an instant, the blood-red figure relentlessly approached, and with an earth-shattering roar, it collided violently with Wang Lin's illusory ancient divine shock fist. A violent explosion resounded, instantly spreading throughout the entire Donglin star, unstoppable and spreading beyond Wang Lin's side, engulfing the entire eastern part of Luotia. But before the explosion could dissipate, the blood-red figure was instantly blown apart by this single punch, transforming into countless drops of blood raining down from the sky. Before this blood rain could reach the ground, Wang Lin's that ancient punch, even more violent and faster than the blood rain, descended from the sky, striking the northern part of Donglin star. The entire Donglin star shook violently, the northern ground shattered layer by layer, nearly 10,000 cultivators on the ground perished, and a deep pit tens of thousands of feet wide appeared. This pit was enormous, surprisingly deep enough to penetrate 6/10 of the Donglin star's surface, completely dark inside, emitting a strong, pungent smell of blood. The eastern forest star was shaking more and more violently. Although it hadn't shattered yet, the ocean was roaring even more fiercely. In this tremor, seawater was suddenly ejected from the ground. After flying into the air, some of it was directed towards the deep pit in the north, while the rest rained down on the eastern forest star like a torrential downpour. Very quickly, the deep pit created by Wang Lin's punch was filled with seawater, slowly filling up. From above, the shape of the pit was clearly visible, exactly like a human fist striking mud. 8 breaths. From the moment Wang Lin unleashed his divine shock punch, the formation's aura shattered, the entire small star exploded, and the Liu family in the north of the eastern forest star was buried. Leaving a deep pit on the ground, all of this happened in just 8 breaths. Liu Fuzi, who had been sitting cross-legged in the vortex, suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with terror. He discovered that his analysis of Wang Lin had been vastly wrong. He hasn't even reached the 3rd stage yet, but just one move is already so terrifying. 8 breaths, Master Liu gasped for breath, instantly discarding all his judgments after seeing the sword, and in his heart, he placed Wang Lin in an infinitely high position, as if he had reached a level equal to his own. The entire eastern forest star was now submerged in seawater. Rainwater, falling from the sky, formed rivers that slowly spread across the land. The power of a single punch shattered all the mountains on the eastern forest star simultaneously. The cracks in the ground, torn open by the seawater, now flowed like rivers. The northern land was broken, the appearance of a deep chasm where rainwater fell like cares, soaking everything. A single punch of the ancient divine shock shattered not only the earth, but also the hearts of men. In the south, nearly 10,000 cultivators of the Sioux family were utterly shaken, their eyes filled with unprecedented terror and unstoppable despair, standing frozen in place. Even the head of the Sioux family and many elders were stunned. This is what kind of cultivation level is this? Even ancient formations couldn't stop it. All the cultivation planets shattered, even the eternally enduring Donglin star was shaken by that single punch. This punch surpassed their imagination. Or rather, it couldn't exist in the heavens and earth. This falls into the category of the third stage. In the east, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the Liu family grouped together witnessed the scene of a colossal punch descending from the sky and the Liu family's demise amidst the earth-shattering tremors. They all fell silent. Donglin Star can't withstand another punch like that in the far west of Donglin Star. All the members of the Xiang family surrounded their ancestors' secluded retreat, staring blankly at the sky, letting the rain fall on them. A soul-shattering fear surged within them. Xiang Yundong's face was filled with anguish as he silently watched everything unfold, speechless. The scene was truly shocking, beyond everyone's comprehension. How could they possibly cope with or stop this power? In the east, following the gaze of the family head and elders, nearly 10,000 cultivators simultaneously looked westward. The Sioux family in the south did the same, all eyes focused on the far west. Even in the far west, the Xiang family members didn't know who was the first to turn their gaze towards the place where their ancestor was in seclusion. Gradually, all the Xiang family members turned their eyes in that direction. They were waiting for a word from their ancestor, to fight or to flee, but they didn't get a word from the Xiang family ancestor in the far west. Instead, they saw a figure in snow-white robes in the rain in the air. On Donglin Star, after breaking through all defenses, Wang Lin slowly appeared in the sky, his gaze like lightning, coldly sweeping towards the far west. "Why don't you crawl out of your coffin?" Wang Lin calmly spoke, his words devoid of thunder, yet clearly audible to all the cultivators on the ground. A simple sentence, yet it brought an invisible pressure to all the cultivators present. "Fight to the death." A hoarse roar suddenly erupted from the secluded cultivation chamber of the Xiang family's ancestor. This voice revealed boundless fear and madness. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Xiang family members' eyes turned bloodshot, and with a simultaneous roar, they soared into the air, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Their expressions showed madness, as if their minds had been erased by this single sentence, leaving only an unbridled killing intent. In the south, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the Sioux family simultaneously went berserk, as if they had lost their minds, and all flew into the air. As for the Liu family in the east, nearly 10,000 cultivators each quickly unleashed their most powerful magical artifacts. In an instant, dazzling light flashed, like silver snakes soaring straight into the sky, attacking Wang Lin. At the same time, after unleashing their magical artifacts, these members of the Liu family simultaneously sat down cross-legged and chanted incantations, the sound of their spells buzzing. Blood sunflower technique. Nearly 10,000 people roared in unison, their voices echoing loudly into the sky, preparing themselves. A strange floral fragrance emanated from the bodies of these nearly 10,000 cultivators. Following this fragrance, a gigantic yellow sunflower suddenly appeared on the ground. This sunflower was a shimmering golden color, but in the center was a black mass, vaguely revealing countless seeds, like sprouts. But under Wang Lin's gaze, these seeds were clearly the heads of nearly 10,000 cultivators. At this very moment, at the location of these nearly 10,000 cultivators' heads, as their incantations intensified, blood vessels suddenly appeared. In an instant, these blood vessels flashed, and tens of thousands of heads simultaneously exploded, merging with the incantations to form an earth-shattering attack. The gigantic sunflower, tens of thousands of feet tall, instantly erupted with a strange light, a mixture of golden and blood-red light. With a thunderous roar, it directly shot out from beneath the ground, charging madly towards Wang Lin. From afar, it seemed as if a colossal column of light, tens of thousands of feet high, had erupted from the ground, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. A destructive force, capable of annihilating heaven and earth, emanated from within this pillar of light. Within this pillar of light, a headless phantom vaguely appeared, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, rapidly surging forward. This power, whose nature was unknown, surpassed even the limits of a fifth-stage heavenly human cultivator, nearly reaching the level of a third-stage cultivator's divine power. It could even be said that the aura within this pillar of light was almost comparable to an attack from a third-stage void nirvana cultivator. Everything stemmed from that headless figure within the pillar of light. Wang Lin turned, his gaze like lightning sweeping across, and as the pillar of light approached, he saw the headless figure inside. The pillar of light moved with incredible speed, approaching within 3 meters with a thunderous roar, seemingly giving Wang Lin no chance to dodge. Wang Lin had no intention of dodging. His eyes flashed, and as the beam of light approached, he raised his right hand and pressed it down. A rumbling sound suddenly erupted on Donglin's star, transforming into a howling roar that spread in all directions. The beam of light directly collided with Wang Lin's hand, and the spear in the headless figure's hand let out a shrill cry as it pierced Wang Lin's hand along with the beam of light. The resounding crash echoed, and Wang Lin's silver hair was swept back as if by a whirlwind. His clothes were blown wildly, as if about to be torn from his body. But Wang Lin's body remained motionless. Not even his expression changed. With one palm strike, he blocked an attack that had almost reached the third stage. In the deafening explosion, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart, and a huge crack appeared in the ground beneath Wang Lin. This rift continued to deepen, instantly piercing through the strata of Donglin's star, splitting the eastern surface in two. From afar, amidst the rumbling sound, it was clearly visible that Donglin's star, which had almost been completely destroyed, had its eastern side directly cracked open, struck by a powerful force, separating from Donglin's star like a giant fragment of a planet, carrying the corpses of many cultivators who had just performed the blood lotus technique, rapidly being swept away into the vast star sea. Donglin's star immediately became incomplete, seemingly on the verge of massive disintegration. The pillar of light disappeared into the air, and the headless figure within also vanished. Wang Lin's body remained motionless until the pillar of light in front of him dissipated. Then he slowly retracted his right hand. I didn't expect such a divine ability. Its destruction is a bit regrettable. As soon as this pillar of light dissipated, the eastern part of Donglin's star was split apart. Because of the Xiang family ancestors' declaration of a fight to the death, all the cultivators on Donglin's star went berserk, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they wouldn't rest until they killed Wang Lin. I, Wang Lin, have killed many in my life. I don't mind killing people, although I don't understand why you are all rushing to your deaths. But I can grant you this. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Facing the tens of thousands of cultivators rushing towards him, he raised his right hand and gently waved it forward. As he waved his hand, a 9-colored flame blazed fiercely in Wang Lin's left eye, and with the movement of his right hand, it directly appeared in the heavens and earth, sweeping across the sky. The void fire cultivators attacked. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators rushing forward instantly had illusory flames erupt within their bodies. Amidst mournful screams, they were reduced to ashes. No one was spared. In an instant, Wang Lin seemed to become a burning inferno, and these frenzied cultivators, like moths drawn to a flame, relentlessly flew into the fire and perished. Under this sea of fire that filled the air, all the rainwater on Donglin's star turned into a cloud of white mist, obscuring the sky. At the same time, Wang Lin strode forward, heading towards the far west, to the secluded retreat of the Xiang family's ancestor, the one who had stolen all his life force. As Wang Lin advanced, agonizing screams echoed throughout the cultivation planet. All the cultivators who approached were instantly reduced to ashes by the flames. No one could stop Wang Lin's advance. Approaching step by step, Wang Lin entered the far western region. Before him, on the dark red ground, was a long, deep fissure leading to the vast space where the Xiang family's ancestors' coffin lay. Wang Lin stepped forward and entered the fissure. As soon as he entered, a deafening roar erupted from the earth-yellow coffin within the space. A large amount of viscous yellow liquid gushed out, forming a wave that surged towards Wang Lin inside the fissure. A putrid smell and a strong aura of death created a whirlwind that swept the liquid wave, rushing towards Wang Lin with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin remained calm. As the whirlwind approached, he raised his right hand, and the whirlwind instantly shattered with a loud bang. The yellow liquid scattered, splashing onto the surrounding cliffs with a sizzling sound. At the same time, a withered arm reached out from the coffin, gripping its side with apparent ferocity, and a hoarse, gasping voice emanated from within. Ancient decree states, Whoever destroys Donglin Star shall be exterminated to their entire clan. Following this voice, the terrifying figure of the Xiang family's ancestor struggled to sit up from the coffin. This emaciated body was full of decay, as if it had no skin, only vaguely blackened flesh and blood. It no longer resembled a human being. Instead, it looked like a corpse that had been dead for countless years but hadn't yet fully decomposed. On the body of this Xiang family ancestor, blue veins and blood vessels still twitched beneath the flesh, as if struggling to survive. Only the heart on his left chest, amidst a multitude of interwoven blood vessels, was visible, a dark, fist-sized heart. This heart pounded, but not with life, but with a thick, deathly aura. His eyes, bloodshot, stared intently at Wang Lin, revealing an unconcealed rage and fear. A powerful aura of the fifth heavenly tribulation emanated from the body of the Xiang family's ancestor, forming a massive swirling mass of energy around him. This mass carried death energy and emitted countless howling sounds like the wailing of wolves, as if countless mournful souls were hidden within it, howling towards Wang Lin. However, all of this was in front of Wang Lin. Even if the old man unleashed his full fifth heavenly tribulation cultivation, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Ignoring the vortex of energy formed by the Xiang family ancestors' fifth heavenly tribulation cultivation, Wang Lin's body descended from the crack, stepping into the vortex of energy released by the Xiang family ancestor. As soon as he entered, the vortex of energy quickly coiled and retreated, seemingly afraid to approach Wang Lin, being forcefully pushed away. Seeing Wang Lin approaching closer and closer, the fear in the eyes of the Xiang family's ancestor intensified. He raised his right hand and forcefully pointed it at his heart, letting out a series of low growls. With this single gesture, the death energy throughout the Xiang family ancestor's body suddenly reversed. He was employing his great divine technique, the 7-star technique. Using the 7-star technique to reverse the death energy and transform it into life force, his decaying body quickly recovered. But before he could fully unleash the 7-star technique, Wang Lin, while walking, was already within 3 meters of the Xiang family ancestor. As he approached, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually pointed forward. With a thunderous roar, the Xiang family ancestor's two arms instantly shattered, scattering into a mass of rotting flesh and blood. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and the Xiang family patriarch's body recoiled rapidly, completely escaping the coffin. But before he could retreat even a few meters, with icy eyes, Wang Lin pointed a second finger. A deafening roar echoed, and the Xiang family patriarch's two rotting legs simultaneously exploded. His body was instantly pulled by an incredibly powerful force, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. In a flash, the Xiang family patriarch, now devoid of limbs, was seized by Wang Lin and his head, devoid of any hair. Without wasting any time on questioning, Wang Lin channeled his internal energy, directly employing the soul-searching technique to find the answer he wanted. "You dare kill me. My Xiang family is a branch of the ancient Eastern Forest clan. I am a branch clan member of the Eastern Forest clan. I am Donglin Tai. You dare kill me." The look of terror in the eyes of this Xiang family ancestor was revealed wildly. As soon as Wang Lin deployed the soul-searching technique, he shrieked, "You destroyed Donglin Star, massacred tens of thousands of its people. This act has offended the decree of the Donglin family from back then. You will not die a peaceful death. Do you want all your relatives to be killed too? How dare you kill me? Silence." Wang Lin's expression was calm. As soon as he spoke, a powerful force instantly surged into the Xiang family ancestor's body below his head, shattering it with a thunderous roar and being swept backward. Wang Lin was left holding only the Xiang family ancestor's head, continuing the soul-searching. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. Holding the Xiang family ancestor's head while still deploying the soul-searching technique, he looked up at the sky above the rift. Suddenly, streaks of golden light appeared in the air, rapidly spreading in all directions. In a short time, a massive golden gate appeared in the heavens. On this golden gate were two ancient characters, which were a family name. The family name of a clan that had existed for a very, very long time in the Luotia star domain, even since the time when the 4 great star domains were still one. Donglin. As soon as the gate opened, and boundless pressure immediately emanated from it. The gate slowly opened before Wang Lin's eyes, and as it opened, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared, and a golden aura, thousands of feet high, emerged from within. This aura flashed with golden light, and upon closer inspection, it was a giant wearing golden armor. His body was incredibly real, as if he truly existed. You destroyed Donglin Star, committing the crime of dismemberment. You murdered the cultivators on this planet, committing the crime of soul annihilation. You injured members of the Donglin family, committing a heinous crime. These 3 crimes combined warrant the extermination of your entire clan. As the giant in golden armor spoke, he raised his right hand, a golden light flashed, and a 1,000-foot-long golden sword suddenly appeared, hurtling towards Wang Lin inside the crack in the ground. Kill then, why all the fuss? Today, I, Wang, will kill, and those who stand in my way must die. Wang Lin flicked his right hand, and the head of the Xiang family's ancestor instantly exploded. Wang Lin leapt upwards, and just as the golden sword descended, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. This single finger strike contained Wang Lin's ancient Dao power, the cultivation power within his body, and the overflowing essence of lightning and fire, directly colliding with the great sword. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. As he unleashed the finger strike, a blood-red light flashed beside him, and the blood sword swiftly shot out, roaring forward. The golden great sword, upon striking Wang Lin's finger, immediately trembled violently, shattering into countless fragments. Even the giant in golden armor suddenly shuddered, his steps towards the large door abruptly halting, and he hastily retreated. At this moment, the blood sword roared closer, piercing through the giant's body as he retreated. A thunderous roar resounded. The golden light within the giant's body seemed to explode, and along with the great sword, it suddenly shattered. The entire heaven and earth were instantly engulfed in golden light. As the giant shattered, a golden-robed old man suddenly appeared in the sky, beneath the large gate. The old man's face was slightly pale, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes showed terror. Wang Lin's finger and sword strike had shattered his illusionary divine technique, forcing him to reveal his true form. Wang Lin remained calm, his body soaring into the air from the crack, looking towards the golden-robed old man. This old man's cultivation had surpassed the 5th stage of heavenly human decline. Just like Lingdong back then, he had taken half a step into the 3rd stage. Today I have killed enough. I must leave. Do you intend to stop me? Wang Lin waved his sleeve, his silver hair fluttering, displaying an undeniable aura of a grand master, and slowly spoke. The golden-robed old man's expression was complex. He stared at Wang Lin for a long time before bowing and saying in a deep voice, "Your cultivation is profound and unpredictable. I am powerless to stop you. However, you have killed members of the Donglin Star clan, destroyed Donglin Star, and violated the Donglin clan's decree. I will report this to the elders of the clan for their judgment." Wang Lin's expression was calm. If those cultivators from Donglin Star hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have killed them. Would he just stand by and let them attack without resistance? That would be utterly unreasonable. "You don't touch me, and I won't touch you. Deal with it yourselves." Wang Lin's cold gaze swept over the old man. His words weren't directed at the old man, but rather at the half-open large door behind him. Turning around, he walked towards the starry sky. In a short time, ripples appeared, and Wang Lin's figure vanished into thin air. Even after he left, the old man in the golden robe could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, continuously spitting out fresh blood, his chest stained with blood. His face was extremely pale. He had been severely wounded by Wang Lin's finger and sword strike just now, teetering between life and death. The memory still filled him with terror. A sigh came from behind the old man, and a distorted light appeared. From within the large door emerged a figure, also in a golden robe, a middle-aged man. "Why didn't you intervene?" The old man in the golden robe clutched his chest, turning to look at the middle-aged man behind him. The ancestor said before going into seclusion that if Donglin Star is destroyed, then my Donglin family will appear. This is a calamity for my Donglin family and this person, who could detect my existence and even issue a warning, is certainly not simple. The middle-aged man shook his head, watching Wang Lin leave. "My cultivation level isn't much different from yours, and neither of us has officially entered the 3rd stage. Even if I were to intervene, I probably wouldn't be able to stop this person. But I cultivate a peculiar technique, allowing me to sense certain auras you can't detect. I even sense 2 auras of 3rd stage masters on him. This person fought you briefly, and I'm afraid only a small fraction of his true strength was revealed. How could I possibly defeat him? Let's go, my clansmen are few and far between. Right now, only you and I have awakened. As the middle-aged man spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he and the old man in the golden robe looked behind them. From within the half-open door, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth. Both men's eyes lit up with joy, and without hesitation, they stepped inside the door and disappeared. Only this golden door remains steadfastly standing between heaven and earth without budging an inch. Inside the door was a frozen world. This place was a different realm, but everything was frozen. Even the clouds were ice clouds. Numerous floating continents formed ice statues within this realm, and giant ice pillars pierced downwards like sharp swords. On a frozen rock in the center sat a woman with her legs crossed. This woman was exquisitely beautiful, but filled with a cold aura. Her body, along with the continent she was on, was frozen, but at this moment, her eyes suddenly opened. As soon as her eyes opened, countless stars appeared on her forehead, slowly rotating, and an ancient divine aura permeated the air. The two cultivators in golden armor then entered the frozen world, quickly flying over and respectfully standing on the continent where the woman was. "Welcome, Elder God, out of seclusion." They suppressed the emotion on their faces and spoke in unison. This woman's beauty surpassed even Mubingmi's back then by several degrees. A single smile from her could make all the cultivators forget everything, their minds reeling. A hidden aura of heroism emanated from her face, making her completely different from others at first glance, possessing a unique and captivating charm. At this moment, her eyes slowly opened, seemingly containing the entire starry sky, drawing people in irresistibly. Cracking sounds echoed across the ice-covered continent. Layers of ice cracked, and finally, the entire continent shattered, the ice collapsing with a thunderous roar, shattering into 4 or 5 pieces that scattered in all directions. The woman took a deep breath, and the ancient divine star on her forehead began to spin rapidly. A vast surge of ancient divine power emanated from her forehead, instantly spreading throughout her entire body. After a long while, the woman's eyes lit up, and her seemingly delicate right hand clenched into a fierce fist. A rumbling sound emanated from her palm, shaking the surroundings. As she clenched her fist, the star-like mark on her forehead rotated once more, revealing 7 purple star-like points. 7-star ancient god. A 7-star female ancient god. The revelation of this woman's identity seemed to provide answers to all the previous events. Why did Yimuzi obey orders to go to Wang Yue? Why was Wang Lin on Donglin Star completely drained of life force by the Xiang family's ancestor? It was because of the life force of the ancient god. Although Wang Lin didn't know everything clearly, he now understood half of it as he walked through the starry sky of the Luoxia star domain. In the Xiang family ancestor's memory, he had absorbed Wang Lin's life force back then for his own selfish desires related to the cultivation techniques he practiced. He was determined not to let Wang Lin leave alive. In fact, the moment Wang Lin entered Donglin Star, the Xiang family's ancestor had already sensed a trace of his resentment towards the family. This resentment made the Xiang family patriarch realize that this person was not one of his clansmen. Even without this resentment, the Xiang family patriarch would have still drained Wang Lin's life force. Because at that time, even though Wang Lin hadn't merged with his true form, he could still draw life force through the guidance of his soul enough to make the Xiang family patriarch's heart race. But just as he was draining life force and about to kill Wang Lin, a divine thought from the ancient family on Donglin Star was transmitted. This divine thought made the Xiang family patriarch dare not disobey, and he had to give up directly killing Wang Lin. Following the divine thought's request, he absorbed the endless life force of the ancient god from Wang Lin's soul through his true form. Wang Lin only learned of all this through soul searching. With his mind, he recalled what Shemuzi had done back then, and couldn't help but guess a few things. The ancient clan of Donglin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He turned his head and glanced into the distance. I wonder if there are any ancient gods in this clan, whether they existed from ancient times or are like me, inherited through tradition. Wang Lin fell silent for a long time, then withdrew his gaze and slowly walked forward. I warned them not to provoke me. 2 of the 4 tasks have been completed. The 3rd one is the Ya family. Blood God's son. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. That Blood God's son chased after me back then. If it weren't for senior brother Qing Shui, I'm afraid my clone would have been annihilated. How could I forget that? There seems to be a trace of ancient demonic energy in that blood god's son's body. Currently, my ancient demonic clone also desperately needs ancient demonic power. On the other hand, although I didn't fulfill the request of that Yo family woman that year, I had already made a promise in my dream, leaving behind a karmic consequence. Now I will completely resolve this karmic consequence. Wang Lin's figure gradually faded into the distance. Donglin's star was utterly devastated. The news of the collapse of the Xiang family and other families spread throughout the Luotia star domain, creating a violent shock, and quickly reached the cultivators of the Luotia star domain. Donglin's star was the most ominous star in the Luotia star domain, its fearsome reputation well known. Its collapse and destruction could cause earth-shattering turmoil for the cultivators of the Luotia star domain. At this time, in the southern star domain of the Luotia star domain, there was a small team of about 100 cultivators. They moved forward in silence. Among these cultivators was a female cultivator. This female cultivator no longer looked young, appearing to be a middle-aged woman, her face bearing the marks of time, silently advancing in the group. Although she appeared to be middle-aged, one could vaguely discern that she must have been exceptionally beautiful in her youth. However, the allure of beauty had faded considerably over the years. Most importantly, a scar ran across her face, a deep red that struck fear into anyone who saw it. This scar stretched across her face, making her otherwise beautiful features seem like a deep chasm, leaving a terrifying mark where the flesh and blood had been torn away. This scar was not something ordinary magic could erase. It was something she had inflicted upon herself over the years, constantly tearing at it, as if wanting to engrave it into her very bones and soul, making it eternal. Her cultivation level wasn't high, only nearing the young realm. Yet, she carried a profound sense of melancholy and weariness. Her clan was almost completely wiped out in that year's alliance war, with only a few survivors. Even her most beloved ancestor was severely wounded in that great battle, sacrificing his life to save her in the ancient land of the Vermilion Bird Star. After the war ended, she returned to the Luotia star domain utterly exhausted and severely injured. Her clan was scattered, her family gone, and she was heartbroken. Tears streamed down her face as she looked back at her vanished family, sadly departing to cultivate alone in the Luotia star domain, becoming a homeless wanderer. For a young woman in the chaos following the Great War, survival in the Luotia star domain was an incredibly bitter ordeal. Even those with close ties to her clan were now cold and distant, their friendship meaningless. She was young and beautiful, and many of her suitors were high-ranking cultivators. A weak and timid woman can hardly survive without humiliation. Her beauty aroused the desire of many, much like Liu Fian of the Guyuan sect in the Yunhai star domain. But she was far more decisive than Liu Fian. She deliberately disfigured herself, erasing all covetous glances. Beauty is often accompanied by misfortune, but perhaps if her beauty is destroyed, her fate will no longer be so tragic. She never forgot her wish from that year, to be like her ancestor, to become a female cultivator with profound cultivation, to stand tall in the Luotia star domain, and to have her own piece of heaven and earth. However, this wish was increasingly distant from her. In her mind, if it weren't for the existence of that figure, she would have long since become someone else's slave, using her body to gain the right to continue cultivating and the protection of others. But even the existence of that figure couldn't make her forget all the humiliation. She didn't want to be consumed by it. Although the other person had probably long forgotten her existence, perhaps even her name, she still remembered. She couldn't forget that year in the Thunder Immortal realm, that not-so-tall figure, leading many cultivators, searching for a way out as the Immortal realm collapsed. She couldn't forget that figure fighting against the Guardian of the Thunder Immortal Palace's formation. She couldn't forget his battle to become an immortal, that figure roaring with earth-shattering force, transforming into a Thunder Immortal. Perhaps the other person didn't know that she existed among the cultivators observing him, even if he didn't know how much joy she felt seeing him shine. For 800 years, every time she recalled the past, her heart ached, clinging to that figure in her memory, giving her a glimmer of courage to continue living. The past was like smoke, fleeting through the woman's mind. Not long after, a cultivation planet radiating dense spiritual energy appeared before them. Nearly 100 cultivators stopped outside the planet. Leading them was a middle-aged man. His demeanor was somewhat arrogant, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators behind him. When his eyes fell upon the female cultivator, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Most cultivators highly valued their bodies. The body was practically the root of cultivation, and many cultivators sought every method to maintain vitality. Even if they couldn't achieve immortality, they would at least seek ways to prevent aging. But like this ugly woman, whose cultivation was only close to the young realm, and who had no family backing her, being a lone cultivator, she could be easily humiliated. Shizi Feng, use your primordial spirit to shake this cultivation planet. This middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Nirvana realm, and his words carried an undeniable air of authority. He had known this woman for a long time, even having pursued her, but it was precisely because of this that he felt even more uncomfortable seeing her unsightly expression. This cultivation planet required using the primordial spirit to shake its trajectory. This kind of thing, when the cultivation planet's trajectory was instantly altered, would cause a powerful shockwave, inflicting significant damage to the primordial spirit. Shizi Feng remained silent, her fierce expression turning slightly pale. After a long pause, she respectfully clasped her hands and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Ambassador, I was the one who shook the previous 3 cultivation planets, causing them to deviate from their trajectories. My primordial spirit's injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so..." Before Shizi Feng could finish, the middle-aged man frowned and snorted. Shizi Feng's body trembled, she bit her lower lip, and without saying anything more, turned and walked towards the cultivation planet. Behind her, among the nearly 100 cultivators, a few showed reluctance in their eyes, but could only sigh inwardly. The Shi family, nearly 1,000 years ago, though not the leading family, was extremely powerful. Where are the members of the Qi family now? Shi Zifeng, with her captivating beauty, is now gone. Truly, fate is cruel. Shi Zifeng was also a rare and resolute woman. What a pity! What a pity! There's nothing to regret. Cultivation is inherently cruel. After the Great War, countless others suffered even more than her. Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip, slowly flying towards the cultivation planet densely filled with spiritual energy ahead. Her eyes were closed, but no tears flowed. Her tears had dried up 800 years ago. Slowly, the cultivation within her body circulated, gradually forming a gentle light that spread outwards. Her primordial spirit also slowly emerged, transforming into a stream of consciousness that flew straight towards the sky ahead, to the cultivation planet now devoid of cultivators and mortals. Suddenly, as if her consciousness had made contact with the cultivation planet, Shi Zifeng's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth fiercely, and her consciousness violently recoiled. The cultivation planet immediately rumbled, its slow movement momentarily halted by this powerful consciousness. But in that instant, an unimaginable surge of counterforce slammed deep into Shi Zifeng's consciousness. Shi Zifeng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The portion of consciousness separated from her primordial spirit could not withstand this counterforce and was instantly torn apart. Her face turned pale, and her body retreated more than 10 meters. Her primordial spirit surged out once again, transforming into a part of her consciousness that rushed towards this cultivation planet, shaking it again. A violent roar erupted. The cultivation planet shook violently, showing signs of a change in trajectory. However, the counterforce was even stronger than before, and amidst the roaring sound, Shi Zifeng's consciousness was once again shattered by this explosive force. This collapse caused her consciousness to disintegrate into pieces. Her primordial spirit was also severely injured, and she was swept back into her body, blood gushing from her mouth. Her body trembled, seemingly unable to stand, her face ashen and withered. Even his eyes had become dull. Useless trash! With a cold snort, the middle-aged messenger from the Thunder Immortal Palace stepped forward, directly bypassing Shi Zifeng. He waved his sleeve, his divine consciousness reaching the cultivation planet, and shouted softly. The cultivation planet immediately shook violently, slowly deviating from its orbit of countless years. Transfer the planet! The middle-aged man grasped the void, as if embracing the cultivation planet, and shouted towards the back. Nearly 100 cultivators, without waiting for his command, immediately advanced. Silver silk threads appeared, contacting the cultivation planet, forming a giant silver net that enveloped it, simultaneously pulling it away. Only one old man, as he passed Shi Zifeng, sighed, took a bottle of elixir from his storage bag and quickly handed it to her. "Brother Shizi, I was also brought out of the Thunder Immortal realm by him back then," the old man said softly, then walked past Shizi Feng. Shizi Feng silently accepted the bottle of elixirs, her eyes showing gratitude. Inside were precious elixirs from the Luotia star domain, and after swallowing them, the healing speed was much faster. For 800 years, the help from those allied with the Shi family was nothing compared to those brought out of the Thunder Immortal realm by Wang Lin. Without these people, Shi Zifeng's life would have been much more difficult. "What are you standing there for? Come here and move." A useless person is truly useless, having such a beautiful face yet ruining it. If you had agreed to my request from the beginning, how could you be in this situation today? The middle-aged man, the messenger of the Thunder Immortal Palace, said with a cold laugh. "Envoy, Brother Shizi has also joined the Thunder Immortal Palace. Although his cultivation is insufficient, his status is the same as ours. Her injuries from the shock of the cultivation planet haven't healed yet. Why do you need to pressure her like this? Can't you just give her some rest?" The old man who had just given her medicine couldn't hold back any longer and retorted. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he looked at the old man who had just spoken. "Does this envoy need you to play these tricks on me?" This old man, with his early nirvana stage cultivation, immediately felt an immense pressure coming from the middle-aged man's gaze. But he still gritted his teeth, raised his head, and coldly smiled, saying, "Now you know that Dao Shizi was devoted to him back then. When he was still here, you dared to do this." As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with ferocity, and his mind trembled. He naturally understood who the other party was referring to. The aura in that battle of the immortal ceiling, even at the young realm, was still awe-inspiring. Basically, no one dared show even the slightest disrespect in front of that person. Especially after a battle in the Star Alliance, that person completely rose to prominence, his name resounding throughout both major star domains, his reputation like a raging fire. This middle-aged man before him was nothing more than a mere ant compared to him. He left long ago, and it's even possible he's dead. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, the old man interrupted with a cold laugh. What if he has already returned? This sentence silenced the middle-aged man. After a long while, he snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and shouted, "Enough talk, Shizi Feng, and you too. Quickly move to another star." The old man glanced at the middle-aged man, said nothing more, and joined the group of cultivators moving to another star. Shizi Feng remained silent, quietly advancing despite her injuries. Gritting her teeth, she separated a portion of her divine consciousness, transforming it into a silver thread, guiding the cultivator to another star, and together with everyone else, slowly retreated. The middle-aged man gazed ahead, his expression grim. He was unsettled by the old man's words. What if he's already returned? These words echoed in his ears, lingering for a long time. Nearly 100 people, amidst the rumbling of the moving cultivation planet, slowly flew forward, gradually disappearing into the distance. But not long after, a figure in white appeared in the starry sky ahead. This figure, with flowing white hair, walked slowly through the starry sky. While he walked leisurely, in reality, each step he took encompassed the boundless expanse of space. In the eyes of others, a fleeting white shadow appeared, emanating a feeling that almost suffocated them, as if a massive mountain was pressing down, yet it vanished in an instant. The white shadow disappeared from everyone's sight. Everything happened in a flash, so fast that people couldn't react, like an illusion. Everyone's bodies trembled, their eyes filled with terror. The middle-aged man, after his initial shock, was overwhelmed with dread. Before they could recover from their shock, a soft cry echoed, as if emanating from the starry sky. This sound, falling upon everyone's ears, caused the minds of these hundreds of cultivators to reel once again. Their faces changed drastically, and they all retreated backward. Shizi Feng's entire body trembled. Although it was only a soft cry, when it reached her ears, it felt like the heavens and earth were collapsing, causing her mind to be violently shaken. She instinctively raised her head, but couldn't help but lower it again, retreating further and further, hiding among the cultivators. A feeling she couldn't express, a feeling she didn't want anyone to see, filled her heart. While the soft cry was still echoing, the white-robed figure that had just vanished suddenly reappeared in the starry sky before everyone. his gaze fixed upon them. Under this gaze, no one could clearly see his form. He seemed like a white sun, radiating boundless light, making it impossible to look closely. The middle-aged man standing before him was particularly shaken. This gaze paralyzed all his bodily functions. Even his spirit was suppressed within his body, unable to move. It seemed as if this gaze was a physical entity locking onto him, shackling his spirit. It seemed that a single thought from the other party would cause his body to explode, his spirit instantly crushed. This was an existence beyond their comprehension. Senior. The middle-aged man had the highest cultivation level, but he was also the closest to the figure in white. At this moment, his body went limp, and he directly knelt down, his voice trembling as he tried to speak. This figure in white was none other than Wang Lin. Wang Lin hadn't paid attention to these cultivators. In the instant he passed them, he seemed to sense a person he had met years ago, a woman who had admired him. If this woman were the same as she was back then, Wang Lin wouldn't have stopped. But he could see something that pained him. Under his gaze, the cultivators in front of him seemed to vanish, leaving only a woman hiding with her head bowed, her face pale, her body trembling. Even with her head bowed, Wang Lin could still see the terrifying scar on her face. He stood there in silence. Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip. For 800 years, she had thought her tears had dried up, completely gone. But today, in that instant, 2 streams of tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, rolling down her face, falling in a crooked stream. And as the tears flowed across her face, they hit the scar and changed direction. She wanted to run away. She didn't want him to see her. This was a very complex feeling, because she was no longer the same as she was back then. She would rather grow old alone and die than be seen by him in this state, in this terrible predicament, with this ugly face. The tears flowed even more profusely. She bowed her head deeply, her body instinctively recoiling, further and further back. She wanted to escape to the ends of the earth, to the furthest reaches of the starry sky, to a place where he couldn't see her, to quietly soothe her heart, to quietly wipe away these tears. Shi Zifeng, I am Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged woman retreating behind him and said softly. How could he forget that year, that month, that day, when the woman with the beautiful, smiling face stood among the crowd looking at him? Now, that face had aged, filled with sorrow, and she dared not look him in the face. The moment he spoke his name, hundreds of cultivators present were shaken, especially the middle-aged man, whose face instantly seemed to lose all color. Even his heart stopped beating, even his primordial spirit collapsed at this one sentence. His soul torn into 5 or 7 pieces, his spirit scattered. Wang Lin. This was a name that once shook the 8 directions of the Luotia star domain. I am not Shi Zifeng, Senior. You've mistaken me for someone else. The woman continued to retreat, her voice trembling, as if she had no way out, biting her lip. It was an indescribable feeling. For Shi Zifeng, her memories of Wang Lin, though not profound, were unforgettable. It was like in life, one will eventually love someone, and someone will love them back. Such women, they might be able to say otherwise, they might not care, but they will absolutely never forget. The injuries on Shi Zifeng's body, clearly visible to Wang Lin, were the result of repeated injuries to her primordial spirit, a permanent ailment that was very difficult to heal completely. Evidently, she had recently suffered a severe injury to her primordial spirit. How was she injured just now? Wang Lin's gaze swept across the nearly 100 cultivators in front of him, finally settling on one person. This was an old man, whom Wang Lin found somewhat familiar. In his dazed state, he vaguely recalled that this seemed to be one of the cultivators he had brought out of the Thunder Immortal realm years ago. The old man, scrutinized by Wang Lin, showed a look of fervent excitement. Many of those people from back then still felt grateful to Wang Lin, and his reputation from hundreds of years ago was so illustrious that it fueled their fervent reverence. Benefactor. The old man's voice trembled as he bowed deeply to Wang Lin. The middle-aged man, the Leishan Palace envoy kneeling in the front row, trembled violently, his spirit shaking, his eyes filled with despair. Subconsciously, he turned to look at the old man, his eyes filled with intense pleading. But this pleading vanished instantly with a single word from the old man. It was as if he heard the thunderous sound of the heavens and earth being destroyed echoing in his mind. It's him. If it weren't for him repeatedly causing trouble for Taoist Shizi these past few days, her primordial spirit wouldn't have been so severely injured. The old man pointed at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Chu Song-yan, you're slandering me. As an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, I have the right to demand that you follow my arrangements. What do you mean by making such baseless accusations against me? In his extreme panic, the middle-aged man suddenly mustered strength, stood up, and hastily retreated. His expression filled with anxiety as he shouted, "Senior, don't believe this man's nonsense. My actions were all to prepare for war in Luotia, not to cause trouble for Daoist Chizi as he claims. I knew Daoist Chizi from long ago. How could I possibly do such a thing?" As the middle-aged man spoke hastily, his body quickly retreated, instantly falling back 100 feet. Wang Lin, with the same cold gaze he had when he annihilated the remnants of the Xiang family on Donglin's star earlier, turned to look at the retreating middle-aged man. With Wang Lin's sharp mind, a single glance was enough to understand. Humiliating a weak woman, you deserve to die. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with intense killing intent. Shi Zifeng retreated further and further, lowering her head, making Wang Lin's attack even more powerful. 800 years had passed, things remained, but people were gone. The beauty of last night was merely a dream, her figure hazy, her image fading with time, leaving Wang Lin with a sense of despair. Staring intently at the terrified middle-aged man retreating, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. You cannot kill me. I am an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, and I'm here on its orders to prepare for war. If you kill me now, you will become an enemy of the Thunder Immortal Palace, hindering Luo Tian's preparations for war. Not only will you become an enemy of Luo Tia, but also of the 4 major star domains that are currently united in preparing for war. My cultivation level is not high, but I have a part of the strength to resist the foreign invaders. I must make a contribution for the realm. I must dedicate all my strength for the realm. You cannot kill me. Even if you want to kill me, give me a chance to fight alongside the foreign invaders. Give me a chance to die on the battlefield. The middle-aged man, retreating, seemed to be shouting out every reason he could think of in his life. When he was young, he was already very eloquent and considered himself very sharp-witted. Now, facing a life-or-death situation, this skill has completely erupted. If I die on the battlefield, I will have no regrets. I never expected that before my life ends, I will die in Luotia because of this one mistake. I was wrong, but my crime is not punishable by death. If you must kill me, let me live for another 100 years, so that I can fight one more battle for the realm. If an ordinary cultivator heard these words, they would surely be moved and might even spare him, allowing him to leave. His words were righteous and awe-inspiring, even revealing a willingness to sacrifice his life for the sake of the realm. In fact, this middle-aged man had gained many great benefits throughout his life through his sharp tongue. Even his position as an envoy of the Thunder Immortal Palace was earned through his eloquence. However, the person he was facing was Wang Lin. With all the schemes and cunning people Wang Lin had encountered in his life, he could tell at a glance that every word this man spoke was mere flowery rhetoric. His right hand, raised, gently lowered. The middle-aged man, who had retreated several 100 feet, immediately let out a scream of agony. His body trembled, and with a rumbling sound, fresh blood gushed from all parts of his body, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. For hundreds of years, countless people have humiliated her. Why do you only kill me? If you have the guts, kill them all. After shouting this last word, the middle-aged man's body exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces and dissipating into the starry sky. Killing a Kai-net cultivator was like killing an ant. The surrounding cultivators were completely silent, including the old man from before, all of them standing there stunned, their minds filled with terror. Although they sensed Wang Lin's immense power, witnessing firsthand how a mere wave of his hand could cause a Nirvana realm cultivator to vanish without a chance to retaliate, they were utterly terrified. Wang Lin's icy gaze swept over the nearly 100 cultivators. Then he stepped forward. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he had entered the crowd, and with a flash, he and Shi Zifeng disappeared into the midst of the people. In the distance, a gentle light flew swiftly, transforming into a pill that hovered in front of the old man. Go into seclusion and swallow this pill. Understanding the soul of the beast within will increase your cultivation. The pill emitted an extremely strong surge of primal energy. He only took one breath and felt a sense of exhilaration, as if he had been meditating for months. In the Luotia star domain, on a nearly abandoned cultivation planet, the sky was now filled with white snow, like a blanket covering the ground. To the north of this cultivation planet stood a mountain, now covered in snow, the world utterly silent. On the mountaintop, Shi Zifeng bowed her head, her face pale. She struggled to hold back her tears, remaining silent. Before her, Wang Lin gazed at the woman before him with a complex expression, sighed softly, and gently waved his right hand forward. Immediately, a gentle yet powerful surge of primal energy entered her body, merging with her primordial spirit. Under the influence of this energy, her injuries healed in a short time. Shi Zifeng's body trembled, her head bowed even lower. The primal energy within her body, after healing her wounds, did not dissipate but surged towards her face. Cracking sounds echoed as the ferocious scars on Shi Zifeng's face, wounds that ordinary cultivators could not heal, gradually dissolved, turning into tiny fragments that were blown away by the wind and snow, falling from her face, slowly. As these fragments were swept away, a beautiful countenance appeared on Shi Zifeng's face. Compared to that year, apart from the traces of time, nothing seemed to have changed. The beautiful woman of yesteryear, though still a virgin, now possessed a stern expression, resembling a married woman. Shi Zifeng reached out and touched her smooth face, tears once again streaming down her cheeks. 800 years ago, she herself had ruined her own face. She never imagined that 800 years later, the person she had longed for would restore her former beauty. In my life, I have only accepted two disciples, one named Zicheng and the other named 13. Do you wish to become my third disciple? Wang Lin gazed at the snowflakes drifting across the sky, letting them fall on him, slowly opening his mouth. Shi Zi's body trembled, and in silence, her tears flowed even more profusely. Wang Lin said nothing more, waiting for the other party's choice. He wasn't inherently heartless, but he couldn't accept everything either. He could stop himself from loving someone, but there were some things in this world he couldn't prevent. He couldn't stop this woman from loving him 800 years ago, nor could he stop her from loving him 800 years later. Compared to Li Qianmai, who was accustomed to life and death in the martial world, Wang Lin couldn't bring himself to be heartless towards this weak and pitiful Shi Zifeng. In this world, men and women still have many choices. Time slowly passed. The snow gradually grew thicker and thicker, falling before the two of them like a curtain of snow. A gentle smile appeared on Shi Zifeng's face. For the first time, she raised her head and gazed deeply at the figure standing behind the curtain of snow. It seemed she wanted to engrave this image deeply into her heart, along with the images of this figure from the years slowly overlapping. She gently knelt on the ground. This action severed the past of 800 years. This action caused Shi Zifeng pain, but also brought her liberation. Kneeling in the snow, she softly said, "Disciple greets master." Two final tears streamed down her smooth face, falling onto the snow-covered ground, merging into the layers of white snow, creating deep holes. But these holes were quickly filled by the snow. "Let's go," Wang Lin said softly. "My home is in Luotia," Shi Zifeng said softly, standing up. Wang Lin remained silent for a long time before raising his right hand and grasping at the void. Immediately, a boundless surge of primal energy rushed into Shi Zifeng's body, transmitting into her primordial spirit. At the same time, he also transferred a portion of his lifelong insights to her within the limits she could accept, circulating them within her body. Under the influence of his primordial spirit, Shi Zifeng's cultivation immediately broke through the Yang realm, directly reaching the Nirvana realm. But this transmission technique didn't stop there. It continued until Shi Zifeng's cultivation surged to the pure Nirvana realm, at which point it gradually ceased, transforming into 3 seals to suppress her rapidly increasing cultivation. He did this to allow her to slowly understand and digest it. This transmission technique, even for someone with Wang Lin's cultivation level, would be extremely difficult to replicate. The snow fell harder and harder. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin retracted his right hand, grabbed towards the sky, and instantly countless snowflakes condensed in his hand, forming a snowball. This snowball continuously accumulated, gradually becoming more and more substantial. Looking at the snowball, Wang Lin bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of ancient divine blood. With a series of crackling sounds, this fresh blood fell onto the snowball, staining it red and melting it. As it melted, more snowflakes flew towards it, and the snowball quickly transformed into an ice crystal. Wang Lin tapped it with his right hand, and this blood-red ice crystal instantly stretched, transforming into a long sword. A blood-red long sword. At the same time, a lightning flash appeared in Wang Lin's right eye, and a faint lightning diagram emerged within it. A single bolt of extreme realm lightning shot out from his right eye, entering the blood sword and merging perfectly with it. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from within the blood sword. Below the third step, no one can withstand a single slash from this sword. You are far from home. This sword is for your self-defense. If anyone disrespects you in the future, use this sword to strike them down. Wang Lin swung his right hand, and the blood sword instantly flew towards Shi Zifeng, merging into her body in an instant, becoming her life-bound magical treasure. I still want to help you with something. You also have a senior brother on Qingling Star. If you need help, you can take this sword with you for self-defense. Shi Zifeng. Wang Lin looked at the woman before him. She bit her lower lip, silently raising her head to look at Wang Lin, meeting his gaze. Her eyes held an emotion buried for 800 years. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, gazing deeply at the woman before him, sighing softly before turning and flying into the sky, disappearing further and further away. Looking up at the sky, Wang Lin's figure receded into the distance. In Shi Zifeng's eyes, the image of Wang Lin standing on the fragments of the continent in the Thunder Immortal Realm, breaking through all obstacles. The image of him leading many cultivators to break out of the Thunder Immortal Realm. The image of his majestic figure suppressing all the heroes in the Battle of Fengxin. The image of a person in snow-white robes slowly drifting away. The swirling snowflakes blurred Shi Zifeng's vision. This outcome, perhaps, is for the best. Shi Zifeng bowed her head. In the starry sky, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. When he transferred his cultivation to Shi Zifeng, relying on his formidable cultivation, he had already scanned her memories. He didn't bother with Shi Zifeng's private matters, but instead memorized all the humiliations she had suffered over the past 800 years. The appearance of each person who had humiliated her was now deeply etched in Wang Lin's mind. I don't mind killing people. I don't mind. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and as he walked away, his figure disappeared. Yandong Star, this is the residence of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the second largest family on this planet. Although not on par with a true aristocratic lineage, the Zhao family is extremely powerful in this star region. The current head of the Zhao family, whose cultivation was already extremely high, rendered great service in the battle against the Alliance and was subsequently rewarded with elixirs, has now reached the mid-stage of pure nirvana. His status on Cloud Movement Star is very high, and he is highly respected by his clansmen, yet extremely arrogant. However, few know that 800 years ago, he was one of those who pursued Shi Zifeng and even took advantage of the Shi family's difficulties to secretly abduct her as a slave. Although this was thwarted, it caused Shi Zifeng, already despairing over the family's downfall, another painful blow. 800 years have passed, and the current head of the Zhao family has long forgotten this. He is now seated in the main hall of the Zhao family, while below, his clansmen sit cross-legged, listening to his teachings. But just as he was about to utter the third sentence, a torrent of icy energy descended from the starry sky, directly engulfing the Zhao family's main hall. In the panic of all the clan members, a sword energy roared forth. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching an unbelievable level, hurtling straight towards the Zhao family's main hall, directly towards the terrified Zhao family patriarch inside. Everything happened too quickly. With a roar, this sword energy, with the speed of lightning, pierced into the Zhao family patriarch's body. With a loud bang, his body shattered, and he died instantly. The Donlai family on Tianmo Star, the great elder of the entire Donlai family, was considered the kindest person among them. 300 years ago, after reaching the peak of pure nirvana, he spent his days like a farmer, cultivating all sorts of strange plants in his manner, using them to cultivate his mind and spirit. Few people know that 800 years ago, relying on his relationship with the Shi family, he, who was not yet a grand elder at the time, forced Shi Zifeng to bring out the ultimate magical artifact left by the ancestor and disfigure herself. At this moment, he was dressed in coarse cloth, holding a watering can, like an ordinary person watering flowers. Behind him stood 3 middle-aged men respectfully. Cultivating the Tao is like planting flowers. One must comprehend the laws of nature, feel the changing tides of heaven and earth. For the past 300 years, I haven't been in seclusion, and I've even forgotten how to cultivate through the changing tides of fire. But in reality, only by doing so can one truly comprehend the Tao of heaven. The Grand Elder's words were extremely profound, and the three middle-aged men respectfully nodded. A smile appeared on the old man's face. He clearly saw that these three still hadn't understood, and was about to continue speaking. But at this moment, the entire heavenly curtain star shook violently. The heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. A sword energy shattered the heavens and earth, rapidly descending from the starry sky. This sword energy was too fast. Just as the old man looked up, amidst the rumbling sound, the sword energy was already close. It directly jumped inside his body. With a loud bang, the old man's body shattered, completely dissipating. Only the watering can remained unharmed, falling to the ground. On Zemia Star, the Luo family, one of the four great families in the south of Luotia, had a young patriarch with profound cultivation. With this family behind him, few dared to provoke him. At this moment, the young patriarch was in his seclusion, his naked body moving on top of a female cultivator, emitting low growls like a beast. The female cultivator beneath him was very beautiful, but her face was pale, her appearance rapidly changing, instantly becoming old and withered, finally seemingly turning into a skeleton. In an instant, the woman screamed in agony, blood gushing from all her orifices, dying a gruesome death. Next, the man stood up without looking back. A cultivator approached and took the body away, bringing in another woman who had lost consciousness, her eyes glazed over. The man grabbed her, his expression grim, intending to use her for cultivation. But at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the sky above the purple mist star. The sound initially seemed to come from the horizon, but in an instant it became ear-splitting, and the ceiling of the secluded retreat suddenly exploded. Amidst the flying debris, the man's eyes widened in terror. He abruptly raised his head and, without thinking, shielded the woman with his body. A sword energy roared through the female cultivator, but instead of inflicting any injury, it shot straight towards the man behind her, entering his body directly through his forehead. With a loud bang, the man's eyes rolled back, and his body instantly shattered. The female cultivator beside him was splattered with blood. The dazed look in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by clarity. The Jian family on Shui Luo Star, the Sun family on Pokong Star, the Li family on Zunling Star, and many other places all unleashed a torrent of sword energy, shattering the protective layers of the cultivation planets and charging straight towards those who had humiliated Xi Zifeng. In the starry sky, a group of nearly 100 cultivators were rapidly flying across to cultivation planets. Leading them was an old man with a dignified and imposing demeanor, radiating authority without anger. The cultivators behind him looked at him with utmost respect. But as they advanced, a powerful sword energy suddenly surged from the sky. Before anyone could react, the sword energy slammed into the old man's body, causing him to shatter and die. Similar scenes are constantly happening in this celestial star domain. Anyone who has offended Xi Zifeng in the past 800 years has been killed by this sword energy. At the Thunder Immortal Palace, preparations for war were underway. Inside and outside the colossal formation created by hundreds of cultivation stars, many cultivators were moving rapidly, continuously setting up formations on each star. Suddenly, 11 streams of sword energy appeared in the starry sky, splitting into 11 directions and flying rapidly. A deafening roar echoed, and a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression who was setting up a formation was instantly struck by the sword energy. Completely unaware of what was happening, he immediately shattered and died. In an instant, 10 people in different locations on this colossal star formation shattered and died. The final burst of sword energy roared and plunged deep into the star formation, entering the body of an old man meditating there, reinforcing the formation. The old man's body trembled. He spat out fresh blood, and his entire body exploded. These sudden scenes immediately shook the entire star formation, causing all the cultivators of the Thunder Immortal Palace to panic. Without killing or sparing anyone, Wang Lin, relying on his divine sense, unleashed nearly 100 streams of sword energy, sweeping across Luotia. This was the last thing he would do for Xi Zifeng, as he had promised. As he walked outside the enormous star formation of the Thunder Immortal Palace, Wang Lin's figure appeared. From afar, he looked at the swirling vortex and the countless cultivators of the Thunder Immortal Palace deep within the colossal formation, composed of hundreds of cultivation stars and occupying a vast area. Without saying a word, he slowly advanced forward. His footsteps weren't fast, but each step caused the starry sky to rumble like thunder. In the rumbling, this sound seemed to merge with Wang Lin's footsteps, creating earth-shattering explosions that spread in all directions. Countless cultivators of the Thunder Immortal Palace turned pale, retreating in unison. And like the people of the families on Donglan Star, who, after being manipulated, charged forward recklessly, they were now retreating. From afar, these cultivators looked like a tide, moving backward in unison. As Wang Lin advanced, a sudden, earth-shattering roar erupted from the mouth of Master Lu within the giant vortex at the center of the star formation. This earth-shattering roar, emanating directly from within the vortex, transformed into an invisible wave sweeping towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's footsteps suddenly halted. The rumbling sound instantly spread in all directions. This was the first time Lu Fuzi and Wang Lin had faced each other. Although they hadn't yet engaged in combat, one was advancing, while the other was blocking, creating a battle unfolding within this star formation. This simple roar was the culmination of Lu Fuzi's lifelong cultivation, and it also contained the divine power of a cultivator at the early stage of the third step of the Void Nirvana realm. Within this roar, the starry sky trembled, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Countless enormous cracks were torn open, like sharp thorns piercing towards Wang Lin. Like a raging storm, under this roar, the might of Master Lu was instantly revealed. If it weren't for a cultivator at the fifth stage of heavenly human tribulation, under the attack of this sound wave, their body would be instantly torn apart, their primordial spirit shattered, and they would die. Even if their cultivation had reached the third stage, the early stage of Void Nirvana, under this roar, they would be hindered and completely unable to advance further. But Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't reached the third stage yet. Thanks to his dead ancient inheritance, he had reached the 7-star ancient god level. And with the immense power of his 7-star ancient god body, he resisted the power of the third stage. The strength of his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. Under Master Lu's roar, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. In this world, no roar can compare to the roar of the ancient god, especially the roar of the ancient Tao. How could the third step possibly compare? The ancient god star point on Wang Lin's forehead quickly flashed and rotated. 7 star points moved, and the ancient god's power surged throughout Wang Lin's body. Behind him, the head of the ancient Tao appeared. As soon as this head appeared, Wang Lin opened his mouth and, facing the enormous vortex deep within the colossal star formation in front of him, let out an earth-shattering roar. Growl! This sound was like a furious scream, instantly spreading out, directly overwhelming the roar of Lu Fuzi, forming an overwhelming sound that swept forward with a thunderous roar. Although it still couldn't match the power of the roar unleashed by the strange force within the ancient tomb, which injured many third-step masters and even repelled a grand elder. Wang Lin's ancient Tao roar now possessed a similar momentum. A thunderous roar erupted between Wang Lin and Lu Fuzi, shaking the heavens and earth, as if two invisible figures were launching a frenzied attack. In this roar, the entire star formation trembled, and the cracks in the starry sky instantly shattered. The cultivators under this roar spat out fresh blood and retreated frantically once again. Deep within the vortex of the star formation, Yanlazi and his group turned pale, rapidly circulating their elemental power. It seemed that if they didn't, they would be annihilated by this roar. Lu Fuzi sat cross-legged in front of Yanlazi and his group. His expression drastically changed. He clearly felt an unimaginable attack directly approaching, threatening to break through all resistance. His own roar instantly vanished under this ancient Tao roar, his clothes fluttering and his hair flying wildly. His expression changed, but a cold glint still shone in his eyes. However, within this cold glint, there was an undeniable shock. He had thought he fully understood Wang Lin's strength. Although the other party had broken through the formation in 8 breaths, he also possessed numerous magical treasures and divine abilities. While he was also apprehensive, he believed Wang Lin was only on par with him. Neither could do anything to the other. But at this moment, his previous analysis was drastically shaken. This roar contained an aura that even he found terrifying, a vague feeling of helplessness. It seemed that what had entered from the outside was not a cultivator, nor an ancient god, but something far beyond his comprehension. or perhaps a creature that couldn't possibly exist in this world. This creature exuded an overwhelming, domineering aura that surged forth from this roar. No one could stop him. No one could fight him for his sake. Amidst the rumbling, the vortex around Lufuzi, which had always been spinning, suddenly stopped under the whirlwind created by the roar. It seemed as if the vortex dared not move in the face of that roar. Yan Leizi's face turned pale, the terror in his eyes completely overwhelming his mind. He stared blankly at Wang Lin outside the vortex, unable to reconcile the image of the person from the ear with the image of the cultivator from back then. Although he had accepted the truth, subconsciously he still couldn't believe it. Liat Vinti, being the weakest in cultivation and having suffered serious injuries back then, although now recovered, his cultivation hadn't progressed much. At this moment, under this roar, even with Lufuzi blocking more than half of it, the residual energy alone was enough to deafen him, causing him to spit out fresh blood and retreat more than 10 meters before stopping. His eyes showed fear, just like Yan Leizi's as he looked up at Wang Lin in the distance through the vortex. Wang Lin in his eyes was completely unfamiliar, vastly different from the person in his memory. To reach this level of cultivation in a few hundred years, could it be that he has completely mastered the war character scroll of our Zan family? Fortunately, I didn't have too deep animosity towards him and even gave him the war character scroll to study. Otherwise, today, even Lufuzi might not be able to stop this person. I never imagined he could be this powerful. The most intense fear in his eyes, his scalp tingling, almost to the point of losing his mind. That was Blood God's son. He knew he had deeply offended the other party years ago. Now, seeing Wang Lin's figure with his own eyes and feeling the power of that roar, his mind was violently shaken, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As the ancestor of the Yao family, as Luotia Blood God's son, he was extremely arrogant and rarely knew the feeling of trembling. But at this moment, he was truly terrified. Wang Lin's overwhelming power frightened him, filling him with an irresistible feeling, especially seeing even Master Lu's expression change, which only deepened his despair. Yet, in his heart, there was still a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Wang Lin came here not to find him, but for Master Lu. He wanted to fight Master Lu. In his eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. Surely he wouldn't make things difficult for him. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lin advanced forward. Each step was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, gradually forming a boundless aura of power that emanated from his body, directly pressing down on the vortex ahead. Since we parted ways on Vermilion Bird Star, fellow Taoist, you have progressed to this level, which fills me with admiration. Master Lu took a deep breath, still not rising, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin outside the vortex, slowly speaking. His voice echoed from the vortex, reverberating in all directions. The events on Vermilion Bird Star are of the past. Recalling that time, Master Lu's strength also astonished me. Wang Lin did not stop, calmly speaking as he advanced. After finishing, his gaze swept towards Yan Leizi, bowing respectfully. Yan Leizi, fellow Taoist, it's been a long time. The reason for causing such a commotion in Lothian was to settle some old matters. Please forgive me. Back then, he was a senior. Now, he's a fellow Taoist. It wasn't that Wang Lin wanted to change the way he addressed him, but even if he called Yan Leizi senior, Yan Leizi wouldn't be able to accept it. However, this single word caused Yan Leizi considerable distress, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of honor welled up in his heart. He hastily stood up and bowed to Wang Lin. The Luotia Star Domain is your home, senior. Why should I apologize? Wang Lin smiled and slowly walked towards the vortex. In the Vermilion Bird Star, we once joined forces, so we have some acquaintance. Today, your arrival here should have been a welcome from Master Lu. But why did you kill 11 people who were setting up my star formation upon your arrival? Master Lu said this, narrowing his eyes, revealing a cold glint. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right hand and pointed at Blood God's son beside Master Lu, saying, killing someone obviously has its reasons. You and I have no enmity, and I don't want to fight you. I only need this person. Blood God's son's mind trembled, his face turned pale, devoid of any color. Wang Lin's fingers seemed to have stolen all his life force. Outside the 100-Jiang vortex, Wang Lin stopped. The opponent was the ancestor of Luotia, and also a master in the battle against the Outer Realm. On Vermilion Bird Star, the two had briefly joined forces. Although Wang Lin wasn't afraid of the opponent's cultivation, he still respected a third step expert and wanted to show him some consideration. Master Lu's face darkened, and hesitation flickered in his eyes. Senior Master Lu. Only a junior like me can take someone there, Blood God Sun said, his face pale with despair. He looked towards Master Lu, anxiously opening his mouth, but Master Lu interrupted him. I will make my own decision. Master Lu, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up, bowed to Wang Lin, and slowly said, Wang Lin, fellow Taoist, could you spare this person for my sake? Consider this a debt I owe you. Wang Lin looked at Master Lu, and after a long time, shook his head. This person is very useful to me. I hope you won't stop me. Master Lu's expression was gloomy. Although he was cautious, the arrogance of a third-step expert had long been ingrained in his bones. For tens of thousands of years, he had wielded immense power, his status extremely noble. It could be said that in Luotia, his word was law, and no one dared to contradict him. At this point, he humbled himself, using the debt of gratitude as leverage to plead, expecting the other party to show him some respect. But Wang Lin's words seemed to disregard his feelings completely, so a cold smile gradually appeared on Lu Fuzi's face. I want to see what makes you so confident. In my formation, let's fight. Your roar may be powerful, and your body may be stronger than the third stage, but I have been at the third stage for tens of thousands of years. How could an arrogant fool like you possibly understand me? Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes slowly revealing a cold glint. He didn't advance, but instead waved his right hand beside him, coldly saying, Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Having reached the third stage, unless it was a life or death feud or an intent to kill each other, a battle between them must be conducted with respect. After all, those who can reach the third stage in this vast universe are extremely rare, even after countless millennia. Compared to the enormous number of cultivators, they are truly few and far between. Master Lu had long been famous and had no animosity towards Wang Lin. Although he appeared to intervene because of Blood God Sun, it was almost a confrontation. Master Lu would not offend Wang Lin too much because of Blood God Sun. In his eyes, Wang Lin was no longer an equal as he had previously analyzed, but now possessed a slight advantage. However, he considered himself to have entered the third stage tens of thousands of years ago, his experience far surpassing his opponent's, and he had no need to fear him. Although Wang Lin hadn't yet entered the third stage, his physical body was already comparable to a third stage expert. Furthermore, during his time in the ancient star realm outside the universe, he had experienced many things and encountered numerous third stage experts. Lu Fuzi was nothing in his eyes. If Lu Fuzi remained stubborn, Wang Lin wouldn't mind teaching him a harsher lesson. Moreover, since reaching the 7-star ancient god realm and fighting against Tsen, he hadn't yet encountered a third stage expert. Facing Lu Fuzi now, Wang Lin's fighting spirit surged. Lu Fuzi's eyes flashed as he stared intently at Wang Lin's forehead, clearly sensing the overwhelming fighting spirit emanating from him. His pupils narrowed slightly, and he immediately changed his mind. Fellow Taoist Wang Lin, if you and I were to unleash our full power, this Luotia star domain might not be able to withstand it. Once the Great Ceiling formation is disrupted, damage to the formation is inevitable. Let's simply engage in a literary duel, 3 rounds to determine the winner. If you win, I, the Blood God Sun, will personally deliver it to you, but if I win, you must leave quickly. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter Luotia even a single step. Do you dare to engage in a literary duel with me? Lu Fuzi thought that if he and Wang Lin fought, at most they would only be evenly matched. Once that happened, the situation would fall into a stalemate, and even a slight lapse in concentration could lead to serious injury. He was preparing for war, and if he were seriously injured, it would certainly affect his future plans, costing him the opportunity to seize the incense offerings in the outer realm. He couldn't help but be apprehensive. A battle of wits? Wang Lin, having cultivated the Tao his entire life, had almost never engaged in a battle of wits with anyone. Hearing Lu Fuzi's words, his eyes showed a strange expression. The inner realm couldn't compare to the outer realm. If a third stage expert unleashed their divine power to kill, it would undoubtedly cause widespread destruction of the starry sky, revealing the great wind realm formation that enveloped the entire inner realm. Wang Lin understood this very well. That's right. While third-stage experts in our inner realm are extremely rare, seen only once in 10,000 years, there are still a few. If I were to recklessly engage in a life-or-death battle and trigger the Great Wind Realm formation, the gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. That's why we have this method of battling wits. The first round is refining artifacts, using the resources here to create identical magical treasures, and using these treasures to conduct the first round of the Battle of Wits. If you're not skilled in refining artifacts, then alchemy is also acceptable. Even soul refining is fine. The second round is a battle of Tao thoughts. The final round will be a contest of divine techniques. After 3 rounds, you and I will determine who is superior, and it will also save face for future encounters. Wang Lin smiled, glanced at Master Lu, waved his sleeve, and said with a long laugh, "All right, if you want to compete in literature, I, Wang, can accompany you." Master Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had seen Wang Lin's fighting spirit and noticed a hint of confidence within it, which made him feel uneasy. He was always cautious, and as the ancestor of Luotia, a third-step expert, he couldn't afford to lose. That's why he suggested a literary contest. Now that Wang Lin agreed, he couldn't help but inwardly sneer. This person is young, his cultivation time is short. Although he has reached this level of cultivation, his other aspects are certainly not as good as mine. Master Lu had been stuck at the early stage of the third step of the Void Nirvana realm for tens of thousands of years, and due to a lack of incense offerings, he couldn't reach the middle stage of the Void Nirvana realm. During these tens of thousands of years, he had begun to study the art of refining Qi, alchemy, and forbidden techniques, so he was full of confidence. "Please choose what you want to refine in the first round," Master Lu slowly said. "Refining Qi is fine." Wang Lin looked at Master Lu meaningfully. Master Lu's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly, but inwardly he sneered. His Qi refining techniques were far more advanced than his alchemy, and even his most powerful magical artifacts were forged by him after finding remnants of Qi. He didn't say much to Wang Lin, but waved his sleeve. The enormous vortex around his body suddenly moved, seemingly stirring up countless mists, rapidly spinning and transforming into a whirlwind. His body, amidst the rising whirlwind, directly flew out, instantly leaving the vortex and appearing in the air above the enormous star formation. Behind him, tens of thousands of cultivators from the Thunder Immortal Palace all turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with fervent reverence. Master Lu, the ancestor of Luotia. Even the 3 people inside the vortex, including Yan Lazy, showed reverence. In their eyes, Master Lu was a god of Luotia. To witness the ancestor personally refining artifacts was enough to shake their hearts and excite them immensely. The magical artifact I refine today will remain in the Thunder Immortal Palace, becoming the most precious treasure of our Luotia Thunder Immortal Palace. Later, during the war against the outside world, the Luotia Immortal ranking will be opened. After 1 month of its opening, the person who kills the most enemies will obtain this treasure. Master Lu's words slowly echoed, reaching the ears of every cultivator in the surrounding area. As soon as the sound spread, an overwhelming wave of sound immediately arose. Tens of thousands of cultivators all showed expressions of shock, their voices rising like a tide of obedience. Master Lu, 100 feet above the star formation, raised his right hand and pointed towards the starry sky. Amidst the rumbling, countless bursts of starlight flashed from all directions within the glittering starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was enveloped in starlight, revealing an extremely magnificent scene in the hazy light. "Today, I will take the starlight of Luotia as my foundation." His right hand rose towards the distant clusters of starlight filling the starry sky, and with a single grasp, endless starlight rushed towards him, frantically converging on Lu Fuzi's right hand. In a short time, an image formed by the starlight appeared. This image was surprisingly a giant tree. The tree formed by the starlight emitted a dazzling light. At a glance, it looked as if countless cultivation stars had condensed together. This giant tree was tens of thousands of feet tall, suspended in the starry sky. Taking the dust and debris that filled the starry sky of Luotia from ancient times as its body, it condensed into the form of this treasure. As Master Lu's voice echoed, his left hand formed a hand seal and swept across the starry sky. Suddenly, the entire starry sky rumbled violently. This tremor wasn't confined to this spot. but spread throughout the entire Luotia star domain, transforming into countless swirling ripples. Within the starry sky, countless specks of dust, invisible to the naked eye, were slowly drawn out. As soon as these dust particles appeared, a powerful gravitational force seemed to pull them towards Master Lu. Like a whirlwind engulfing Luotia, amidst a deafening roar, they swept up the endless dust, which, in a short time, flew from all directions and merged into the towering tree of starlight, tens of thousands of feet tall. These dust particles, essentially dust, were now continuously merging, causing the starlight tree to gradually cease its illusory state and rapidly materialize. Wang Lin remained calm, watching Master Lu refine his artifact. Before his eyes, the tens of thousands of feet tall tree of starlight instantly materialized in the starry sky, resembling a real tree. Using the starry sky as its soil, the dust as its fertilizer, and the starlight as its soul, it seemed as if a towering tree, existing since time immemorial, had suddenly appeared. An immeasurable power slowly emanated from this tree, enveloping everything around it. Simultaneously, boundless vitality radiated from within, causing the tens of thousands of cultivators of the Thunder Immortal Palace behind Master Lu to be utterly shocked. The form of the treasure is complete, only the essence is missing. Although I am a person of the Luo heaven, I have been indebted to the Wind Immortal realm, and have spent my life comprehending the essence of wind. Now I will allow this treasure to merge with my own essence of the Tao. Master Lu stretched out his hands and waved them. Immediately, a whirlwind surged from his body, and 9 swirling vortices appeared in his pupils. Each time these 9 vortices moved, they caused a raging storm within Lu Fuzi's body to erupt even more powerfully. In a short time, all the storms in the starry sky shattered under this storm, being swept into it, forming an earth-shattering force that rushed straight towards the ancient tree. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. As the storm swept over his body, his eyes immediately filled with the essence of lightning and fire, each layer being neutralized, and his body remained motionless. The storm swept towards the ancient tree, as if merging into it, causing the tree to awaken from its deep slumber. The aura of a void nirvana artifact suddenly permeated the air. It has the essence, only lacking the bloodline. This thing I intend to leave behind in Luotia to bestow upon someone else. It is a treasure of Luotia. Its bloodline is the blood of a Luotia cultivator. A glint of light flashed in Lu Fuzi's eyes. He pointed his right hand backward, and a gust of wind shot out from his fingertip, rushing towards the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him. As the wind swept over them, a drop of fresh blood condensed on the forehead of each cultivator. This drop of blood, carried by the wind, instantly condensed in front of Lu Fuzi. Lu Fuzi bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood from the third step, which he infused into the blood. Simultaneously, he swung his sleeve. Immediately, the blood in front of him surged towards the giant tree, merging into it. In that instant, a feeling of interconnected bloodlines arose in the minds of the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him. Having accomplished all this, Lu Fuzi let out a low roar, the vortex in his eyes rapidly swirling. He raised his right hand and slammed it down fiercely. The final step, refining it into a treasure. The giant tree, tens of thousands of feet tall, trembled violently and with a rumbling sound, quickly shrank. In an instant, the body, tens of thousands of feet tall, was compressed to just 10 feet, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from within, shaking the starry sky. This magical artifact is named the Luotia tree. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Lu Fuzi's expression was proud, his eyes filled with joy. He had used Luotia as its root, the blood of cultivators as its lifeblood, the essence as a catalyst, and his cultivation to refine this artifact. Although it wasn't the strongest, he was very satisfied that he had managed to refine it to this level in such a short time, especially that mouthful of fresh blood and the essence power. Although it caused him immense pain, he had to risk everything for this literary contest. Complete silence reigned on all sides. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the Thunder Immortal Palace stared intently at the Luotia tree, their expressions filled with excitement, yet there was not a single murmur of discussion. However, their longing grew stronger in this silence. They desired to possess the Luotia tree, a magical artifact personally crafted by Master Lu. Even the likes of Lai Yunzi were deeply moved, struggling to suppress their yearning. Only Yan Lizi, already possessing a treasure from the Thunder Immortal realm, didn't place much importance on this item. But since it was crafted by Master Lu, its significance was vastly different. In this silence, Master Lu's voice slowly echoed. Wang Lin's gaze swept over the luotia tree, his pupils contracting slightly. He didn't actually think much of this type of magical artifact, but it contained the blood of tens of thousands of cultivators as its lifeblood, like a final brushstroke, transforming it from a mere nirvana artifact into one imbued with inherited bloodline power. Moreover, this artifact contains the inherited bloodline of tens of thousands of cultivators. These tens of thousands of cultivators come from various families in Luotia, seemingly encompassing all the families in the entire Luotia realm. The blood in their veins has condensed together, essentially representing the blood of all of Luotia. Any cultivator from Luotia can wield this artifact. Such a vast inherited bloodline is extremely rare. Furthermore, this Luotia tree takes the starlight of the Luotia star domain as its root, and a drop of fresh blood along with the essence of Lu Fusii as a catalyst, allowing this artifact to be refined in a short time. If that were all, this artifact could only be considered newly created, lacking much time for further refinement and therefore not perfect. But this Master Lu was truly a genius. He gathered the endless dust that had existed for an unknown period of time in the Luotia star domain and condensed it. It was this dust that gave this tree its form, thus imbuing this magical artifact with an aura of desolation. Even more astonishing is that this magical artifact contains a hidden fighting spirit. This is the fighting spirit of all the cultivators in Luotia preparing for war, determined to fight to the death against the outside world. This magical artifact has no flaws whatsoever. It even possesses a heroic aura. If Wang Lin destroys this treasure, it would be tantamount to destroying that fighting spirit, tantamount to defying the entire Luotia. Master Lu obviously saw this, so he used it to pressure him, concealing the cunning of an ancient being who has lived for tens of thousands of years. This type of magical artifact can only be forged by a third-stage expert, and even then, it's impossible to forge many in a lifetime. This treasure is indeed top grade, Wang Lin said slowly after a moment of silence. Lu Fuzi's long, resounding laughter echoed through the starry sky, his proud expression revealing immense confidence. As soon as these words left Wang Lin's mouth, tens of thousands of cultivators cheered in unison, their gazes towards Lu Fuzi becoming even more fervent. At this moment, if Lu Fuzi were to say a word, even if it meant facing a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, these cultivators would not hesitate to charge in. My treasure is finished. Please, fellow Taoist, make your move. Let me see what kind of treasure you will forge. Lu Fuzi looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, the fighting spirit of a Luotia cultivator is sufficient, but it still lacks killing intent. It lacks the scent of blood. Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently grabbed the star formation formed by hundreds of cultivation stars below. With a rumbling sound, one of the cultivation stars was instantly shattered, flying up and breaking into countless fragments that were swept away. From the top of this cultivation planet, a drop of yellow liquid swiftly flew towards him, hovering in front of Wang Lin. This single strike caused tens of thousands of cultivators watching from afar to look terrified. Even Master Lu's eyes widened. He could also do this, but at this moment, Wang Lin's gaze was extremely calm, as if this strike was nothing to him. It was this feeling that shook Master Lu's mind. The power of this person's body has unexpectedly reached this level. Compared to the ancient gods on the Vermilion Bird Star back then, I wonder how much better or worse he is remembering the ancient god descend on the Vermilion Bird Star. Master Lu's expression became extremely grim. Looking at this drop of yellow liquid, Wang Lin's mind flashed with the scene of the ancient god Tati refining artifacts and the ancient gods refining magic treasures. Just like that seven-colored Taoist, using cultivation planets as materials from the starry sky with immense power. He raised his hand towards the star formation once again. A deafening roar echoed violently as 8 cultivation stars shattered, condensing into 8 drops of golden liquid that flew straight towards Wang Lin, hovering in a circle in front of him, slowly rotating. The first drop contains my endless slaughter on the Vermilion Bird Star, Wang Lin said calmly, raising his right hand and pointing at the first drop. The moment his finger touched it, an overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted from Wang Lin's memories. The Tang family's Tower of Heads, the rivers of blood in Zhao, the slaughter for survival in the cultivation demon, see all the old events on the Vermilion Bird Star merged into that killing intent. Upon entering the golden drop, its color instantly changed to a vivid red. An overwhelming wave of killing intent enveloped everything. The second drop contains countless souls from the Star Alliance. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the second drop of liquid. As his memories stirred, the color of this second drop of liquid instantly changed, becoming a bright red like blood. The killing intent intensified, shaking the starry sky. In the Luotia star domain, I have killed many people. If there were heaven and earth, they would all change color, turning completely crimson. In the Yanhai star domain, blood mist swirled around me, concealing a hidden killing intent. The tens of thousands of cultivators of the Leixian Palace all turned pale, retreating under the increasingly intense killing intent. Their eyes filled with an indescribable fear as they looked at Wang Lin. In the seven-colored realm, the killing intent of the Dao fruit, the expressions of Yanlei Zi and the others changed, especially Blood God Zi, who immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood upon sensing this killing intent. In the primordial spirit realm, in the outer world, slaughtering and devouring immortal techniques, the starry sky trembled. Blood-red hues filled the air, illuminating this colossal star formation as if it were a sea of blood, continuously spreading and sweeping across the entire Luotia. Countless cultivators were shaken by this murderous aura. In the lightning clan, annihilating the entire clan, countless ethereal and mournful souls appeared in the starry sky, emitting deathly screams that shook people's hearts, penetrating their souls like thunder. In the ancient tomb, the stench of blood, Master Lu took a deep breath, his eyes revealing fear. The murderous aura emanating from Wang Lin's body at this moment terrified even him. Return to Luotia, destroy Donglin Star. Wang Lin pointed his right hand. The killing in his lifelong memories transformed into terrifying murderous aura, causing all 9 drops of yellow liquid to turn bright red. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the Tenjiangtal Luotia tree, staring intently at Lu Fuzi. In that instant, Lu Fuzi's mind trembled. The moment Wang Lin's gaze fell upon him, the overwhelming killing intent that filled the starry sky suddenly transformed into sharp swords, causing Lu Fuzi to involuntarily retreat several steps. The Tenjiangtal Luotia tree in front of him shook, seemingly unable to withstand it, as if about to shatter. Compared to my entire life, even a Luotia cultivator lacks the killing intent to contend with fate. Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the 9 drops of red liquid condensed together, forming a blood crystal. This blood crystal contained Wang Lin's entire life's killing intent, and after its formation, it transformed into a blood-red light that shot straight towards Lu Fuzi. Lu Fuzi's expression was extremely solemn. As this blood crystal approached, he seemed to see countless vengeful spirits within it. These spirits had all perished at Wang Lin's hands, and now they appeared, seemingly returning from the underworld to devour the heavens and earth. Tens of thousands of cultivators behind him instantly felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from the blood crystal, spitting out blood as if possessed by the killing intent, and retreating with ear-piercing screams. The swirling formation beneath Lu Fuzi stopped rotating with a rumbling sound. Blood Godson's face turned pale, and he continuously retreated. Even Lai Yanzi's eyes showed fear, forcing him to retreat. In his eyes, Lu Fuzi was not facing Wang Lin, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wang Lin remained silent, his gaze complex. A blood essence condensed from a lifetime of killing intent could repel tens of thousands of cultivators. This, indeed, was Wang Lin. This treasure has no origin, no bloodline of mine, no battle intent of Luotia, no various schemes you've been hiding, only the killing intent of my entire life. This single artifact alone can destroy your Luotia tree. Lu Fuzi roared as he retreated, raising both hands to block the blood essence from approaching. His mind was shaken, his eyes filled with fear. He had never imagined that a person could possess such killing intent throughout their life. He had only encountered such a cultivator once in his lifetime. In his eyes, the opponent couldn't even be called a cultivator. Behind them lay an endless sea of blood capable of engulfing the entire realm. Such an opponent made his scalp tingle. He didn't want to provoke them, and even felt a little afraid to provoke them. This treasure only possesses killing intent. What makes it capable of destroying my Luotia tree? Master Lu took a few steps back, steadied himself, and stared intently at Wang Lin. Because I forged it myself. If I say it can destroy it, then it certainly can. If you don't believe me, I'm not afraid to try. Wang Lin looked at Master Lu and slowly spoke. His words were gentle, yet they revealed an overwhelming confidence and domineering attitude. The second battle is a battle of Taoist thought. Do you dare to accept? Lu Fuzi's expression was grim, his voice echoing through the starry sky. I, Wang, hate this kind of refined fighting. Wang Lin shook his head, his gaze shifting from Lu Fuzi's body to the pale-faced blood god Sun behind him. He slowly stepped forward, intending to bypass Lu Fuzi and directly kill blood god Sun. Lu Fuzi, still seething with anger from the previous battle in cultivation, now wore a ferocious grin upon seeing Wang Lin's movement. He raised both hands, instantly unleashing the full aura of a cultivator at the early stage of the third step of the Void Nirvana realm, standing there like the pinnacle of the starry sky. His aura was like a storm, shaking space and conjuring a whirlwind thousands of feet in diameter. He roared to the heavens. This earth-shattering roar seemed to engulf the entire Luotia star domain in a destructive vortex. Wang Lin, do you really think I wouldn't dare fight you? If you want to fight, then fight. Lu Fuzi laughed angrily, his right hand forming a hand seal and swinging forward. A gigantic broken sword appeared before Lu Fuzi. This broken sword was only half complete, yet it radiated an incredibly sharp aura, instantly distorting the starry sky. This very broken sword had once pierced the body of the ancient 8-star god Tut. Immediately after the broken sword appeared, Lu Fuzi's hands formed a hand seal and pointed towards the starry sky. The entire space rumbled violently. An invisible wave swept across the starry sky, carrying tens of thousands of cultivators far away. At the same time, a phantom image suddenly appeared behind Lu Fuzi. This image was not a person, but a realm, the Immortal Realm. However, this Immortal Realm was completely different from the one Wang Lin had witnessed years ago. This transformed Immortal Realm, though filled with raging winds, showed no signs of destruction, remaining perfectly intact. It was clearly visible that at the center of this Immortal Realm, a colossal stone gate stood majestically, with numerous immortals kneeling beneath it, seemingly in worship. Waves of immortal energy spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Luotia star domain. Enchanting celestial melodies filled the air, bringing joy and comfort to those who heard them. Many elements of the Immortal Realm were present here. Surprisingly, even within this immortal energy emanated a trace of incense, which traveled directly to Lu Fuzi, being absorbed into his body. This Immortal Realm was the key to Lu Fuzi's attainment of the third stage of cultivation. He needed incense to reach the third stage, and this incense came from within this newly transformed Immortal Realm. The Immortal Wind Realm is my origin, the source of my ancestral worship. Your body, though powerful, hasn't reached the third stage, and without ancestral worship. I want to see how you will fight me. I will show you why cultivators at the third stage can become such powerful beings in the heavens and earth. It's all thanks to this ancestral worship. Only with ancestral worship can one unleash the divine abilities of ancestral worship. Master Lu had made up his mind to fight. At this moment, as the colossal immortal wind realm materialized behind him, his confidence grew even stronger. As a cultivator at the third stage, he possessed an awe-inspiring presence. Wang Lin's eyes were like water, calmly observing the divine abilities conjured by Master Lu. His aura instantly reached its peak, his expression unchanged. In his eyes, this Master Lu was no match. His calmness, in Master Lu's eyes, became an unfathomable mystery. Master Lu's eyes flickered subtly. He couldn't understand what other tricks Wang Lin had up his sleeve that allowed him to remain so calm. Even if he is powerful, he shouldn't be able to suppress his cultivation to the point where I can't see through it. But this person has remained eerily calm until now. I want to see what he relies on to be so composed. Everything happened in an instant. The broken sword in front of Master Lu emitted an earth-shattering aura, and the immortal wind realm behind him radiated immortal energy, transforming into a wisp of incense smoke swirling around his body. At this moment, Master Lu looked no different from a true immortal, his aura like a rainbow. He made a hand gesture and pointed towards the star formation. Immediately, the Luotia Great Formation, composed of hundreds of cultivation stars, rumbled into motion. Waves of spiritual energy filled the starry sky. The more the formation moved, the more intense the spiritual energy became, instantly shaking the entire Luotia star domain. In the process of continuous diffusion, the wind and rain realms also vaguely appeared, sensing the immense power of this star formation. This formation was originally prepared by me to fight against the outer realms. Today you want to fight. I want to see how you can fight within this star formation. Master Lu's hair fluttered in the wind. Within the star formation, as the aura of the star spirits grew stronger, a swirling mass of star spirits suddenly appeared, radiating an earth-shattering aura. Looking around, the entire starry sky was filled with countless star spirits. These spirits swirled throughout space, seemingly opening up a new world. And Wang Lin was standing at the center of the formation. Wang Lin, you brat, come and fight me. Master Lu's eyes gleamed. The opponent's composure was like a thorn in his side, making him extremely uncomfortable. He suppressed his doubts and, with a long laugh, charged straight towards Wang Lin. Behind him, the immortal realm rumbled, and the illusory figures of countless immortals flew out simultaneously, carrying the aura of a gathering of immortals. The broken sword also roared, following closely behind Master Lu, hurtling towards Wang Lin. The star formation below rumbled and moved, hundreds of star spirits swirling around, creating a terrifying feeling as if the universe itself was inverted, the heavens and earth tilting. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. The moment Lu Fuzi approached, the 7 star points on his forehead moved, and the powerful aura of the ancient 7-star god, comparable to a third-stage cultivator, fully erupted. This was the first time since Wang Lin's return to the Luotia star domain that he had fully revealed this aura, radiating an overwhelming presence. Lu Fuzi's pupils contracted, but he showed no intention of retreating. In an instant, he was only 50 meters away from Wang Lin. Yet, in his eyes, Wang Lin's expression remained as calm as before. This calmness was frightening, leaving Lu Fuzi completely unable to guess his intentions. What kind of divine ability does he possess? If it's just his current aura, under my star formation, he's still no match for me, just as Lu Fuzi was rapidly closing in. This thought flashed through his mind, and Wang Lin's faint sigh reached him. He pointed his right hand at his forehead, and the heavenly emperor cauldron rumbled and transformed. Ancient slave spirit movement, Wang Lin said, and instantly a dark light flashed from the heavenly emperor cauldron, appearing before Wang Lin in an instant. The moment Lu Fuzi appeared, a true third-stage aura erupted from his body. A gigantic crack appeared in the starry sky, from which endless incense smoke emanated. A third-stage cultivator. Lu Fuzi's expression changed drastically. His body, which had been rushing forward, suddenly stopped completely, his eyes wide with disbelief. I didn't expect there to be a third-stage expert. This is his technique, and also the reason he could remain so calm. What is his true identity? I never imagined. Unexpectedly, there could be a third-stage cultivator among the ancient slaves. Even Lu Fuzi, who had remained calm for tens of thousands of years, was utterly shocked and stunned by the appearance of Lindong Shengren. He finally understood why Wang Lin could be so composed, why he could face all his divine abilities with such equanimity, and why he could arrogantly claim he didn't want to engage in a refined struggle. All of this became clear to Lu Fuzi the moment Lindong Shengren appeared. What terrified him even more was that the crack created by Lindong Shengren had far more incense offerings than his own. These offerings were denser than he could have imagined. So many incense offerings. Who is this third-stage cultivator? Everyone in our inner realm knows who has reached the third stage. There is absolutely no one like him. Lu Fuzi's expression changed drastically. If he was like this, imagine what others would feel. Yan Lazy, inside the vortex, was completely stunned. The shock today, even if combined with tens of thousands of years of his cultivation, couldn't compare. Wang Lin's formidable power had already terrified him, but he never imagined that Wang Lin also had a slave. Ancient slave, ancient slave. Who wouldn't understand the identity of the spiritual movement supreme being upon hearing those two words? If it were just a slave, it wouldn't be a big deal. For cultivators, this is quite normal. But this slave was a third-step expert. This kind of thing, even in the outer realms, in the primordial star realm, would be enough to cause a storm. Let alone in the inner realms where a third-step cultivator hasn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. For Yan Lazy, the collapse of the Luotia star domain was far from enough to shake him like this. After the appearance of the spirit movement supreme being, a strange and intense force emanated from behind him, along with an aura that caused the starry sky to tremble, terrifying all the cultivators. His power was no less than that of the Luotia star domain's ancestor, and his immense pressure even surpassed it slightly. Furthermore, the drastic change in Lu Fuzi's expression clearly indicated one thing. This person was a third-stage cultivator. Yan Leizi's mind was violently shaken, his eyes vacant and his gaze dazed. This person, what kind of fortuitous encounter has he had? He himself is comparable to a third-stage cultivator, and yet he even has a third-stage slave, third stage. That's the third stage in tens of thousands of years. I've only met Lu Fuzi who has reached the third stage. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Yan Leizi's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't believe the scene he was witnessing. A third-stage cultivator had unexpectedly become a slave to Wang Lin. Light Vinti's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared blankly at the scene before him, seemingly forgetting his millennia of existence. It was like the shock he felt as a child the first time he saw a cultivator. Even more shocking than that feeling, the shock he felt now was immeasurably greater. He couldn't imagine a third-stage cultivator becoming someone else's slave. This had almost shattered his fervent reverence for third-stage cultivators. More seriously, it had torn apart the veil of mystery, shattering the image of the high and mighty, godlike third-stage cultivator in his mind. This scene made him realize that even third-stage cultivators could be mere beings, capable of becoming someone else's slave. It was just that this sudden discovery was too shocking for Light Vinti, like a devastating blow that left him trembling and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Who exactly is this Wang Lin? How could he do this? How could he make a third-stage cultivator his slave? His own strength is already comparable to a third-stage cultivator, and now he has a third-stage slave. This person must be at the top of the 4 major star domains in the inner realm. Haitine was also completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, even with his cultivation and lifespan. Such a naive thought shouldn't have crossed his mind. Yet, at this moment, a thought that shouldn't have crossed his mind suddenly arose. An illusion. This must be an extremely rare illusion in the heavens and earth. Third-stage cultivators are beings that command respect from everyone. How could they willingly become slaves to someone else? This is impossible. However, Blood God's son whispered this, but the speculation that had just arisen in his heart immediately collapsed, shattered by a tremor like the earth collapsing. If they weren't willing, could it be that they were forcefully subdued by Wang Lin? This is impossible. His cultivation is only comparable to the third stage. How could he forcefully subdue them? That's a third-stage cultivator, a third-stage cultivator. In the entire Luotia star domain, there's only one Lu Fuzi who is a third-stage cultivator. The 3 of them were stunned by the appearance of Lingdong Shongren. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of cultivators who had been pushed away by the transformed Fengxian realm were now in turmoil. Those who could become cultivators of the Thunder Immortal Palace, and who could reinforce the formation here, were not weaklings. They could clearly feel the earth-shattering pressure emanating from Lingdong Shengren. Under this pressure, they couldn't even stand firm. Fear surged like a tide, a terrifying upheaval rising within them. Is this the third step, to make the ancestor change color and stop in his tracks? Could it be a legendary third-step cultivator? The aura is exactly like the ancestors. This is definitely a third-step cultivator. A third-step cultivator. In this Luotia star domain, it's unbelievable that 3 third-step cultivators have appeared simultaneously. This is utterly absurd. For tens of thousands of years, only the ancestor has been a third-step cultivator, but now, Wang Lin's cultivation level before he left was not high, but now, after 800 years, he unexpectedly reached this terrifying level, and even had a servant with a third-stage cultivation level by his side. Unbelievable! A deafening uproar erupted, echoing wildly through the starry sky, growing increasingly intense, finally erupting like thunder. This shocking scene left everyone in disbelief. This had surpassed all their imagination. It could be said that they couldn't have even dreamed of such a thing. Lu Fuzi's face turned pale, becoming as gloomy as water, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. He swung his sleeves and roared to the heavens. This roar completely drowned out the terrified voices of tens of thousands of cultivators around him, making his voice the only sound in the starry sky. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could subdue a third-stage cultivator as a servant. This person's cultivation level is comparable to mine, but their lineage far surpasses mine. Just this one person alone is enough to overwhelm me, Lu Fuzi's voice echoed, reaching the ears of every cultivator in the Luotia star domain. But even if I can't defeat you, I can certainly put up a fight. Tens of thousands of years ago, I possessed extraordinary talent. If it weren't for the limitations of my lineage, I would have long since reached the mid or even late stage of the void nirvana realm. Although my lineage is limited and my cultivation has stagnated over the past tens of thousands of years, I have used immense perseverance to forge numerous magical artifacts. Furthermore, the power of this star formation is enough to fight you. Lu Fuzi's voice boomed, and with a wave of his sleeve, the vast star formation beneath him erupted with an aura dozens of times stronger than before. This aura roared, forming a gigantic vortex that swept across the starry sky. A frenzied rumble echoed throughout space. The monks, who had been terrified by the appearance of the spiritual movement Immortal, now changed their tone to enthusiastic cheers. Ancestor Luotia! Ancestor Luotia! All sorts of sounds instantly merged into one. This was the roar of tens of thousands of cultivators, the cry of tens of thousands of people whose spirits were on the verge of collapse, erupting to invigorate themselves and the Luotia star domain. The sound was like a rainbow surging across the sky, engulfing the roar of the whirlwind, forming an unimaginable momentum. Vaguely, a sudden burst of spiritual power shot out from the heads of these tens of thousands of cultivators, hurtling straight towards Lu Fuzi. Lu Fuzi looked up to the sky and let out a roar, his expression extremely serious, his right hand pointing towards the star formation below. Amidst the roar, within the whirlwind formed by the star formation, a nearly 1,000-foot-long spear materialized. Behind the spear, a pitch-black saber followed. Behind the saber, 9 luminous pearls also appeared. In an instant, 18 magical treasures simultaneously appeared in the whirlwind in the starry sky. Each time a treasure appeared, an astonishing force erupted. Gradually, the whirlwind condensed an unimaginable force, rushing straight towards Wang Lin and Lingdong Shengren. The shouts of the cultivators from the Luotia star domain became even more vivid in Wang Lin's ears. Luotia ancestor! Luotia ancestor! The aura around Lu Fuzi had reached its limit. He stopped, suddenly took a step, and advanced towards Wang Lin. At the same time, within the Xiang family's ancestor, countless illusory figures of immortals also rushed out, forming an aura like a galaxy pouring down from the 9 heavens. The broken sword also quickly shot towards Wang Lin, stopping less than 10 meters away, its oppressive sword energy pointing directly at his forehead. But just as Master Liu, after much effort, regained his composure, suppressing the tremor caused by the spiritual movement Immortal, and was approaching Wang Lin with the determination to fight, a sudden turn of events occurred. Ancient slave Chu Jin. Wang Lin calmly watched Master Liu charging towards him, slightly frowning, and slowly spoke. A deafening Valhalla erupted from within the heavenly Emperor Cauldron, echoing throughout the starry sky, creating a thunderous roar. Chu Jin's figure emerged from the heavenly Emperor Cauldron. The moment he appeared, an earth-shattering aura of a third-stage cultivator surged forth. The tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura, combined with Chu Jin's bare upper body, immediately gave off a wild and ferocious feeling. Behind Chu Jin was a blood-vault phantom tens of thousands of feet long, howling. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at Master Liu. Lu Fuzi had thought he had been shaken to his limit just now, but only now did he realize that compared to this, everything that had happened before was nothing. The turmoil in his heart had reached an unimaginable level, and his body instinctively recoiled, not daring to approach. He only stopped when he was more than 100 feet away from Wang Lin, his eyes revealing an unconcealed shock. The broken sword had reached Wang Lin's body, and in an instant, it let out a resounding roar, as if struck by a powerful force, forcefully suppressed, unable to advance further, and even emitting cracking sounds as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Cracks instantly appeared on its surface, rapidly spreading. The broken sword had no choice but to retreat. It could pierce through Dushen's body, but it was not qualified to face 3 third-stage cultivators simultaneously. Although it was sharp, it was still just a broken sword, and had to retreat. This sword also had a sword spirit. A mournful cry rang out. The sword spirit within seemed severely wounded, immediately retreating to Lu Fuzi's side, trembling violently like a terrified cultivator. Meanwhile, in the immortal wind realm behind Lu Fuzi, countless illusory figures instantly rushed towards Wang Lin. As Shujin appeared, he and Lingdong Shangren simultaneously took half a step forward, their third stage cultivator aura surging forth, their power filling the starry sky. Invisible collisions occurred thousands of times in an instant. The illusory immortal wind realm shook violently, the rushing immortal figures vanishing like smoke in a whirlwind, instantly dissipating completely. Even the illusory immortal wind realm itself, under the pressure of Lingdong Shangren and Shujin, immediately collapsed. Boom! 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 The immortal wind realm shattered into pieces, quickly dissipating, leaving only Lu Fuzi below, his face pale, his eyes filled with overwhelming terror and astonishment. It wasn't just one third step slave, but two. This. Lu Fuzi and the others, including Yin Lei, were completely dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Fuzi felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. His body trembled, and he lost all will to fight. How could he fight like this? He didn't dare. Especially the blood valve that transformed behind Shujin reminded Lu Fuzi of a rumor. At this moment, Lu Fuzi's entire mental state crumbled and changed drastically due to this sudden turn of events. All of this was beyond his expectations. He could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that behind Wang Lin's calm demeanor lay such a shocking secret. 3 cultivators at the third stage. He basically had no strength to fight. Even with the help of a formation array, the array wasn't complete at this moment, so how could he possibly wage war against 3 cultivators at the third stage? The overwhelming aura was like an iceberg, directly causing Lu Fuzi's mind to collapse, leaving him utterly powerless to resist, only disbelief and extreme terror. Even with Lu Fuzi's cultivation level, he felt distressed at this moment, staring blankly at everything before him. He knew he had made a huge mistake, a potentially fatal one. He had misjudged Wang Lin's cultivation level. When Wang Lin first returned to the Luotia Star Domain, Lu Fuzi thought the other party had the strength to fight him, and that he shouldn't provoke him. But this judgment changed because of the sword on Qingling Star, making Lu Fuzi believe he had seen through the other party's true strength, and he felt a little relieved. But on Donglin Star, Wang Lin shattered the formation within 8 breaths, causing Lu Fuzi's mind to be shaken for the first time, making him realize his judgment was wrong and placing Wang Lin on par with himself. However, he still believed that with his various magical treasures, the opponent could hardly surpass him. Until Wang Lin reached the outside of the star formation, the power of his roar contained an overbearing momentum, causing Lu Fuzi to feel apprehensive, once again changing his judgment, elevating Wang Lin to a level slightly above his own. Even at this point, he still didn't believe the opponent could seriously injure him. With all his magical treasures, the two of them could at most fight to a draw. Neither was superior to the other. The match was interrupted, Wang Lin's composure and calmness putting pressure on Lu Fuzi and making him doubt himself. He simply fought a battle, conjuring the Wind Immortal Realm, unleashing extremely powerful magical treasures, and even activating the star formation. He had originally thought that even if his opponent was slightly superior, he would have to retreat. But then, the appearance of the spiritual movement Immortal shocked Lu Fuzi, who realized he had misjudged the situation again. The opponent's composure unexpectedly came from a mere third-stage servant. This defied Lu Fuzi's previous expectations. However, despite his shock, Lu Fuzi was determined to fight. He believed this was Wang Lin's ultimate killing move and that his opponent couldn't possibly have any other tricks up his sleeve. He was confident that with the support of the formation, he could still fight to a draw. But the appearance of Zhou Jin shattered the last vestiges of his mental fortitude, completely destroying Lu Fuzi's confidence and bringing him unimaginable terror. No matter what, he couldn't have imagined that Wang Lin would have 3 third-step servants, not just 1, but 2. Especially since the second one had almost reached the peak of the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm, not far from the middle stage. Lu Fuzi's face showed a look of despair, his head buzzing for a moment. Inside the formation, the 18 magical treasures that had just transformed were instantly overwhelmed by the third step aura that shook the starry sky, and were all swept backward. This formation was incomplete, unable to simultaneously envelop all 3 of them. Chu Jin's appearance caused a storm to erupt in an instant. The blood vault behind him roared to the heavens, its roar echoing in all directions, crushing the souls of the cultivators who had just managed to regain their courage, inflicting a deadly fear on them. Their confidence, which had just been boosted by Lu Fuzi's heroic words, instantly crumbled. The third step. The third step. Unexpectedly, there's another third step cultivator. This is impossible. Third step cultivators are extremely rare. How could there be two third step cultivators among the servants? Third step cultivators are rare in tens of thousands of years, and today. Why are there so many? Two third step servants. What is Wang Lin's true identity? How could he have reached this level? Yan Leizi's mind had completely lost all ability to think. The events that had occurred in such a short time had paralyzed him with fear. But even in his paralysis, the appearance of Zhou Jin still caused him excruciating pain. Two people. Two people. Or maybe there's a third. A fourth. Yan Leizi's eyes were hazy, and he muttered to himself. Lai Yunji's eyes were also filled with bewilderment. He stared ahead in astonishment, his thoughts vanishing. He was no longer capable of considering such a thing. Any cultivator in the inner realm who had reached the second stage would be terrified upon witnessing this scene. Two third stage cultivators as servants. Just hearing about it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Zhu Shenzi's mind reeled, his eyes filled with despair. How could he have imagined seeing such a sight? Especially after witnessing Lu Fuzi retreat, this vast world had become a giant prison for Zhu Shenzi. At that very moment, as Ling Dongshengren and Zhou Jin appeared, two streams of third stage aura swept across the Luotia star domain, inundating the other three major star domains. In the Cloud Sea star domain, in the secret chamber of the divine sect, Shui Diaozi sat cross-legged, his expression calm, his injuries healed. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of terror flashing in them. His body instinctively sprang up, turning his head to look into the distance. His expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Also in the divine sect, within a massive sealed formation, a stunningly beautiful woman sat cross-legged, head bowed. Her disheveled hair couldn't conceal her breathtaking beauty. While seated cross-legged, she seemed unaware of the terrifying aura emanating from Shui Diaozi, her eyes closed, silently seated. Within the Cloud Sea star domain, in a first-level star domain, lay a small, desolate continent. This continent was devoid of any ferocious beasts or humans. It was utterly barren. Deep within this continent lay a valley. Inside the valley sat a middle-aged man in a red robe, silently meditating. Before him, the demon sect master and several great elders were also respectfully kneeling, seemingly waiting for the man in red to answer. Suddenly, the man in red opened his eyes wide, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from him, but it instantly retracted, finally being suppressed completely. He looked into the distance, and after a long time, slowly opened his mouth. Is this the person that the master of that ancient realm values? He's indeed a very good young man. In the Star Alliance, in the sealed immortal realm, Qinglin was in seclusion healing his injuries, having sat in meditation for hundreds of years. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, looking into the distance with a mixture of doubt and fear. Before him, Sichunan, with a solemn expression, was also sitting in meditation. At this moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze bright, revealing a look of doubt. In the immortal realm, there was a stone statue. This stone statue was placed on the highest mountain in this immortal realm. Beneath the stone statue, for hundreds of years, only one person has sat. This person is a man, always dressed in black, with black hair reaching past his shoulders, exuding an aura of coldness. The eyes of this middle-aged man are icy cold, surprisingly identical to Wang Lin's from back then. He considers this mountain a forbidden area. Even Sichu Nan wants to go up, he won't allow it, nor will Qinglin, Qingshuang, or Zhou Yi. Even if Qinglin were to come, this middle-aged man would dare to attack. All of this simply stems from a single sentence Wang Lin uttered before leaving years ago. Guard this stone statue. No one is allowed to touch it. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the man in black. His body suddenly trembled, and his expression vaguely revealed a look of earth-shattering excitement. He abruptly raised his head and looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see the figure, in the netherworld he seemed to sense and perceive its existence. Master! In the immortal realm, on a grassy meadow fragrant with flowers, a woman in white sat silently cross-legged. In front of her was a giant tiger. The tiger lay lazily, occasionally turning its head to look at the woman. A little further away was a mountain seemingly frozen, and there was also a woman like the unmelting snow and ice of 1,000 years, sitting cross-legged. She silently gazed into the distance, her expression indifferent. Below this mountain, in the courtyard of a house, sat a man in a blue robe. His body showed signs of weariness, but from his appearance, one could tell that he must have been very handsome in his youth. His physical body, though existing, appeared like a spiritual entity devoid of substance. He stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the mountain, his eyes filled with an unwavering, millennia-old infatuation. Meanwhile, within the Star Alliance, at the completely sealed headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, a furious roar, tinged with sorrow, echoed for hundreds of years. Kill, 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 kill. I want to wipe out every living being. I want to kill until the heavens shatter. In the Star Alliance, within the territory of the Yin sect, a gaze, seemingly tangible and capable of shattering the starry sky, suddenly flashed, directed towards the distant Luotia star domain. Is he the one whom the master of the Wind Realm made a pact with all those years ago? Within the Luotia star domain, in the center of the vast star array, Wang Lin calmly observed Lu Fuzi. He didn't humiliate his opponent, but slowly walked forward, stepping past Lu Fuzi and approaching Zhi Shenzi, who was standing there dumbfounded. Lu Fuzi's face was pale, and he allowed Wang Lin to pass without any thought of stopping him, his expression showing immense complexity and suffering. Lu Fuzi had once helped Wang Lin in the ancient divine land of the Vermilion Bird Star. Although it was merely a momentary act of helping an ant cross a river for Lu Fuzi, Wang Lin would not forget it. That's why he agreed to a literary duel with him, not intending to completely humiliate him, but rather to repay a favor from the past. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he certainly wouldn't have done so. He originally wanted to use the literary duel to give Lu Fuzi a way out, but Lu Fuzi's aggressive approach made Wang Lin lose his patience. He simply gave up the argument and summoned Lingdong Shengren and Jukan, causing Lu Fuzi to be shaken beyond imagination. Passing Lu Fuzi, Wang Lin slowly walked into the now stagnant vortex, arriving before Zhu Shenzi. Blood Godson's face turned deathly pale. The moment Wang Lin approached, he let out a roar, his hands forming a hand seal, attempting a desperate last-ditch struggle. His body swiftly retreated, his sleeves billowing. Behind him, a surge of demonic energy erupted. A phantom demonic figure suddenly materialized. The image of the demon was initially somewhat vague, but in an instant it solidified, transforming into the form of an ancient demon. 6 points of light flashed in the left eye of this ancient demon, its body nearly 100 feet tall, emitting a dark glow and overflowing with demonic energy. Blood God Sun also let out an earth-shattering roar. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his gaze piercing through Blood God Sun, coldly falling upon the ancient demon. You dare to resist me in my presence? The ancient divine points on Wang Lin's forehead rotated, and a surge of ancient Tao energy erupted. Behind Wang Lin, the skull image of the ancient Tao materialized, glancing at him as if looking at a junior. Blood God Sun's mind was violently shaken. Wang Lin's gaze and the skull's gaze behind him merged into one. In Blood God Sun's perception, his eyes ached as if they were about to explode. The opponent's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through his eyes and directly entering his primordial spirit. A buzzing sound echoed in his ears. Blood God Sun, amidst a heart-wrenching scream, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body trembled, his retreating steps halted abruptly, and he dared not move an inch under that gaze. He felt his skin being peeled away, revealing the flesh and blood beneath. The other's gaze seemed to tear his body apart, exposing his bones. Even his bones creaked and crumbled under that gaze, clearly revealing the primordial spirit within. Killing you, I, Wang Lin, have settled to karmic debts. The first is the incident from the year when he chased after me. The second is the promise Wang Lin made in his dream to the Ya family woman. I've come to help you. A simple sentence from 800 years ago now vaguely echoed. Blood God Sun let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body was torn apart. A streak of blood appeared on his terrified primordial spirit, extending from his forehead down his neck, across his chest, and directly to his abdomen. Suddenly, that streak of blood flashed, and Blood God Sun's primordial spirit split in two. The moment his primordial spirit was torn apart, Blood God Sun's body exploded with a loud bang, shattering into blood and flesh. In the now stagnant vortex, his flesh and blood splattered over 100 feet in front of Wang Lin. Blood God Sun's death did not end this event. The moment his body and primordial spirit were torn apart, a dense surge of demonic energy erupted from Blood God Sun's body. This demonic energy immediately merged with the illusory demonic image. 100-foot-tall ancient demon instantly appeared in the vortex. 6 star-like points in the ancient demon's left eye spun rapidly, radiating intense demonic energy and a bloodthirsty aura. A sharp roar echoed. The 100-foot-tall ancient demon hastily retreated, its expression ferocious. It had long since merged with the Blood God Sun, relying on him for healing, and had clearly sensed the ancient god's aura within Wang Lin's body. Even though Wang Lin was only a clone at the time, with his main body in the Star Alliance, this ancient demon still took notice. It had instructed the Blood God Sun to capture Wang Lin according to the Yao family's instructions, absorbing the ancient god's aura through him. Among the 3 ancient races, although the auras were different and difficult to transform, absorbing even a little was still beneficial, shortening the healing time. But it never imagined that its actions back then would lead to such bitter consequences today. Now retreating, the 100-foot-tall ancient demon frantically swung its arms, quickly chanting ancient incantations, forming an overwhelming divine power, 5 colors, and 7 hues. Imbued with dense demonic energy, and charging straight towards Wang Lin. 9 demonic dragons materialized, roaring and charging towards Wang Lin. Behind the demonic dragons appeared 90 gigantic demonic banners, sweeping across the heavens and earth, enveloped in demonic energy, their roars filling the space. From each banner, a ferocious demonic figure leapt out, devouring Wang Lin. Behind these banners, 99 drops of dark red blood materialized, swiftly rushing forward. Within each drop of blood was the wailing of countless souls, all of them the 1,000-year-old bloodline of the Yao family, even including many souls related to this family's bloodline. Following the blood were 9,999 pitch-black needles. Each needle contained dense demonic energy and potent poison, now relentlessly pressing towards Wang Lin. The ancient demon was now completely desperate. He knew he would surely die in this battle, but he was unwilling to accept it. I can't withstand a single blow. Wang Lin didn't need Lindong Xingren and Zhou Ken to intervene. He coldly stared at the retreating ancient demon behind him, raised his right hand, and directly punched forward. This was the first time he had, within the confines of the star formation, in front of tens of thousands of cultivators, unleashed a punch that, in the eyes of Master Lu, was like an ancient Dao shattering heaven and earth. The moment this punch roared out, the head of the ancient Dao behind Wang Lin twisted, piercing through Wang Lin's side and directly merging into his right arm. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth, filling the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky ceased its movement. In the eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators, in the eyes of Master Lu, who was turning to look back, and Welian Lazy and Lai Yunzi were rapidly retreating. This punch surged forward like a raging wave. The 100-foot-tall ancient demon let out a mournful cry, and all the divine abilities it had just displayed collapsed. First to be annihilated were the 9 demon dragons. These 9 demon dragons were like creatures swept away by a great wind. Their bodies quickly dissipated, leaving only the echoes of their roars still reverberating in the starry sky. Wang Lin's punch was even faster than the sound of the echo. Following the 9 demon dragons were 9 demon banners containing countless demonic shadows, rushing forward. Their roars were silenced by this single punch. From afar, it appeared that Wang Lin's body didn't move, yet a gigantic, illusory fist-shaped image radiated from his fist, surging forward. The demon dragons collapsed, striking the 9 demon banners, causing the 9 demonic shadows on them to tremble and crumble. Following closely behind the demonic shadows were the 999 drops of blood. These drops of blood all fell onto the illusory fist, like raindrops, instantly shattering upon impact, unable to stop the fist in the slightest. A deafening roar echoed throughout the starry sky. Wang Lin's punch was like a splitting bamboo, shattering everything in its path, striking the 9,999 black needles. But before these black needles could even touch his fist, a powerful counterforce struck them, unexpectedly sweeping them away and sending them back towards the ancient demon. Everything happened in an instant. The ancient demon shrieked, retreating continuously, its hands forming a cross as it swung violently, a mournful cry echoing through the heavens and earth. Royal Clan's magical artifact, Demon Blade, Burial Ground. The moment this voice rang out, a purple light suddenly appeared on the cross formed by the ancient demon's hands. This purple light emitted a dense demonic aura, instantly transforming into a massive scythe. This scythe was purple, its demonic aura roaring, radiating a sharp and powerful presence. Surprisingly, the ancient demon's essence flickered on this scythe. The fact that this ancient demon's essence could exist on the demon saber was enough to show its extraordinary nature. The ancient demon's two hands aggressively slashed forward, and with a sharp whistling sound, the demon saber emitted a dazzling light, transforming into a giant arc, slashing straight towards Wang Lin's illusory fist. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe that the opponent, in the body of this small ancient demon, possessed a royal artifact of the ancient demon clan. With a long laugh, Wang Lin unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, as the demon saber struck, this palm strike caught it. In a flash, the demon saber, overflowing with purple light, collided with Wang Lin's hand with a thunderous impact. A shockwave surged out, sweeping in all directions. Wang Lin's illusory hand seized the demon saber, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape, letting out continuous roars. The ancient demon let out a mournful cry, spitting out a mouthful of its life force, its body rapidly retreating backward, its eyes filled with despair. Under the impetus of the impact, the vortex rumbled violently again. Only Wang Lin's body remained standing there, his expression unchanged, only his silver hair fluttering and his clothes billowing. Behind him, Lingdong Shengren and Zhou Jin stood silently. Lingdong Shengren's expression was calm. He was being refined by Wang Lin himself, unable to rebel. Zhou Jin, however, was suppressed by the powerful aura of the ancient Tao, and his gaze towards Wang Lin was somewhat complex. The more powerful Wang Lin became, the more complex the expression in his eyes grew. However, the ancient crossbow mark on his forehead tightly suppressed his primordial spirit, preventing him from resisting at all. The aura of the ancient Tao was like a majestic mountain. Before it, Wang Lin felt like a mere ant. This is indeed a good sword. The only condition was that the user of the sword had to be a demon, and it was slightly weaker. Wang Lin waved his hand. Immediately, the illusory hand brought the demon sword to his face, and he grasped it in his hand. At the same time, the six-star ancient demon trembled under Wang Lin's wave of his hand. A powerful suction force emanated from Wang Lin's body, preventing the ancient demon from moving at all. Its body was uncontrollable, and it was pulled to Wang Lin's side. After retrieving the demon sword, Wang Lin seized the ancient demon. Although this ancient demon was hundreds of feet tall, the moment Wang Lin's right arm reached it, its body quickly shrank, finally transforming into an ordinary person. Its neck tightly gripped by Wang Lin. "Don't kill me, I know a secret. A shocking secret. This secret is related to the Ya family. You can go there and obtain a divine ability, the Three-Life divine ability." The ancient demon, facing a life or death crisis, immediately screamed in terror. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he ignored the ancient demon and turned to look at Lu Fuzi, whose face had turned pale from the power of Wang Lin's punch. "So this is why you prevented me from ending my karma." Lu Fuzi remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. "That's right. Since you've captured this ancient demon, I must continue preparing for war. I won't see you off any further." Even though Wang Lin had two third-stage servants, Lu Fuzi was still a third-stage cultivator, still possessing pride. Though shaken, he absolutely refused to bow his head. Wang Lin clasped his hands towards Master Lu, smiling as he said, "I will repay you for what happened today during the battle with the outside world. Master Lu, please don't mind." Wang Lin's attitude towards Master Lu remained unchanged. He didn't take this opportunity to humiliate him. Master Lu was silent for a moment, sighing softly, his expression softening. He forced a smile and clasped his hands towards Wang Lin. "Master Wang Lin, reaching this level of cultivation is a blessing for our inner world. I admit defeat, however, I'm a little confused. These two are from..." Master Lu didn't finish his sentence, stopping halfway. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. Lingdong Shengren's gaze fell on Master Lu, and he clasped his hands towards him, saying in a deep voice, "I am Lingdong, the ancestor of the Lingdong clan in the ancient star realm of the outer world." Although Master Lu had already guessed, hearing Lingdong Shengren himself admit it still moved him. Lingdong clan, ancestor. The Lingdong clan in the ancient star realm isn't a major clan. It only has about 10,000 members. Lingdong Shengren withdrew his gaze and calmly spoke. And this is Master Lu bowed to Lingdong Shangren. Even though Lingdong Shangren was Wang Lin's servant, in Master Lu's eyes, he was on the same level as himself. After bowing, Master Lu turned to look at Chujin, who remained silent. Chujin, the ancestor of the Fengshan Lang clan in the ancient Star Realm. After hearing him say this, Master Lu, though in the starry sky, took a deep breath. He had already guessed after seeing the blood vault phantom behind Chujin. He had heard rumors of a clan in the outer world that worshipped the illusory heavenly Volf. This is a giant tribe that has existed since ancient times. The people of this tribe possess supernatural abilities related to the phantom image of a Volf. Because it's been passed down from ancient times, their spiritual power is very strong, possibly even reaching the third stage of cultivation. At this moment, when Master Lu heard Zhou Jin's words, he immediately confirmed the other party's identity. Wang Lin unexpectedly traveled to the outer realms. Moreover, he managed to acquire two servants from the outer realms truly. Master Lu's gaze towards Wang Lin instantly changed. As a third-stage expert, he understood how difficult it was to transform someone like himself into a slave. This was completely different from beheading an enemy amidst a vast army. This was directly refining a slave. With Master Lu's cultivation, he could clearly see that both Lingdong Shangren and Zhou Jin had a kind of mark on their foreheads, obviously having been forcefully refined into slaves by Wang Lin. Especially since Wang Lin hasn't officially entered the third stage yet, the difficulties are much greater. I haven't heard of the Lingdong clan, but this Volf clan is indeed a major clan in the outer realm. This Wang Lin is truly extraordinary. What exactly did he do in the outer realm? It must have been earth-shattering. Throughout his life, Master Lu rarely admired others, but at this moment, he felt a deep respect for Wang Lin. Wang Lin, fellow Taoist, have you ever been to the outer realm? Master Lu asked, his voice slightly somber. I've been there before. I just returned from the outer realm. Wang Lin could sense Master Lu's change. He wasn't the kind of person who lacked reason. The other party had no enmity with him. Although his own cultivation was profound and he had two third-stage servants, he didn't become arrogant or overbearing. Instead, he treated him with utmost courtesy. Good. Previously, the Demon Sect and the Divine Sect in the Cloud Sea Star Domain simultaneously issued a decree, using the last will and testament of the Master of the Sealed Realm to inform the four major star domains within the inner realm that the ancient star gods of the outer realm were preparing to act, and would launch a war against our inner realm. Several third-stage masters in the inner realm had to join forces to open the defensive line for the four major star domains, allowing them to pass through and no longer be sealed off. The four major star domains simultaneously prepared for war, preparing to deal with the humiliation from the outer realm. I have a deep-seated hatred for the outer realm. Back then, when the outer realm first invaded the inner realm, I, a humble immortal general of the Thunder Immortal Realm, witnessed that unforgettable and tragic battle firsthand. Today, hearing that you, fellow Taoist, have just returned from the outer realm, you must have considerable knowledge of the tribes of the outer realm. This can inform our inner realm about the changes in the population of the outer realm over the past 1,000 years. The existence of the boundary ceiling formation kept the cultivators within the realm in a state of confusion, unaware of the primordial spirits outside the boundary ceiling formation. Only a very small number knew, but they didn't venture outside. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, information was cut off. This was extremely fatal to this battle. Wang Lin's words made Master Lu no longer worrying about this matter, and he laughed heartily. I know a little about the outside world, Wang Lin said with a smile. Wang Lin, if you have other matters to attend to, then never mind. If you're not busy, please stay and chat with me for a while. I still have some very delicious wine from the ancient immortal realm that I dare not drink myself, but today I must have a good drink. Please join me. Master Lu laughed heartily, gesturing to Wang Lin to join him. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten his earlier words of I won't see you off. Wang Lin retrieved the ancient demon in his hand and pondered for a moment. This dramatic turn of events left tens of thousands of cultivators around him wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Even Yan Lazy and Lai Yunzi were caught off guard. However, being established figures, they recognized Lu Fuzi's genuine joy and, after a brief silence, understood his intentions. Lu Fuzi and Wang Lin had no enmity, and Wang Lin, having returned from the outer realm, would undoubtedly gain great fame within the inner realm. Such a figure naturally deserved good relations. Wang Lin's politeness had given Lu Fuzi an opportunity to back down. If Lu Fuzi didn't know better, he would have wasted tens of thousands of years. Therefore, he wanted to resolve any past disagreements. Wang Lin naturally understood this and smiled, nodding in agreement. Those who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years are all people with unpredictable minds. Even if not everyone was cunning and devious, they weren't naive children either. Master Lu smiled, waved his sleeve, and a golden light directly flew out from within, clearing a path. This golden light shone with immense brilliance, forming a straight road, where unexpected melodies filled the starry sky. Even on all four sides of this road, countless illusory figures of immortals danced and flew, enveloping the entire starry sky. In the sky, 9 golden dragons roared and coiled, displaying an awe-inspiring presence. Many illusory figures of immortals materialized, descending in all directions, simultaneously bowing to Wang Lin. A multitude of solemn illusions appeared, their words indescribable, expressing Master Lu's high regard for Wang Lin and apologizing for having obstructed him. Wang Lin, fellow Taoist, please. Master Lu chuckled, returning the bow to Wang Lin. The two simultaneously stepped forward, without distinction of who was ahead, into the vortex. A celestial mountain instantly materialized within the vortex. In its center was a lake. Surprisingly, celestial beings frolicked in the lake, the rising steam making their figures appear and disappear, incredibly captivating. Beside the lake, a pavilion had appeared, and celestial maidens were attending, each holding a jade bottle. Waves of celestial energy emanated from the bottle, permeating their very souls. Yan Lacy and Lai Yunzi stood respectfully to the side, their gazes complex as they looked at Wang Lin. Tens of thousands of cultivators from all sides slowly approached, but Yan Lacy, with a single telepathic message, immediately dispersed, continuing to set up his formation. The two sat in the pavilion. Jujin and Ling Dongshengren were also invited to sit by Lu Fuzi, with celestial maidens pouring wine. After raising his cup, Lu Fuzi smiled and said, "We two are practically acquaintances. Let's put aside that unpleasant incident with this drink," he said, raising his cup and draining it. Wang Lin also raised his cup, his divine consciousness sweeping over it before draining it completely. His eyes immediately lit up. The wine wasn't spicy, but as soon as it went down his throat, it transformed into a burning heat, circulating within his body, warming him completely, and leaving a fragrant aroma that rose to his mouth. Delicious wine. Wang Lin sighed. Wang Lin, fellow Taoist, I'd like to know about the affairs of the outside world. What have you encountered? Could you tell me a little about it? Wang Lin smiled, briefly recounting some events from the outside world. His words were calm, but when they reached Master Lu's ears, Master Lu's expression changed constantly, especially upon hearing about the annihilation of the Thunder Clan. The 7 million mile expanse of heaven and earth nurtured by the Thunder Clan, and the few encounters Wang Lin had with the scattered spirit immortal. Lu Fuzi took a sip of wine, his eyes showing a serious expression. 7 million miles of heaven and earth. The scattered spirit supreme being is truly a person worthy of respect from the other sex. Although his cultivation isn't at the 3rd stage, his actions and his mind are defying heaven. Even the spirit movement supreme being and Chujin only knew the general details of the annihilation of the Lightning Clan related to Wang Lin, never having heard the full story. Hearing this, they were both deeply moved. Different positions lead to different perspectives. Chujin and the spirit movement supreme being exchanged glances, remaining silent. Yan Lacy and Lai Yunzi, standing beside them, both heard Wang Lin's words, took a deep breath, their eyes showing genuine respect. They truly respected Wang Lin's actions in the outer realm, and also respected the scattered spirit supreme being. Senior Wang Lin, did you meet that scattered spirit supreme being again afterwards? Yan Lacy hesitated for a moment before bowing and asking. Wang Lin shook his head. After being chased and hunted down in the Thunderclap clan, he hastily left and has had no contact with the scattered spirit immortal since. Wang Lin recounted his perilous ordeal of being hunted down by the Changsun sect of the Outer Realm, causing a glint of light to appear in Lu Fuzi's eyes. He could tell that everything Wang Lin said was true. He wondered if he himself could surpass such an experience. There were also some crucial details related to the Mad Land that Wang Lin naturally wouldn't reveal completely. But even just mentioning those details was enough to deeply move Lu Fuzi. Especially after hearing about the events involving the sect masters, Lu Fuzi took a deep breath. If he felt this way, imagine how Yunlezi and La Yunzi felt. Hearing about the perilous situation in the ancient tombland, they finally understood why Wang Lin's cultivation had reached such a level. Their gazes towards Wang Lin were filled with profound respect. La Yunzi recalled the scene from years ago, then looked back at the present, his heart filled with complex emotions, understanding that the other party's achievements today were not due to luck. La Yunzi, Wang Lin, have met the ancestor of the Zan family, Zan Xinji. Wang Lin looked towards Lu Fuzi, pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. His words caused La Yunzi's entire body to tremble. He raised his head, his expression filled with excitement, and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. Senior, please tell me, where is the ancestor now? Senior Zan Xinji is dead, Wang Lin said in a low voice after a moment of silence. As soon as he finished speaking, La Yunzi's body trembled, his face turning pale as he instinctively took a few steps back, standing there stunned. His expression quickly turned to one of profound sorrow, his eyes vacant. The ancestor is dead? In La Yunzi's Zan family, the mission and pride of each generation of family heads rested entirely on this ancestor, Zan Xinji. For countless years, it seemed that every generation of clan members had anxiously awaited his return. Zan Xinji was the glory of their Zan family, but now that glory had shattered with Wang Lin's news. Yunlezi, beside him, also changed expression. Although he wasn't born and raised in Luotia, he had lived there for a long time, becoming a part of it, and had heard of the glorious deeds of the Zan family's ancestor. It can be said that the Qin family's current status in Lothian is entirely due to the prestige left behind by their ancestor, Zan Xinji. Master Lu dropped the cup in his hand, his eyes revealing a look of terror. He had met Zan Xinji before. Back then, the latter had reached the late stage of the Void Nirvana realm, a true immortal. Master Lu had even been indebted to Zan Xinji back then. Therefore, among the 4 disciples to whom he had taught Dao techniques, La Yunzi, besides repaying that favor, also wanted to befriend Zan Xinji, who had disappeared without a trace. Now, hearing Wang Lin's words, he took a deep breath and fell silent. La Yunzi's mind was severely wounded by this news. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He bowed deeply to Wang Lin, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins when he looked up. Please, senior, tell me how the ancestor died. His words were slow, but they revealed an overwhelming chill. He still believed that the ancestor could not have died a normal death. Although they couldn't avenge their ancestor now, they absolutely couldn't accept not knowing who their enemy was. Just knowing who killed the patriarch will pass on the determination for revenge to every generation. Master Lu looked at Wang Lin in silence. You may have heard that within my realm there exists the 7-colored realm. Within the 7-colored realm lies a Dao fruit that contains the thoughts of millions of living beings within the realms of countless cultivators, forming 7 Dao fruits. The remains of Senior Zan Xinji are still in the 7-colored realm in the Cloud Sea, which I discovered. The one who killed him is the Grand Elder of the Outer Realm, the primordial star god. Wang Lin said slowly, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. As Wang Lin recounted the 7-colored realm and the Grand Elder he suspected, La Yunzi took a deep breath, but the killing intent in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, a strong fighting spirit surged within him. This fighting spirit was the fighting spirit that their Zan family wanted to pass on. Yunlezi's mind was shaken. Wang Lin's words concerning the 7-colored realm reminded Yunlezi of a terrifying past event. Lu Fuzi's expression changed. He stood up abruptly, his eyes flashing as he bowed to Wang Lin, saying in a deep voice, Wang Daoist friend, this matter is of immense importance. The existence of that 7-colored realm is like a parasitic tumor within our inner realm. Once the outer realm invades, I fear this 7-colored realm will bring an unimaginable catastrophe to our inner realm. Absorbing all the death thoughts and growth of our inner realm cultivators is truly too dangerous. I must immediately go to Yanhai to inform the demon sect, so they can contact all the forces within our inner realm and search for the remaining 6 7-colored realms with all their might, and destroy them all. Master Lu's expression was extremely serious. He clearly saw that this matter concealed a great danger. If Wang Lin hadn't warned him, when they fought against the external invasion, it would have led to a terrible catastrophe. Especially thinking about the possibility of a large number of cultivators in the inner realm suddenly collapsing and dying during the Great War. That scene shook Master Lu's mind. This possibility isn't impossible. Wang Lin nodded. This time, he had returned intending to report what he knew to the inner realm, contributing his strength to the upcoming Great War. After hearing about the seven-colored realm, Yanlazi remained silent, his expression fluctuating, the past events becoming increasingly clear in his mind. Yanlazi, do you perhaps know the location of the remaining seven-colored realms? Wang Lin's heart stirred slightly as he looked at Yanlazi and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Lu immediately swept his gaze over. He had previously noticed the unusual behavior of Yanlazi, and now he remained silent, waiting for the other party's answer. Yanlazi bowed to Master Lu and Wang Lin, and said in a low voice, I was being pursued from the Star Alliance back then and fled to Luotia. He then glanced at Wang Lin. There are many reasons related to my personal affairs, which I shouldn't elaborate on. Back then, I was still an elder of the Cultivation Alliance, and unintentionally, I saw a strange world in the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. Senior Wang Lin, I wonder if there are any enlightened or deluded people in the seven-colored realm you mentioned earlier. Wang Lin's expression became serious, and he nodded slightly. If that's the case, then it's true. There must be a seven-colored realm in the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. Yanlazi said in a low voice. A cold glint appeared in Master Lu's eyes as he looked at Wang Lin, clasped his hands together, and said, Fellow Taoist Wang, I cannot accompany you any longer today. I must quickly proceed to the Demon Sex seven-colored realm at the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance. I will take charge. Wang Lin stood up, calmly speaking. All right, with fellow Taoist Wang's intervention, the seven-colored realm at the Cultivation Alliance headquarters will surely be destroyed. Lu Fuzi nodded. The banquet was brief, but it erased the shock of the previous battle for Lu Fuzi and his group. After exchanging polite greetings, Lu Fuzi waved his sleeve and flew straight towards the starry sky ahead. Chujin and Lingdong, whom Wang Lin had absorbed into the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, were preparing to leave to handle one last matter in Luoqiao when Yanlazi, after hesitating for a moment, gritted his teeth and bowed to Wang Lin, saying, Senior, I am very familiar with the Cultivation Alliance and have a deep-seated feud with Zhang Xuanzi. If you are going to the Cultivation Alliance, could you allow me to accompany you? That's fine, but my whereabouts are uncertain. Although I said I would leave in the coming days, I couldn't specify the exact time, Wang Lin said thoughtfully. It's all right, I'll go there first and wait. After you arrive at the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, you can find me by spreading your divine consciousness. Please remember our friendship from back then, and don't refuse. Yanlazi spoke sincerely, looking at Wang Lin. Yanlazi, who rarely asked for anything in his life, now faced this junior from the past, speaking words that were almost a plea. His expression was inevitably somewhat complex. Wang Lin looked at Yanlazi. He still clearly remembered the scene from back then in the Thunder Immortal Realm, where the other party fought a great battle with Qing Shui, and even borrowed his Thunder Beast to use all his divine abilities to refine more than half of the Thunder Immortal Realm into a magical artifact. It's possible. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then slowly said. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, his body stepping forward, instantly disappearing from the star formation, leaving no trace. Only Yanlazi and Lai Yunzi remained, watching him leave, their expressions becoming increasingly complex. He's getting old, truly getting old, Yanlazi sighed. The inner realm is now his domain. Lai Yunzi shook his head, memories of his encounters with Wang Lin surging like ripples. In the Luotia star domain, Wang Lin's figure was like lightning, each step forward traversing an endless distance. He had returned to Luotia, having accomplished 3 of the 4 tasks, leaving only 1 remaining. This final task wasn't about revenge or karma, but about Wang Lin preparing his strength for the battle against the outer realm. He had noticed something within the Luotia star domain. That object had caused him a great shock back then, and even now, recalling it still makes his mind tremble. At that time, he didn't have the qualifications or the strength to obtain it, but now Wang Lin is confident he can find and acquire it. He wants to refine it into his own ancient god-level life-bound beast. In fact, when he was a 6-star ancient god, he could already refine life-bound beasts, but he had never met one that suited his heart. Even Jie Kong back then, although he was tempted, was beyond his strength. Moreover, even Jie Kong was still somewhat inferior to what Wang Lin desired. As for the many ferocious beasts in the Cloud Sea, even those at level 13 didn't catch Wang Lin's eye. Although I've never fought it, just a glimpse of its power back then was comparable to the third stage. Even Wang Yue couldn't resist it. This beast, I must capture it. As he advanced, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He strode forward, soaring through the endless starry sky, intending to reach the star domain where he had seen that beast years ago. But at this moment, Wang Lin's figure suddenly stopped. I don't know why I'm passing through this place. Wang Lin's expression was somewhat melancholic. Ahead of him were two cultivation planets, Tianhuan Star and Ranyun Star. 1,000 years ago, Wang Lin had come to Luoqiao from a rift in the demon spirit land, and the first cultivation planet he arrived at was Ranyun. There, he and Wang Ping spent a lifetime together. They traversed mountains and rivers, sailing across the seas of countless planets. He had given Wang Ping a heart that embraced heaven and earth, bestowed upon him wealth and glory for a lifetime, like an emperor in the mortal world. Yet he did not give him a complete body. The century-long father-son bond slowly surfaced in Wang Lin's heart upon seeing Ranyun's star. Along with this emotion arose a chilling pain. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the heavenly illusion star, where the scene of the couple from years ago seemed like a thing of the past. And there was also Liu Mi, who had caused Wang Lin so much trouble. A sigh echoed through the starry sky. In silence, Wang Lin no longer looked at the heavenly illusion star, but instead headed towards the nether cloud star. The nether cloud star remained the same as it had been 1,000 years ago, hardly changed. It seemed that 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye for this planet. But things remained, while people were gone. The old friends from years ago could not be found. Autumn had arrived in a part of the nether cloud star. The autumn wind carried the cold, sweeping away the dry leaves in the heavens and earth, creating lonely images under the moonlight. The night was dark. On the cloud-shrouded planet in Immortal City stood a courtyard. The courtyard was gloomy, and two strings of lanterns hung high in the air. They swayed in the wind, causing the lights to flicker, seemingly separating the dark night and the autumn wind from the surrounding area by several meters. As the lanterns flickered, two characters, painted in bright red, could be vaguely seen on a sign, the Sun Family. A few more coughs broke the silence, and footsteps arose within the courtyard. Many servants, their expressions tense, approached a seemingly ordinary room deep inside. At this moment, outside the room, 3 old men stood anxiously, and behind them was the heir of the Sun Family. "What are you afraid of? My wife isn't dead yet." A hoarse voice, filled with weariness, came from inside the room. "Ancestor," one of the 3 old men outside said, his expression filled with worrying, stepping forward and speaking in a low voice. Just then, a series of hoofbeats suddenly approached from afar in the courtyard. In the darkness of the night, the sound was clear and rapidly grew closer. At the crossroads outside the courtyard, several war horses galloped forward, neighing. Riding on the leading horse was a middle-aged man clad in full armor, his expression a mixture of calm and imposing authority. Beside him, a blind old man, his hair disheveled by the wind, rode his horse. The old man's face was pale, the speed of the war horse beneath him was too fast, causing his eyes to show fear. At the courtyard gate, the war horses neighed and stopped. The middle-aged man dismounted, grabbed the old man, and like a gust of wind, rushed into the courtyard, quickly heading towards the room outside. "Ancestor, the Taoist master has summoned the best imperial physician. He must cure you." "Nonsense! I've lived for thousands of years, and now my end is near. How can a mere mortal imperial physician possibly cure me?" A hoarse voice came from inside the room, followed by a cough. While everyone outside was anxiously waiting, the door of the room opened from the inside, and a white-haired old woman, supported by 2 maids, slowly emerged. "I summoned you disciples today, because I know I don't have more than 7 days to live. I feel a little worried. Apart from me, no one else in my family cultivates the Tao, thus avoiding the cruelty of the cultivation world. Remember this, future generations are forbidden from cultivating the Tao. Stay in this mortal world and enjoy wealth and prosperity. That is the best choice." "Remember what this old woman said?" The old lady coughed, her eyes suddenly widening, revealing 2 beams of light that swept over the descendants before her. A wave of oppressive power emanated from her, enveloping everyone, causing these members of the Sun family, including the middle-aged man in armor, to all kneel down in fear, hastily obeying her command. "Remembering is good. Remembering is good." Now disperse, leave me alone for a while. The light in the old lady's eyes gradually faded. Although she was old, it was still evident that she must have been beautiful in her youth, and she enjoyed lecturing others. The descendants dared not disobey her words and left one by one. Even the two maids who were supporting the old lady withdrew, and the room outside, shrouded in night, gradually became quiet again. The old lady sighed, slowly sitting on a stone bench, gazing at the hazy moonlight in the cloud-covered sky, reminiscing about the past. Old people always like to reminisce, even when they're about to leave this world. They can't change their bad habit of lecturing others. But then again, in my whole life, I haven't lectured many people. The image of a person gradually appeared in the old lady's mind. That person back then, I thought he was just a young cultivator with no heart for cultivation. I was very angry about his neglect of cultivation and lectured him many times. As she recalled, a smile appeared on the old lady's face, a look of immense joy, finding happy days in her memory. Outside the courtyard, under the lamplight, in the autumn breeze, a figure in white appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Wang Lin looked at the courtyard before him. After he arrived at Ronyang Star in his consciousness, the entire world was left with only one old acquaintance. A young cultivator who had once been a woman disguised as a man of very interesting sight. This person, every time she visited his cave dwelling, would sternly instruct him, urging him to cultivate his mind and heart. Believing that only through such dedication could he achieve enlightenment, Wang Lin could sense the sincerity in her words. This feeling was vastly different from the cruelty of the cultivation world, filling Wang Lin's heart with warmth. Therefore, he always remembered her. Unexpectedly, upon returning to this planet 1,000 years later, the only remaining old acquaintance was this woman from back then. A smile appeared on his face as Wang Lin walked towards the door beneath the rows of lanterns. His footsteps echoed as he strolled leisurely towards the outside of the ordinary room deep within the courtyard, where he saw his old acquaintance, the female cultivator Sun Ling, sitting there lost in thought. Wang Lin walked forward like an ordinary person, his footsteps echoing without any attempt at concealment. "Didn't I already tell you to leave me alone for a while?" The old lady raised her eyebrows, still not turning around, and began to scold. "It's been 1,000 years since we parted. You just arrived and you want me to leave already," Wang Lin said softly with a smile. His voice reached the old lady's ears, causing her to instantly gasp and turn to look at Wang Lin not far behind her. That one glance made her body tremble. "Sumu," the old lady looked at Wang Lin, and after a long time, a smile appeared on her face. "When did you return?" The old lady didn't lose her composure like Yin Lazy and the others, but quickly recovered. Although she hadn't lived longer than Yin Lazy and the others, and her cultivation was far inferior, with only 7 days left to live, she had seen through everything. At this moment, she was simply overjoyed to see an old friend, nothing else. "I haven't been back long. I was passing by this place and came to see if there were any old friends left." Wang Lin sat opposite the old lady, looking at her as if she were a close friend. In Wang Lin's eyes, this person was extremely important. He and she weren't romantically involved, but shared a deep friendship. Whether male or female, they both recalled scenes from years ago. This night, Wang Lin was very happy. His conversation with Sun Ling echoed through the courtyard, occasionally punctuated by Sun Ling's hoarse, aged voice, which Wang Lin heard as if it were the resounding laughter of 1,000 years ago. To have an old friend visit him just before his death made even the chill of the autumn wind slowly dissipate, blowing upon him like a spring breeze, warming his heart. The moonlight gradually faded, a white line appearing on the horizon, slowly stretching out, as if the heavens and earth were slowly opening their eyes. "Have you really made your decision?" Wang Lin murmured softly as the horizon was filled with light. "Where there is life, there is death. My life has been exhausting. Even if I live, it has no meaning anymore. It's better to die." Sun Ling smiled slightly as she looked at Wang Lin, speaking softly. "If you change your mind, you can swallow this pill." Wang Lin remained calm, taking out a pill and placing it beside him. He sighed, stood up, glanced at the old woman one last time, then turned and walked out into the courtyard. Sun Ling watched Wang Lin's receding figure, a look of bewilderment in her eyes. It was as if she had returned to that year, sitting cross-legged beside a rock outside the cage she managed, coldly lecturing the young man who spent his days playing outside and refused to go into seclusion. You understand what a cultivator needs most, don't you? I'll tell you, it's diligence. Your aptitude isn't great, but with diligence, you can still improve. I've been guarding this cave dwelling for many years, and I've witnessed many cultivators, even those who reach the nascent soul stage, never leaving this cave dwelling early in the morning to go for a stroll like you. The old woman's smile deepened, though a faint blush lingered in her expression. The bright sunlight shone on the ground, dispelling the chill of the night, and even the cold of the autumn wind seemed to lessen considerably, carrying a warmth instead. Yellow and red dry leaves fluttered in the wind, looking very vibrant. Wang Lin slowly ascended the highest peak of this planet in the autumn wind. He didn't use any magical power, but rather, like an ordinary person, ascended step by step. Just like that year, he led Wang Ping to conquer this mountain peak. Beside a river flowing across the land, Wang Lin stood on the riverbank, his gaze fixed on the distance. In the vast ocean, a solitary boat loomed. Wang Lin stood on the boat, facing the roaring waves, gazing at the heavens and earth. Pingar mountains are like proud bones, rivers like unwavering faith, the sea like a noble heart. I led you to conquer the mountains to instill in you a proud spirit, to never submit to heaven and earth, never submit to fate, to always hold your head high, proud and unyielding. I led you to conquer this river to show you that this great river flows endlessly, containing unwavering faith. Without faith, this river cannot flow. Without faith, a person's life is nothing but a walking corpse. I led you to conquer the vast ocean to instill in you a heart as boundless as the sea. All your discoveries when you see the vast ocean are nothing compared to it. Wang Lin traveled across mountains, rivers, seas, plains, and deep forests, visiting every place where Wang Ping's footsteps had left their mark years ago. Even though he was a seven-star ancient god, even though his name was renowned beyond the mortal realm, and even though he would later become famous within the mortal realm, a man of illustrious renown, he was still a father, a mortal, now mourning his deceased son, Wang Ping. Returning to his old haunts, his thoughts filled with sorrow, he sensed Wang Ping's spirit within the heaven-defying pearl. With a hat of silver hair, Wang Lin's solitary figure departed from Ren Yun Star, leaving behind a century-old, unforgettable memory, gradually fading away, leaving only a lingering sigh echoing through the heavens and earth. The events in the Luotia star domain had reached their conclusion. From Ren Yun Star, Wang Lin didn't stop, but continued his rapid ascent through the starry sky. Ripples rose beneath his feet as his figure merged into the heavens and earth. This final task was something Wang Lin absolutely had to accomplish. In the furthest reaches of the Luotia star domain, a place of extreme wilderness and dense fog lay everywhere. If one recklessly ventured in, they would likely lose their bearings, become trapped, and never escape. This was a forbidden area of Luotia. Very few cultivators ventured here, and even those passing by usually avoided it, unwilling to approach. Within the swirling fog lay a few ferocious beasts. These beasts were very similar to those in the Cloud Sea, though not numerous, yet they formed a world within the fog. His divine consciousness was also suppressed within this mist, making it difficult to encompass everything. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside this star field in a distorted ripple. When the dense, pitch-black mist appeared before him, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance. Years ago, after leaving the Thunder Immortal realm, he was teleported to this place, appearing inside the body of a strange beast. After leading the Immortal Spring clan out, he looked back in utter horror. He saw a beast resembling a whale, incredibly huge, the Netherworld beast. At this moment, Wang Lin's final task in Luotia was to hunt the Netherworld beast. The Netherworld beast, with its colossal size and unparalleled strength, was also extremely timid. This timidity seemed inversely proportional to its immense size. But even so, those who dare to provoke the Netherworld beast are extremely rare in this world. Even Master Lu knew that there was a Netherworld beast here, but he never even considered hunting it. Even with Master Lu's cultivation level, he was wary of this beast, which shows just how powerful it is. If this beast were to become violent, the entire Luotia would face disaster. Even Wang Yue, though larger than this beast, didn't dare to provoke it. The Netherworld beast possesses only two divine abilities. The first is invisibility. If its enormous body isn't revealed, it's highly likely that even someone standing nearby would find it difficult to detect. Especially with its timid nature, once disturbed, it will usually choose to vanish into nothingness, becoming invisible, making it difficult to find. Its second divine ability is completely different from becoming invisible. Under this second divine ability, whether it's Wang Yue or Lu Fuzi, they would all have to flee. Within the nether beast's body lies a world that constantly changes size and shape. This divine ability is devouring. Once this beast is forced into a corner, when it opens its mouth to swallow, whether it's a magical artifact, a ferocious beast, a cultivator, a cultivation star, or even an entire star system, anything can be swallowed inside, trapped within its body and confined to that world. The nether beast doesn't open its mouth for 1,000 years, but each time it does, time flows rapidly. This means that once the nether beast actively devours, the world within its body can cause time to flow rapidly for tens of thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. It doesn't have a divine ability to slow down time. It only passes in an instant. Legend has it that in ancient times, a mature netherworld beast, after being forced into submission, suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed an entire expanse of space into its body. This space was directly transported within its body for hundreds of thousands of years, turning that expanse into dust, and the bodies of all those within it were also reduced to ashes over time. Very few people truly understand the netherworld beast. They only know from a few rumors that each time it devours something, it manipulates time, seemingly placing a great burden on it. Even so, very few dare to provoke this beast. Wang Lin's understanding of the netherworld beast comes from his experiences using immortal techniques to devour things in the outer realms. After absorbing the memories of many cultivators, his mind gradually gained comprehensive understanding. It is precisely because of this that he became even more interested in the netherworld beast, leading to his eventual encounter in Luotia. The only thing I can't understand is how a mere immortal king of the Thunder Immortal realm back then could control this beast. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. If he hadn't personally seen the netherworld beast back then and felt the unimaginable power within its body, he would have simply thought that this beast only had a huge body and wasn't very strong. This immortal king must also be an extraordinary individual, or perhaps possess a special method to control this beast. Wang Lin's expression turned serious. He raised his right foot and stepped forward, his entire body transforming into a white light as he plunged straight into the mist. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he had entered the mist. As soon as he entered, the mist swirled violently. Faintly, countless screams echoed from afar, reaching Wang Lin's ears like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, heart-wrenching and terrifying. That fog had caused Wang Lin immense anxiety that year. It was only through sheer luck and the guidance of his true form that he was able to gradually emerge from it. Now, without hesitation, he sped forward, relentlessly advancing deeper into the fog. He also spread out his divine consciousness, sweeping around in all directions, expanding rapidly. Although it couldn't cover everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was clearly visible in his mind. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin wouldn't force Lingdong and Zhou Jin to join forces to search with their divine consciousness. This netherworld beast wasn't a cultivator. Its temperament was extremely timid. Once disturbed by divine consciousness, it would immediately flee. If it vanished into thin air, Wang Lin would find it very difficult to find. Moreover, he didn't want to kill the netherworld beast, but rather capture it to become his ancient divine life-bound beast. As he advanced, Wang Lin's expression was extremely serious, his speed incredibly fast, constantly flashing within the mist. Each step covered tens of thousands of feet, meticulously searching every inch within the mist, relentlessly looking for traces of the netherworld beast. Time passed slowly. Wang Lin showed no signs of fatigue. He was like a hunter searching for prey. Strange-looking beasts constantly appeared in Wang Lin's consciousness, but these beasts, though ferocious, trembled and stood motionless, not daring to move or even utter a sound. Under the scrutiny of Wang Lin's consciousness, there was no trace of the netherworld beast. This beast, after appearing years ago, seemed to have vanished, disappearing without a trace. Wang Lin's expression remained serious, showing no impatience, and he continued his search in silence. Gradually, Wang Lin's figure moved deeper and deeper into the dense fog. After a thorough search, his footprints covered nearly half of this star field. There was still no trace of the nether beast. It seemed the creature had left and was no longer here. Wang Lin frowned slightly, abandoning the idea of combining his and Shujin's divine senses to investigate, and instead resolutely pressed forward, his divine sense becoming even more focused. As time passed, Wang Lin's search range continuously expanded, gradually extending from half to nearly 8/10 of this star field. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. His divine sense swept out, focusing on a spot in the fog ahead. 3,000 feet away from Wang Lin, within the fog, lay a pile of rocks, approximately 100 feet in diameter. This pile contained dozens of rocks, silently floating in the fog, slowly moving. Wang Lin's gaze pierced through the mist, looking up at the pile of rubble in the distance. His body flashed, moving like lightning, directly traversing 3,000 feet and appearing before the pile of rubble. From a closer look, the rubble displayed a multitude of colors, like precious stones, fused together by a strange force to form the scene before him. Stepping onto a 100-foot-tall rock, Wang Lin bent down and tapped it, producing a series of cracking sounds. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin forcefully grabbed a piece with his right hand, and with a crack, he grasped it. After carefully observing it, Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression. This piece of rubble exuded an aura of desolation, containing a dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within this 100-foot-tall rock was surprisingly comparable to the entire spiritual energy contained within a nearly abandoned cultivation planet. But this spiritual energy, although astonishing, lacked any vitality. It seemed dead, devoid of life. I've never heard of such a spiritual stone in the world. This 100-foot-tall rock is even superior to top-grade spiritual stones. If I were to sell it in the cultivation world, this 100-foot-tall rock would fetch an astronomical price. But it bears the marks of time. Judging by its appearance, it seems to have existed for tens of thousands of years, making this thing. Wang Lin, analyzing the object, suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes widened, staring intently at the rock in his hand. The marks of time. The marks of time. Wang Lin seemed to grasp something. He swept his divine consciousness over the rock. After sensing the aura of time, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The waste of a netherworld beast. Wang Lin looked at the rock before him, his expression showing horror. That's right, it's a cultivation planet that, for some unknown reason, was swallowed by the netherworld beast. Within its inner world, time flowed, causing this cultivation planet to perish. Although its soul is dead, and the planet itself is destroyed, the spiritual energy within it has condensed over the years. Now, the spiritual energy in this stone is extremely dense, but it lacks any trace of life. It's like a dead thing, filled with the aura of time, the netherworld beast. To hunt it, we must first seal it. Its enormous body must be sealed not only externally, but also internally. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Since he dared to hunt the netherworld beast, he had already prepared thoroughly. Staring at the shattered rock before him, Wang Lin raised his hand and swung it forward. Immediately, a whirlwind swept through the rock. Suddenly, the rock completely shattered, and the spiritual energy within was directly swept up. Wang Lin grabbed it with his hand, and streams of spiritual energy quickly flew towards him, swirling around his palm, gradually forming a vortex. Using spiritual energy guidance, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal and pointed at the vortex of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy transformed into a wisp of smoke, rising and swirling around Wang Lin's body before quickly flying to the right. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body followed closely behind the wisp of spiritual energy, heading towards the right within the endless mist, rapidly moving forward. The spiritual energy escaping from the shattered rock, the lifeless and bearing the marks of time, still carried a faint trace of the nether beast's aura because it originated from its body. With the guidance of this aura, it would be possible to find the netherworld beast. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His figure, like a lightning bolt, followed closely behind the rapidly advancing spiritual smoke, heading deeper into the fog, hurrying forward. As he advanced, a look of joy flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He vaguely sensed a wave of oppressive power slowly emanating from afar. Under this pressure, no ferocious beast dared to remain in the vicinity. Upon entering Wang Lin's mind, this oppressive power seemed to transform into a powerful force, causing Wang Lin's mind to tremble. Without hesitation, he first avoided attracting the attention of this oppressive power, slowly retracting his divine consciousness, which had spread tens of thousands of meters. until it only covered a radius of 100 meters around his body. At the same time, his body, following the spiritual smoke, broke through the fog and rushed deeper into the area. The further he went, the stronger and more pronounced the oppressive aura became, overwhelming Wang Lin as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. But Wang Lin didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes showed excitement and intense fighting spirit. He swung his right hand forward, and the rapidly moving spiritual smoke immediately stopped and returned, being absorbed into his storage space. He stood there, licking his lips, a fire seemingly burning within him. If this netherworld beast isn't strong, the hunt won't be interesting. The stronger it is, the more valuable it will be to hunt it. Only then can it become my ancient god's life-bound beast. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips as he leisurely walked forward. Gradually, this oppressive aura grew stronger and stronger. As Wang Lin continued to approach, he vaguely sensed the presence of an unimaginable creature ahead. This creature seemed to be in a deep sleep, its oppressive aura spreading out like waves. As this aura spread, the surrounding mist slowly receded in all directions. If viewed from above, the mist could be clearly seen as waves, creating ripples as the oppressive aura spread outwards. Wang Lin, within these ripples, was filled with excitement, slowly approaching his prey. Hunting the netherworld beast. His divine consciousness was now confined within 100 jiang radius. Here, Wang Lin no longer needed his divine consciousness, nor the guidance of the spiritual mist. Relying on this oppressive aura, he could find the netherworld beast. The mist, like waves, silently spread in all directions. Under the sweeping mist, Wang Lin's body moved like a shuttle, advancing forward without hesitation. Just as the oppressive force and mist surged violently, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. It seemed every movement was a defensive stance, meticulously prepared for this final charge. In an instant, Wang Lin's speed reached the maximum of a 7-star ancient god, a speed even Lu Fuzi couldn't match. His speed was like lightning, unimaginable, so much so that for a moment, there wasn't a sound. Fiercely leaving behind the sound of the air breaking through, meaning faster than a supersonic aircraft, flying faster than sound, bye-bye, Wang Lin charged straight forward. The mist in front of him shattered, scattering in all directions. The oppressive force in front of him dissipated, layer by layer. Almost in a flash, Wang Lin completely broke through all the mist in front of him, appearing outside. He saw 100 yards ahead, a colossal beast. Its form resembled a whale, its massive body no less than 100,000 yards long. The cultivators before it were nothing more than ants. The netherworld beast. On either side of its mouth were 2 rows of enormous whiskers, each 10,000 yards long, slowly twitching. The beast's mouth was tightly shut, even its eyes were closed, seemingly asleep. Its entire body was a deep blue, from afar resembling a vast blue sea floating within the mist. An immeasurable pressure emanated from its body, spreading in all directions, stirring up the mist. From the moment Wang Lin appeared until he saw this beast, everything happened in an instant. His pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he charged forward. 100 yards, 80 yards, 50 yards, 30 yards, down to 3 yards. As soon as he got within 3 jiang of it, Wang Lin raised his right hand and fiercely struck down with a palm towards the sleeping beast. A deafening roar instantly erupted. The sound from before, caused by Wang Lin's incredibly fast speed, also followed, creating an earth-shattering tremor that swept across the entire misty star domain. The thunderous explosion sounded as if the star domain was shattering, enough to cause the listener's mind to collapse and their body to disintegrate. Using the power of the ancient divine royal family and the ancient Tao inheritance, I will seal the nether beast's outer body as its life-bound beast. Amidst the roar, Wang Lin's right hand struck the nether beast, transforming into a palm-sized mark imbued with the aura of the ancient Tao. The outer seal is successful. Now I must seal the inner seal, but I cannot enter its inner world. And sealing its soul is the most difficult part. Only when these 3 seals are completely finished can this beast become my ancient divine life-bound beast. The netherworld beast's body suddenly trembled, and a furious roar erupted from within. This roar was like the divine power of a 3rd-stage expert directly suppressing the previous explosion, colliding with it to form an unimaginable attack. This attack roared and spread, causing the entire mist in this misty star domain to surge wildly. If viewed from the outside, it would be clearly visible that the mist within this star domain seemed to explode, rapidly spreading in all directions. Just like the previous cosmic catastrophe of destruction, all the cultivators in Luotia clearly felt the tremor of the Luotia star domain. Wang Lin, being closest to the netherworld beast, was swept away by the attack, his body hastily retreating several hundred meters. Each step he took was accompanied by a rumbling sound. The starry sky beneath his feet shattered into countless fragments, vaguely revealing an illusory net below. This illusory net was the Great Wine Boundary Formation. The nether beast, its body trembling, opened its eyes wide, staring intently at Wang Lin. Its whiskers bristled, and low growls emanated from its mouth. Surprisingly, its massive body didn't retreat. Instead, a roar erupted from its belly, revealing overwhelming ferocity as it charged straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and burst into laughter. He didn't retreat at all. As soon as the nether beast attacked, he directly confronted it. They say this beast is cowardly, always running away at the sight of an enemy. I witnessed it that way back then, but today, for some reason, this beast didn't run away. That's excellent. As Wang Lin advanced, a rumbling sound emanated from within his body. The 7 ancient god star points on his forehead rotated, and his body suddenly grew larger, instantly transforming into a colossal being thousands of feet tall. With a loud bang, Wang Lin extended both hands, grabbing the giant beast's body just as it attacked. With a low roar, Wang Lin immediately felt a surge of immense power emanating from the beast's body, shaking him to the core. This caused him to spit out blood, and he was forced backward. This retreat was thousands of feet, but the fighting spirit on Wang Lin's face only intensified. His laughter echoed, and he gripped the beast's mouth tightly with both hands, letting out a low growl. This is interesting. A test of strength with me, Wang Lin, very well. With a powerful roar, Wang Lin steadied himself. As he regained his footing, another surge of immense power erupted from the beast's body. Amidst the rumbling, the 7 rotating points on Wang Lin's forehead transformed into a vortex, and waves of ancient divine power surged into his body. This not only allowed Wang Lin to maintain his balance, but also, with a ferocious roar, grabbed the netherworld beast and thrust it forward. The starry sky trembled, and the mist roared. Wang Lin's laughter echoed in all directions, his eyes filled with battle intent, and streaks of blood appeared. Having pushed the netherworld beast back a step, he didn't stop, but took a second step. The roars emanating from the netherworld beast seemed unable to stop the ancient divine power flowing from Wang Lin's body. Before Wang Lin's ferocity, it was continuously pushed back. Wang Lin's speed increased with each step, advancing with each roar. 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, up to 1,000 feet. No matter how much the netherworld beast's massive body, tens of thousands of feet long, struggled, it could hardly escape from Wang Lin's hands. Unable to control itself, it was pushed back by Wang Lin's thunderous advance. After retreating more than 1,000 feet, Wang Lin's arms bulged with veins, his entire body's divine power surged wildly, and he grabbed the netherworld beast's body, directly lifting it into the air. Raising both hands, he ferociously swung them towards the beast. A deafening roar echoed, and the mist of this star domain was quickly swept away in all directions, suddenly forming a clear area. The netherworld beast's enormous body was thrown with a thud, directly falling to the ground. Amidst the loud crash, the netherworld beast's roar revealed fear, its eyes filled with terror. Its tail, like that of a whale, thrashed about, not daring to fight again, and immediately, upon being thrown by Wang Lin, it hastily fled downwards. Become a spirit beast and follow your spirit as it roams the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The palm strike he had just unleashed contained his innate aura. As the strike landed, it had been transmitted into the body of this netherworld beast. Now, seeing the netherworld beast fleeing, Wang Lin advanced. But just as he approached the fleeing netherworld beast, the creature suddenly turned around, the fear in its eyes completely gone, replaced by a cunning look. It showed no fear at all. Everything before was merely a deception, making the opponent think it wanted to escape and carelessly chase after it, falling into its trap. It was no longer a netherworld beast, but clearly a spirit beast that had cultivated to a certain level. As it turned around, a roar erupted from within the netherworld beast's body. Its enormous mouth slowly opened. The netherworld beast, which hadn't opened its mouth in 1,000 years. Perhaps it's because of bad breath. Lone swordsman for the netherworld beast. Its mouth was only slightly ajar, but with its enormous size, this gap was actually hundreds of meters wide. As soon as it opened its mouth, roars that had been trapped inside its body for tens of thousands of years burst out from this gaping mouth. Damn, not brushing teeth for 1,000 years. Just the smell alone is enough to kill. What's the point of fighting? Lone swordsman, the smell alone is enough to kill. What's the point of fighting? Grow, the power of this roar was unimaginable. As soon as this sound spread, the starry sky trembled, and the entire Luotia star domain heard it clearly. Following the roar, a surge of power seemed to erupt from the netherworld beast's body, causing its already 100-meter wide mouth to widen even further. 100 meters, 300 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. The roar carried an attack power sufficient to. The sound shattered the starry sky as it erupted, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hair flew wildly, his body felt as if it were being torn apart, and his ears buzzed. The netherworld beast's mouth, already 1,000 feet wide, widened even further. 1,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 6,000 feet, up to 8,000 feet. Looking back, the enormous mouth of the netherworld beast resembled a gateway to the netherworld, its roars echoing like the wails of gods. Inside the mist, Wang Lin's expression was grim. Amidst the netherworld beast's roar, the surrounding mist frantically dispersed. Looking again, there was not a trace of mist left. Even his body, blown away by the netherworld beast's roar, slowly retreated backward, simultaneously experiencing excruciating pain as if being torn apart. If he weren't a 7-star ancient god, but an ordinary cultivator, he would surely have been shattered by the netherworld beast's roar. As he retreated, Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward. In an instant, more than 10 ancient breath leaves flew out, but instead of sealing the mouth of the netherworld beast, they circled around Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed his right hand at his forehead, and immediately Lingdong Xingren and Zhou Jin appeared. After appearing, they didn't attack the netherworld beast, but instead quickly performed hand seals on either side of Wang Lin. A wave of incense smoke filled the air, enveloping Wang Lin. All of this happened in a flash. Just as Lingdong and Zhou Jin attacked, the ancient divine point on Wang Lin's forehead moved like the wind. With a rumbling sound, the head of the Tao Ancient appeared outside his body, enveloping the three of them. The netherworld beast's roar echoed for a few breaths before suddenly fading away, leaving no sound behind. But a colossal suction force suddenly filled the starry sky. Under this immense gravitational pull, Wang Lin witnessed the power of the netherworld beast's heaven-devouring divine ability. The mist, which had been blown far away, instantly rushed towards him, piercing through his body and heading straight for the netherworld beast's mouth. The starry sky trembled, countless dust particles shattered, transforming into a raging storm that swept across, all swallowed into the netherworld beast's mouth with a thunderous roar. This netherworld beast's mouth was like a gigantic black hole, devouring everything. Wang Lin's body, surrounded by the spiritual movement and the earthly branch, was held firm by this gravitational pull, not only preventing him from being pulled forward, but also causing him to gradually retreat. His eyes flashed with cold light, waiting for the crucial moment. The gravitational pull grew stronger and stronger. In just a moment, it reached an extremely terrifying level. Layers of the starry sky were swept away, hurtling straight towards the netherworld beast's mouth. In the distance, there was a rumbling sound, and several wild planets in this star field were also affected by this gravitational pull, deviating from their orbits and flying straight towards this place. In an instant, a wild cultivation planet, amidst the rumbling sound, flew faster and faster, like a gust of wind sweeping past Wang Lin, heading straight towards the netherworld beast. Compared to this wild planet, the netherworld beast's body, though large, was still no match. But as the wild planet approached, ripples suddenly appeared on its surface, instantly shrinking and being directly swallowed by the netherworld beast. This scene caused the pupils in Wang Lin's eyes to contract. As the gravitational pull intensified, the dozen or so ancient breath leaves surrounding Wang Lin's body quickly rotated, forming a solid protective layer. And with the help of the spiritual movement and the pearl cauldron, they continuously resisted. It's not yet time for the netherworld beast to open its mouth. It can't possibly possess such power. Wang Lin stared intently at the netherworld beast, the cold light in his eyes intensifying. A rumbling sound echoed, And in the distance, dozens of desolate cultivation planets flew rapidly towards him. In a short time, they were swallowed by the netherworld beast. The netherworld beast's eyes showed anxiety. What it wanted to devour was Wang Lin, not the mist and these weak cultivation planets. But the opponent was unaffected by this suction force, causing the netherworld beast's eyes to slowly reveal a look of madness. Inside the netherworld beast's body was a world, but this world was merely its divine power. This beast also had life, a soul, flesh, and blood. To subdue it and make it a life-bound beast, one had to enter its sealed body and avoid being sucked into that world. Although I wanted to open its mouth, I can't force it to do so. Moreover, this beast hasn't yet unleashed its full power. From what I know about this beast, when it officially begins devouring, a soul will appear, and only then can the soul be sealed. As long as the soul hasn't appeared, it cannot be sealed inside, otherwise, the seal will fail. Wang Lin saw the worrying in the nether beast's eyes, but he didn't act. Instead, under the control of the gravitational pull, his body slowly retreated. This level of gravitational pull might have affected Lu Fuzi, but with Ling Dong and Ju Jin on either side, and the head of the Tao Ancient, plus the ancient god's treasure, Xi Yi, Wang Lin could completely resist. He leisurely retreated, falling into the nether beast's gaze. Suddenly, a deep blue light flashed rapidly across the beast's entire body. At that moment, its mouth, already 8,000 feet wide, roared open once again. 8,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong, 20,000 zhong, 40,000 zhong, 80,000 zhong, up to over 100,000 zhong. From afar, the mouth of this netherworld beast occupied more than half of its body, its form twisted and terrifying. It seemed its mouth had opened to its limit. As a roar erupted from within its mouth, the entire netherworld beast trembled. Suddenly, a huge phantom appeared behind it. This phantom was also a netherworld beast. But this beast only had one mouth open, its size comparable to an entire star field. This was the soul of the netherworld beast. Like an illusion in Wang Lin's eyes, as soon as the phantom mouth of this beast appeared, the starry sky seemed to transform into a river. Countless cultivation stars becoming fish swimming within it. With a single pull, the entire starry sky rushed straight towards that illusory mouth. Deep within that gigantic mouth, a swirling black hole could be vaguely seen. This black hole was the divine world of the netherworld beast. This scene was enough to shock everyone who witnessed it. Around Wang Lin's body, the ancient breath leaf swirled. Under this pull, the ancient breath leaf immediately trembled, seemingly unable to withstand it. Even Ling Dong and Zhou Jin turned pale, letting out low growls. Despite this, Wang Lin's body, under this suddenly increased suction force, surged forward. Closer and closer, it seemed he was about to be sucked into the illusory mouth. The cold light that had been suppressed for so long in Wang Lin's eyes erupted. As the cold light burst forth, he raised his right hand and fiercely punched forward. This punch instantly sucked the head of the ancient Tao into the mouth. Under this punch, Ling Dong let out a low growl, transforming into a gigantic Ling Dong demon god statue, circling around this punch, charging forward madly. Chu Jin also unleashed his full power, transforming into a blood valve that roared and charged forward with Wang Lin's punch. From afar, Wang Lin's punch seemed to transform into a gigantic column of light. Outside this column of light, the blood valve held, the demon god statue extended its two shields, the head of Daogu in front, like the face of this punch, charging straight towards the illusory mouth of the nether beast. This punch was Wang Lin's strongest attack. Combined with Ling Dong and Chu Jin, it seemed as if three third-step masters were unleashing their full power. In this instant, the lightning diagram in Wang Lin's right eye appeared, directly flying out and instantly merging into this punch. Thunder roared down from the starry sky, creating a lightning pool all around. Inside his left eye, a nine-colored flame burned, transforming into a firestorm that also merged into this punch. This punch almost reached the full force attack of a cultivator at the third stage of the Void Nirvana great perfection. It had approached the second level, the Void Spirit Realm. With a thunderous roar, this punch collided with the illusory mouth of the Netherworld Beast. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the Netherworld Beast, amidst its roars, its illusory mouth directly shook, showing signs of shattering. But at the same time, just as it began to shatter, the suction force began to increase dramatically. Under this frenzied suction, Wang Lin's punch was unexpectedly sucked into the mouth. Lingdong Shangren was the first to disappear, directly sucked into the divine power world within the netherworld beast's body. Immediately after, Zhou Jin, under this immense suction force, suddenly vanished. The disappearance of the two men gave Wang Lin extremely valuable time. Lingdong and Zhou Jin were sucked in, and the power of their combined third-stage abilities blocked the black hole inside the nether beast's body for a few breaths, allowing Wang Lin's body to remain inside the nether beast's illusory soul mouth. To seal its soul, after leaving the body, it had to enter the mouth, but not be sucked into the world within its body. After Wang Lin's calculations, although he still had some doubts about why the nether beast didn't flee unusually, he had now achieved his initial goal and returned to his plan. The short time, the few breaths that Lingdong and Zhou Jin had sacrificed, would pass quickly. Without hesitation, Wang Lin, with both hands forming a hand seal inside the nether beast's soul mouth, forcefully pushed forward. At the same time, 7 rapidly moving star points on his forehead suddenly flew out from his brow. The 7 rotating star points, following Wang Lin's command, unexpectedly imprinted themselves on the soul mouth of the nether beast. With the will of the ancient divine royal family, of the ancient Dao inheritance, I seal your soul, making you my life-bound beast. Wang Lin's words revealed undeniable ancient divine power. As soon as they left his mouth, the 7 rotating star points instantly imprinted themselves on the nether beast's soul mouth. The first star point suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the second, third, fourth, and fifth star points all flashed. A desolate spiritual power suddenly surged into those star points, entering Wang Lin's mind. After illuminating all 7 star points, the soul sealing was successful. But at this moment, time was up, and Lingdong and Zhou Jin were sucked into that world. The time was certainly not enough. As soon as the netherworld beast's divine world opened once again, a powerful suction swept over, and Wang Lin's body immediately showed signs of being pulled in. It happened very quickly. Wang Lin let out a low growl, raising his right hand and fiercely swinging it towards the divine world hidden deep within the netherworld beast's soul mouth. With a roar, the entire ancient breath leaf flew out, hurtling straight towards the rotating black hole-like divine world. A rumbling sound echoed, and as the suction lessened, the 5th star point flashed. But as soon as it flashed, the ancient breath leaf was sucked away by the rotating black hole, and the suction swept over again. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He remained incredibly calm. Although he had gambled a huge price to capture this netherworld beast, if he succeeded, the spirit movement group would obviously not mind. But if he failed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be extremely dire. But before making this decision, he had, of course, conducted a thorough analysis. Everything was now within his calculations. He was certain he could light up the last 2 star points. As soon as this gravitational pull swept towards him, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. Behind him, amidst a resounding roar, Wang Yu's enormous body, like an ice mountain, surged out, flying straight towards the rotating black hole. In a short time, Wang Yu's body blocked the inside of the black hole, buying Wang Lin the final moment of being sucked in. The 6th star point lit up. The 7th star point flashed with light. All 7 star points in the nether beast's soul mouth lit up at this moment, rapidly rotating. The soul seal was successful. The outside was sealed, and the inside was also sealed. At this moment, Wang Lin had completed 2 steps. Only the final step remained. After all 7 ancient divine star points lit up, leaving their mark, they returned to Wang Lin's forehead. But at this very moment, an earth-shattering event suddenly occurred. Inside the sealed soul mouth, a dazzling 7-colored light suddenly burst forth. This 7-colored light was intensely overwhelming, instantly enveloping the starry sky and spreading out tens of thousands of feet. Upon seeing this 7-colored light, Wang Lin was immediately stunned. 7-colored. The 7-colored light surged, sweeping across the starry sky, engulfing the soul of the netherworld beast, and simultaneously covering one side of the netherworld beast's body. As this 7-colored light flashed, an unimaginable power also roared out from within the netherworld beast's body. At the same time, the seal that Wang Lin had carved onto the nether beast's body immediately showed signs of dissipating. In an instant, more than half of it was obliterated by the 7-colored light, leaving only a small amount that was about to vanish. The 7-star soul imprint that had just been placed inside the nether beast's soul mouth suddenly changed, becoming dim, like 7 flickering candles in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Almost instantly, 3 of the star points were extinguished. This extremely sudden turn of events caught Wang Lin completely off guard. He could hardly have guessed that this nether beast possessed 7 colors. 7 colors, 7 colors. The 7-colored radiance flashed rapidly. As the brightness surged, a phantom figure suddenly flew out from the nether beast's soul mouth. Mind's will, according to the heavenly Tao, all living beings must undergo countless tribulations, escape the prison of obsession, and wholeheartedly cultivate. A buzzing sound echoed through the starry sky, emanating from the figure within the soul mouth of the netherworld beast. Those figures multiplied rapidly, instantly engulfing the nether beast, spreading out in all directions. The netherworld beast. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He seemed to have understood. He understood the nether beast's unusual behavior of not fleeing. He understood why the nether beast in this misty star domain had excrement left behind. He understood why this nether beast was so cunning, its eyes previously showing a shrewdness. He understood why, after sealing more than half of it, a 7-colored light erupted from its soul. Unexpectedly, in these 1,000 years, it has devoured a part of the 7-colored realm. Wang Lin's mind trembled, seemingly unable to believe the truth before him. He had guessed correctly. In fact, after Wang Lin saw it and left, this nether beast had wandered within the mist. Its temperament was extremely timid. Although incredibly powerful, any beast within this mist would be kept at a distance, not daring to provoke it. However, it clearly forgot the oppressive aura emanating from it, which completely deterred all beasts from approaching. Therefore, wherever it went, beasts would flee in terror. While wandering, the netherworld beast's mind was dazed and confused. It was like that, its consciousness incomplete. Its life was mostly spent in deep sleep, and if it occasionally awoke, it would wander aimlessly. But Wang Lin and the Immortal Selection clan had left, causing the netherworld beast to suddenly feel hungry after awakening. While wandering, it dared not leave the mist, only able to slowly move back and forth. After an unknown period of time, suddenly one day, a huge crack appeared in the mist ahead. Streams of 7-colored light emanated from within, shining into its eyes. At that moment, a battered figure emerged from the crack. The figure's clothes were tattered, and before it could fully see, a maniacal laugh rang out. "Finally, I'm out. Finally, I'm out of this damned place. The old Taoist is finally free, ha ha ha," but the laughter stopped abruptly. The figure saw the enormous body of the nether beast ahead and felt the oppressive aura emanating from it, filling him with fear. His appearance also startled the nether beast. Man and beast stared at each other in bewilderment. The figure's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his face pale and bloodless, and he let out a mournful cry. As soon as this cry rang out, the nether beast, which was not usually very brave, reacted, letting out a deafening roar from within its body. This roar was terrifying to anyone who heard it. But in reality, just like that figure, it was merely the scream of terror it had let out. The figure trembled and, without hesitation, retreated directly back into the 7-colored rift, frantically fleeing into the 7-colored realm, leaving only its mournful cries echoing faintly before it disappeared. In its panic, the nether beast also retreated a considerable distance. It stared at the rift, its eyes filled with fear. It had been utterly terrified. First, the 7-colored rift appeared, then it suddenly saw that figure emerge, and finally, just as it reacted, it was completely terrified by the opponent's mournful cries. After a long while, seeing no one chasing it, the nether beast hesitated slightly. Its small courage slowly grew, and after much thought, it cautiously turned back, looking towards the 7-colored crack. It didn't know why, but it loved the 7-colored light so much. Otherwise, with its timid nature, it absolutely wouldn't have returned. It had been staring at this crack for 100 years. For 100 years, it just stared blankly at the 7-colored light inside the crack, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. 100 years passed, and it remained unchanged, still not understanding how the crack had appeared or what it was. In its confusion, only the 7-colored light filled it with joy, making it unable to look away, so it began to stare blankly. But after 10 years of staring blankly, another unexpected event occurred. On the colossal body of this netherworld beast, eyes hundreds of meters long stared lifelessly into the crack, the distance to which was less than 100 meters. At such close range, it was easy to see inside. A figure from over 100 years ago emerged from within the crack. It seemed that after 100 years of struggle, he finally mustered the courage to cautiously poke his head out from within the seven-colored crack. His hair was disheveled, his body thin and emaciated, his appearance utterly miserable. But as soon as his head emerged, due to the extreme closeness to the netherworld beast, this figure was momentarily dazzled. After seeing clearly, his face turned pale, and once again he let out a mournful, unwilling cry. You're still here, you damned, cursed, percent dollar, and I can't believe you waited outside for me for 100 years. Did I have some vendetta in a previous life to burn down your house and kill your relatives? With a heart-wrenching scream, this figure retreated backward, entering the seven-colored realm and daring not to come out again. This sudden event startled the nether beast once again. The memory of that year seemed deeply ingrained. The nether beast retreated tens of thousands of feet, not leaving, but waiting for a long time. After seeing no one emerge from the crack, unable to resist the allure of the seven-colored light, it cautiously returned, gazing at the seven-colored crack, lost in thought. Time slowly passed, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. Until one day, the nether beast felt extremely hungry, yet unwilling to leave. In its thoughts, it slowly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the seven-colored crack. As it swallowed, a powerful suction force emanated, completely engulfing the entire space of the seven-colored realm within its body. Although Wang Lin didn't understand the whole story, he could guess the process and the outcome. At the location of the netherworld beast in front of him, just as the whispers of the netherworld master echoed through the starry sky, a massive stone tablet emerged from the netherworld beast's soul mouth amidst a thunderous explosion. Engraved on this tablet were clear, blood-red characters, the Tao scripture.